going to, before we open the formal meeting, do a couple of tests just to make sure we're all on and on the same page. Okay, the first thing I would like to do this morning, just by way of test, we have 130 people on already. That's great. That definitely provides us with a quorum. The quorum, by the way, for today is 75. We are now up to 131. I'm going to do a couple of tests. One, just to sort of follow up on our technology session of last week. The first is to everyone test their hand raise tool, which you will use to be recognized. Now, the hand raise tool, I would like everyone to just put on so to make sure everybody knows where it is. It's in the toolbar on the bottom of your screen. If you use the button, there's a reaction button that you can hit and you'll find the raised hand feature there, or in some of the older versions of Zoom, it's under the participation button. So everyone please to press their hands up tool, make sure there are no problems with that. And scrolling down, there's a few that still haven't found the hands up tool yet. Again, it's in the bottom bar and it would be under either reaction or participation. You should see the hands up. Please to press it. Jennifer Jacobs hasn't done so yet. George Carville hasn't pressed his yet. Paula Melton, Ronnie Byrne, and Wagner. These may be people that are still getting in the meeting. It's possible. Wendy Collins, you don't have yours on. There, I think she did hers on. Everyone put on their hand raise tool. I want to make sure that I can reach you. Margaret, Daniel Quip, I don't see yours, nor Margaret Atkinson. Some people may still be logging in. HB Lozito, I don't see yours. Ruth Garbus, I don't see your hands up. Tony Duncan, no, Jennifer Jacobs still doesn't have hands up yet. Doran Ham, please find your hands up button. That is, again, on the lower part of your screen. If you hover over the lower part of your screen, you should see right in the middle. If you hover over the lower part, it will pop up a toolbar. And the toolbar should say on it, reactions. If you have an older version of Zoom, it may say participation. Click on that reactions and you will find the hands up tool. That's where it's going to be. If you continue to have, I want to get started here. We've got one or two people that are still don't have it engaged quite yet. If you still find that you're having difficulty, you could send a message to TM Secretary. That's like Town Meeting Secretary. TM Secretary at Brattleboro.org. And we may be able to assist you in getting it open. But I do still see a couple of folks that have not, and they may be just joining, George Carvel, your hand up tool is not functioning. Anything else we can do to help these people? Okay. All right. So play with it a bit. I think there's only a few that are having a difficulty at this point. See if we can't get them hammered out. Most of the people I see are people that are seasoned, should be able to get their systems working. So I want to take time though, just for one more test, and that is I'm going to ask Patrick Moreland to launch a test voting form. And I want to do this just to make sure that the people who are authorized representatives all can access the voting form. So the first thing I'm going to ask everyone to do is to take down your hands up. Take down your hands up. Can you remove everyone the hand up? You can clear the queue. Okay. I'm going to have Patrick, of course, can clear the queue, and he will. If everyone could take their hands down for a moment, we'll get to the next test. Okay, so basically Patrick has done that, and we've got the hands down tools down, okay? All right, now I want to launch this test vote, and anyone that does not see the test vote, raise your hand. Now, I'm going to ask Patrick Moreland to launch it now. Anyone, just number one is fine. Preliminary motion number one would be fine. Okay. It is now launched. All I need you, now I don't, okay. We've got people voting. I was going to, yeah, let's try. Vote yes or no. Now I know you're not voting on the preliminary motion. We're just testing it. This is just test. We're just testing it. We're just testing it. Okay. Yeah. And it looks like people have voted very quickly. In fact, in under a minute, we're at 47 seconds right now, and we already have 130 votes. That's exactly where we should be. So I think that worked. It looks like what we got is a total of 130 votes on that test vote, and so that is very helpful. With that in mind, and since it's already 8:40, the chair would officially call the meeting to order. And I'd like to say good morning to everyone. Unfortunately, COVID continues. Please remember this electronic meeting is an emergency measure that resulted from the COVID epidemic. Is a temporary measure. We are all anxious to return to our live meetings, which obviously are a lot more satisfactory than this format. I would remind members that their microphones will be kept on mute and cameras off. Only town meeting members are allowed to join the meeting in a voting capacity, and all members of the public will join via phone. The town clerk has appointed Jan Anderson, who is seated just to my right, to keep track of our quorum. There will be a quorum, a threshold quorum of 75. We're well over that at approximately 130, and I'll get a tally here in a few moments. To my left, by the way, is our technology guru, Patrick Moreland, who will be assisting me today with all of the technology issues, as many of you know. At this point, I would like to call upon Dr. Robert Tortolani to give us a brief convocation. Would you recognize Dr. Tortolani, please? Dr. Tortolani, for the past 17 years, has served as a member of Representative Town Meeting. He started in 2004. He was a busy doctor practicing in this community since 1973, but still managed time for his community. 2 years ago, he was honored by the Brattleboro Chamber of Commerce for his community service as Person of the Year. At this time, I recognize Dr. Tortolani for the convocation.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Appreciate the introduction. And good morning, everyone, and welcome to our second and hopefully last virtual Brattleboro Representative Town Meeting. A special welcome to our newly elected members, and hope you'll enjoy being a rep as much as I have. For over a year now, we've been enduring this COVID pandemic, which has affected us all in countless ways. As I prepared for today's meeting, 4 words resonated with me: gratitude, privilege, responsibility, and hope. Whatever personal challenges we face, we can all be grateful, first of all, that we're well enough to be here today meeting, and that we are living in a wonderful town. By the way, many of our community have worked very hard to make this meeting happen, and I thank them very much for this. We can be grateful that we live in Vermont, the safest state in our country, because of excellent leadership and good common sense of Vermonters. We can also be grateful that we live in America, where public assemblies to express our thoughts are not only allowed, but encouraged. Finally, we can be grateful to our first responders, essential workers, and the countless people who daily put their health at risk to serve us. We know who these people are, and we need to constantly thank them. As a bonus, the feeling of gratitude and the expression of thanks have positive effects on both of us, a true win-win situation. I expect all of you feel the privilege of representing those who elected us to be town reps. We should remember that our votes today are also votes for them. A hero of mine, Senator Bob Gannett, was the driving force in the 1950s to make possible in Vermont the representative form of town meeting. The first of this new style of town meeting, unique in Vermont, took place on March 13th, 1961, just over 60 years ago. His words then ring true today, and I quote, "The representative form of town government was the best known to secure an intelligent vote from the populace." As you know, our responsibility today is to discuss and vote on the 28 articles before us. To do this well, we need to be attentive, patient, courteous, respectful, and especially to be good listeners. Supreme Court Judge Gorsuch recently stated that we're losing the art of listening. Believe it or not, my last fortune cookie stated, "Listening, not imitation, may be the sincerest form of flattery." Now our real challenge. Some of you with very good memories may recall when our meetings ended by 4 o'clock on Saturday, the day of the meeting. Because our recent live meetings have more often been marathons than sprints, and because today's virtual mode is inherently slower than the live mode, we should all do our best to be efficient. I encourage us all to be as succinct and brief as possible when speaking. I know we can do it. I encourage our new members to speak. We want to hear from you, and we want to learn from you. I conclude my remarks with a note of real hope, and forgive me for wearing my physician's hat. We're incredibly fortunate to have available to us 3 very efficient vaccines against COVID and convenient vaccine clinics. They represent our first offensive weapon against the virus, and I hope all of you who are eligible choose to get immunized. For those who have questions or concerns, please speak to your primary care clinician. Amazingly, of the millions of people who have received one of these vaccines, no one has died from COVID. It's a true life-saving decision. For now, we still need to stay vigilant, continue our public health measures, and not let our guard down until our governor gives us the word. We can see a brighter horizon and look forward to next year's live meeting and the good old days when our moderator gently reminds us to wear our name badges and turn off our cell phones. Thank you all for your service to Brattleboro and for your attention. Let's have a great meeting and let's get to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tortolani, for your thoughts and your many years of service to this body. Now, if you would please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The chair wishes, in accordance with our custom, to take note of the passing of former members of this body since our last meeting. Four women, members of this community, passed away. In January, Hazel Anderson. She served on this body for 21 years. Her efforts included the Brattleboro Historic Society, Brattleboro Memorial Hospital, and as a Brattleboro poll worker for local elections for many years. Ethel Brosnahan passed away on January 3rd of 2021. She served as a town meeting member starting in 1969, part of the 70s, and again from 2000 to 2002. Ethel also served on the Board of Civil Authority and was a Justice of the Peace for 16 years. Nancy Barber passed away on January 23rd. She served on this body for the last 3 years. She was an avid environmentalist and she co-chaired the Brattleboro Solid Waste Committee. Sylvia Eaton died on February 15th. She served from 2010 to 2012, and over the years volunteered for a variety of community organizations, including the Girl Scouts, Brattleboro Museum and Arts Center, Brattleboro Memorial Hospital, and hospice. These are all former members of this body who all stepped up in one capacity or another to contribute to the welfare of this community. Please pause for a moment of silence to honor their contribution to the town of Brattleboro. And also this year, let's acknowledge those citizens who have died as a result of the COVID epidemic. Thank you. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge one retiring member of this body whose length and depth of service to the town of Brattleboro warrants a special recognition this year. He is well known to many of you. Corwin Elwell stepped down from representative town meeting after dedicating more than 60 years of service to the welfare of this community. He served the last 20 years as a member of this body. For almost 30 years, he served as town manager, beginning in 1960. He has worked on boards, commissions, organizations, and committees too numerous to mention. A man of few but well-placed words, a quiet but firm demeanor, with his eye always on what was in the best interest of Brattleboro. Corwin Elwell always listened, as Dr. Tortolani just said, and respectfully worked for the betterment of all of our citizens. Thank you, Corky. We wish you well. The chair would like to, at this time, call on the town clerk, Hillary Francis, for the opening and closing paragraphs of the warning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Hillary.
Okay, so from the warning, the legal voters qualified to vote in representative town meeting are hereby notified and warned to meet on Zoom on Saturday, March 20th, 2021 at 8:30 a.m. to act on the articles listed below. Articles that have not been discussed by 5:00 p.m. will be moved to a later meeting unless the body votes to continue. If not all articles are acted upon on March 20th, then the meeting will continue on March 21, 2021. Dated at Brattleboro, Vermont, this 26th day of January, 2021, signed by the Brattleboro Selectboard, Tim Wessel, Chair, Elizabeth McLaughlin, Vice Chair, Ian Goodnow, Clerk, Brandy Starr, and Daniel Quick.
Thank you, Ms. Francis.
You're welcome.
Now, the chair has several announcements, but I'd like to start with the procedural rules of the meeting. And I may, because of some new members and some requests that have been made, I may take a few more minutes to describe some of the procedural rules by which this meeting is conducted. It is generally controlled by Vermont law. Number one, Vermont law. Number two, the Brattleboro Charter. Number three, Robert's Rules of Order. And finally, by longstanding custom and tradition. Vermont law deals with such things as what can be considered at a town meeting. For example, we are only permitted to take binding action on articles that have been warned, even though we might want to talk about other things. Vermont law prohibits consideration of articles that have not been warned for this meeting, and likewise that applies to a general debate. Debate should be confined to the merits of the question. The article other business can include non-binding resolutions, motions, or just simple announcements. So we have some flexibility there. Likewise, debate shall be confined, as mentioned above, to the merits of the question. And you may hear the word today, germane. You can make a motion to amend any warned article, but your motion to amend has to be germane to that article. You cannot change the subject, the object, or the method of completing some business according to Vermont law. For example, simple example, an article to buy a dump truck can't be amended to buy a grader. That's an actual case in Vermont. Put another way, you can't amend a warned article such that it would bring up business that hasn't been warned. Now, we've attempted to make some improvements over the last electronic meeting. Please follow along in the blue book. This really is your warning that gives you all the information that you need. On page, the motions are on page 12 through 14. In addition to following along on page 12, Mr. Moreland has written out each motion, which you will see on the ballots. Fortunately, longer ones are going to have to be truncated because of the limitations of this Zoom platform. The chair would ask that amendments, other than simple 1 or 2 word amendments, be in writing and be emailed to tmsecretary@brattleboro.org. That's town meeting, tmsecretary@brattleboro.org. They will be received right next to me by Jan on the right, so that I will have hopefully quick access to your motions. Robert's rules says that we can only have one amendment, a primary amendment, associated with a motion at a time. And this primary amendment can only have one secondary amendment associated with it. So how do you get to speak? If you wish to be heard on an article under consideration, please use the hand raise tool, which we just experimented with. Unmute your microphone and activate your camera when you're prompted. No town meeting member or voter of the town shall speak more than twice on the same question without leave of town meeting members. Town meeting members or voters of the town who have once spoken shall not again be entitled to speak to the exclusion of another who has not spoken. To raise a privilege motion, such as a point of order or a point of information, raise your hand tool when the moderator clears the queue. Unfortunately, we cannot duplicate a live meeting, but Mr. Moreland is doing his best under new and difficult circumstances. We've had several people urge us to use the chat feature for privilege motions. Patrick Moreland and I have considered this approach as unrealistic from a technological standpoint, disruptive to the meeting, and foreign to the fundamental parliamentary principles laid out by Roberts. So I'm sorry, but I can't wait to get back to a live meeting next year. You can raise the hand tool to be recognized to, for example, cease debate. You would say, I call the question. Town meeting member shall not, however, call the question immediately after speaking on the issue. And that motion does require a 2/3 vote. In keeping with our tradition and out of respect for fellow members, I would ask that you limit your remarks to no more than 2 minutes. As always, we will respect our Brattleboro tradition of civility that Dr. Tortolani did speak to. Speakers are not allowed to engage in personal attacks on a member of this body or their motives. If Brattleboro voters who are not town meeting members wish to be heard, please call in by telephone, raise your hand, dial *9, and wait to be recognized by the moderator. You will dial *6 to be unmuted. Now, this meeting today is being broadcast live by Brattleboro Community Television on Comcast Channel 1085. It is being streamed live to YouTube and also to Facebook at Brattleboro Community TV, where you can find and share the video. The meeting will be rebroadcast on Channel 1085 and will be available also at brattleboro.tv.org. To speak at today's meeting, so that everyone in the meeting and viewers at home can hear you, please state your name and district and speak loudly and clearly. The meeting today is being interpreted for the deaf and hard of hearing by Elizabeth Fox, Karen Todd, Janet Dickinson, Christine Brickald, and Crystal Heyer on Saturday today. And if necessary, by Janet Dickinson, Christine Brickald, Elizabeth Fox, and Corey Brunner on Sunday. We thank you all for your participation and help in presenting town meeting. I believe at this point that Patrick Moreland has asked that he have a moment to open up the system so that we can allow people to modify their names. And by that, I mean, we want to keep your names as you are a legal voter, but there may be some that need to be updated, and some may wish to add their district and their pronouns. And now, Patrick, if you could open those up, so we'll allow maybe a minute or two for people to adjust their names. Okay, you may do so now. And let's just check on some of the ones that you had a concern on, if you don't mind. Okay. Fine. That sounds good. If you don't mind adding your district, we'd like you to do that. But again, it's not essential to conducting the meeting or the validity of your vote. So we're going to take a quick look and see if we need any specific names. I think we're doing good. Looks like the moderator should be able to address and identify members. There's one or two there. Okay. Oh, she just took care of it. Thank you. M.A. Green. Yes, M.A. Green. We could unmute M.A. Green and see if they're having any trouble in doing this.
Hi, this is Mary Emery, District 1. For some reason, it will not allow me to change my name.
All right, maybe we can do it for you. Hold on a second. We're going to put you in as Mary Green. Is that correct?
It's Mary Emery.
Mary Emery. Oh, okay. I think we have you. You're in District 2?
District 1.
District 1. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
And we're just going to allow 1 or 2 minutes while Mr. Moreland goes through the list to see if there are any other changes. We're just going to double check to make sure that we have everyone in correctly. We want to ensure the integrity of the vote. And we want to make sure that everyone is properly identified. If everyone would just hold on for another couple seconds while we look at the list one last time. Okay, I just heard the town clerk say we're good. So we're going to then proceed to preliminary motion number 1. And the chair would recognize Ian Goodnow. After, I think before doing that, it makes some sense. Let me read the motion, Mr. Goodnow, just so that everyone knows where we are. I move to suspend the rules and adopt the moderator's electronic meeting rules as follows. The meeting will be conducted according to Robert's Rules of Order, the Town Charter, the Vermont State Law, modified as follows for this online meeting. 1, quorum. The presence of a quorum shall be established by an online list of representative town meeting members who have logged on to Zoom at the beginning of the meeting. Thereafter, the continuing presence of a quorum shall be determined by the online list of participating members. Audio visual. The meeting shall include audio and video display of all representative town meeting members when recognized to speak. Non-members wishing to speak who are qualified voters of the town of Brattleboro may connect by designated telephone numbers and passcode. Assignment of the floor. To seek recognition by the moderator, a member shall use the raised hand feature. In newer versions of Zoom, this can be found under the reactions button found in the lower center of the screen. Older versions of Zoom locate the hand raise feature button under the participants button, also found in the lower center of the screen. Muting of members' connections. Given the number of participants and in order to minimize undue background noise and interference with the meeting, all members shall be muted until recognized by the moderator. Voting. All votes shall be taken utilizing the Zoom polling feature, which will be launched as required to record each vote. Results will be announced by the moderator at the conclusion of each vote. Technical requirements and malfunction. Each representative town meeting member is responsible for their connection to the internet or telephone. The meeting shall not be invalidated on the grounds that the loss of or poor quality of a member's individual connection prevents their participation in the meeting. In any instant in which there's a conflict between these 6 enumerated electronic meeting rules and the provisions of Robert's Rules of Order or the town charter, then these electronic meeting rules shall prevail for this meeting. The chair would now go back and recognize Mr. Goodnow for the formal motion.
There it is. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Lauren, thank you for reading that out. Can I just so move that?
Unfortunately, that's what I'm trying to do what we can today to expedite the process, but there's certain minimal requirements that we have. So no, I'm going to ask you to read it, please.
Oh, okay, great. All right, everyone, just bear with me then. Preliminary motion number 1. I move to suspend the rules and adopt the moderator's electronic meeting rules as follows. The meeting will be conducted according to Robert's Rules of Order, the town charter, and Vermont state law, modified as follows for this online meeting. Number 1, quorum. The presence of quorum shall be established by an online list of representative town meeting members who have logged onto Zoom at the beginning of the meeting. Thereafter, the continued presence of a quorum shall be determined by the online list of participating members. 2, audio and video. The meeting shall include audio and video display of all representative town meeting members when recognized to speak. Non-members wishing to speak who are qualified voters of the town of Brattleboro may connect by designated telephone number and passcode. 3, assignment of the floor. To seek recognition by the moderator, a member shall use the raised hand feature. In newer versions of Zoom, this can be found under the reactions button found in the lower center of the screen. Older versions of Zoom locate the raised hand feature button under the participants button, also found in the lower center of the screen. 4, muting of members' connection. Given the number of participants and in order to minimize undue background noise and interference with the meeting, all members shall be muted until recognized by the moderator. 5, voting. All votes shall be taken utilizing the Zoom polling feature, which will be launched as required to record each vote. The result will be announced by moderator at the conclusion of each vote. 6, technical requirements and malfunctions. Each representative town meeting member is responsible for their connection to the internet or telephone. The meeting shall not be invalidated on the grounds that the loss of or poor quality of a member's individual connection prevented their participation in the meeting. In any instance in which there is a conflict between these 6 enumerated electronic meeting rules and any provisions of Robert's Rules of Orders or the town charter, then these electronic meeting rules shall prevail for this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Goodnow.
Thank you very much.
The chair would then ask the queue be temporarily cleared. And is there a second to Mr. Goodnow's motion? You raise your hand for the purpose of making a second, and the chair would recognize Paul Rounds. Can you hear us, Mr. Rounds?
Yes, I can.
Do you wish to second the motion?
I second the motion.
Okay, thank you. It has been moved and seconded, and here I will spare the third reading of the motion. Technically, under Roberts, it should be read to you, but if we've all been following along, and in the interest of trying to make this as expeditious as possible, I will, for the purposes of today's meeting, dispense with the actual reading of the motion the second time in light of the fact that you have them right in front of you. So this is a non-debatable motion. It is to suspend the rules. It's non-amendable. So what I'm going to, it requires a 2/3 vote. Given that it's not debatable, I would then proceed to our first electronic vote on this preliminary article. Please wait until you see the pop-up vote question. And the question is on suspending the rules for these emergency rules to accommodate a Zoom platform for this meeting. And the moderator will allow about 1.5 minutes in which to respond to the vote. Can you launch the vote? Preliminary vote number 1. You may now proceed with the vote on suspending the rules. It has now been 30 seconds, and we already have 124 votes. So this is going very quickly. So it's 132. Thank you. Thank you. We are now at 1 minute, and we now have 127 votes against 132 eligible voters. So I'm going to give it another 20 seconds and see if the remainder do enter their vote. All right, 10 seconds. And we will suspend voting. Listen to the results of your vote. 124 in favor of suspending the rules, 4 opposed, and 2/3 have been obtained, and you have adopted the emergency Zoom rules for this meeting. We now proceed to preliminary motion number 2. And the chair will recognize Elizabeth McLaughlin for that preliminary motion. Yes, could you raise your hand? It would help when we call on you, if you could raise your hand. Sometimes it makes it easier for Patrick Moreland to find where you are. There she is.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, preliminary motion number 2. I move that the following persons be authorized to remain in this Zoom meeting with the Select Board and town meeting members. Town Manager Peter Elwell, Town Attorney Robert Fisher, Assistant Town Manager Patrick Moreland, Executive Secretary Jan Anderson, and Executive Assistant Jessica Sickler.
Okay. Is there, let's clear the queue and request a second. Let's see, Orion Barber. Oh, he was right at the top. I'm sorry, let's clear the queue, and what I'm seeking is a second on a second preliminary motion as just read by Elizabeth McLaughlin. Okay, let's call on George Carville.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I second the motion.
Good, thank you, Mr. Carville. And we can see that you're now, your hand up tool is working. It has been moved and seconded that the following persons be authorized to remain in this Zoom meeting with the Select Board and the town meeting members. Town Manager Peter Elwell, Town Attorney Robert Fisher, Assistant Town Manager Patrick Moreland, Executive Secretary Jan Anderson, and Executive Secretary Jessica Stickler. Are you ready for that question? If so, the poll will be launched now. Check and see why Orion's hand is up. Orion's hand is up. Can you put it down? Right. Yeah, put it down. We now have 45 seconds in the voting process, and I'm finding that we have 126 votes cast. It is now 1 minute. It is looking to me like a minute may be doing it. That most people are able to cast their votes fairly quickly. We may be able to save some time in this meeting, which would be great. I'm going to allow just another 5 seconds. And we will end voting now. Listen to the results of your vote. Ayes 124 and the nays 2. And you have approved preliminary motion number 2. Chair would now recognize Daniel Quip for preliminary motion number 3.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Quip.
I move that the electronic media and the ASL interpreters be permitted to remain in this Zoom meeting.
Thank you. If we can clear the queue, and I'm going to ask, is there a second? Chair would recognize Catherine Turnus.
Here I am. Yes, I second the motion.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that the electronic media and the ASL interpreters be permitted to remain in this Zoom meeting. Are you ready for that vote? If you're ready for that question, all those in favor say aye, all those nay, and we will launch the poll now. Okay, it's now been a minute and we have 126 votes that have been registered. Almost the full complement of 132. We'll have 5 more seconds to register your vote. And the chair would ask Mr. Moreland to close the vote now. Listen to the results of your vote. 126 aye, 1 nay, and you have approved preliminary motion number 1. Now, excuse me, number 3, thank you. I have a couple of communications that need to be addressed. One, I would like to recognize Ruth Garbus. Her hand raise tool apparently, or she is not, she's having some problems with some people that cannot be seen. Okay, we're going to test it. Would Ruth Garbus please raise her hand? Okay, would you unmute Ruth Garbus?
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you.
Have you been having some difficulties with your hand raise or being recognized? Which?
Well, I noticed a pattern.
Okay.
You can see my hand now because it's yellow, but previously when we did the hand raise test,
right,
people who chose to have a white complexion hand were not seen. So my hand was not seen by you when it was in fact raised when we did the hand raise test. And then I changed the color back to yellow, which is a very simple thing to do. And I'm noticing that some people Ronnie Byrne and Jennifer Jacobs are two that I noticed are still using the white complexion hand. And I just want them to know, if you go into the Zoom menu, go into preferences, you can change the color of your hand back to yellow, and that problem may not happen anymore.
Okay, this is very useful and helpful, Ms. Garbus, and we will immediately allow people to do just that, because there was some folks, as you said, that I could not see the hand tool. Can you open it up for that purpose, Patrick, so that people can go in and change the color? Or can they do this on their own?
You can do it on our own.
You can this can be done without Patrick's intervention.
That's correct.
Super. Okay, that's great. So I would like to ask you again, Ms. Garbus, if you would you please describe to the entire body how you would go about correcting this potential problem?
Yes, I'll do it myself so I get it right. So on my computer, there's variations, but I'm going to go to the Zoom menu at the top of my screen. The drop-down menu says Preferences. And then I'm going to go to General. And at the bottom of the General menu, you'll see Reaction Skin Tone. And you can choose to change your reaction skin tone back to the yellow color.
Definitely would like everyone to do that, because I am unable to see white on white, which is what we have here. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
You're welcome.
Okay, I also have an inquiry with a technical problem from Mr. Dimes. And I suspect that may have been the same issue, because he says there are other people who are having voting problems. Chair would recognize Mr. Dimes. Let's see if we can hear Mr. Dimes. Can you raise your hand, Mr. Dimes? Let's just see if he can raise his hand. Yes, I can see his hand now, so let's send him a. Mr. Dimes, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. I received this inquiry from you that you were having a voting problem.
I hadn't, but I got a mail from someone else. If you consider recognition part of the voting, yeah, I think maybe you couldn't see my hand for a while.
Okay.
When I wanted to speak on one motion, and then we went to 3 other motions before I gave up.
Okay. Now, you had provided me, Mr. Dimes, with a motion that would be preliminary in nature. Do you wish to make that motion?
You mean about how you recognize people?
No, you sent a email where you suggested that there be a further suspension of the rules as a preliminary matter. Are you not pursuing that?
Oh, I'd love to pursue that. I thought it was illegitimate now, since you already voted on the rules, but we could suspend the rules again.
Yes,
go
absolutely.
ahead.
Absolutely. The rules are in place for the platform, the Zoom platform, and the rules for this meeting. But the chair would entertain a motion from you at this time, should you wish to make it.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that we suspend the rules to consider unmuting everyone, as that more clearly imitates the physical meeting.
Okay, we'll clear the queue for a moment. Is there a second to Mr. Dimes's motion? Out. Okay, the chair recognizes Ricky Rosati.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you wish to second the motion?
Can I second it, but also make an amendment?
No, no amendments to motions to suspend the rules. It's not debatable and it cannot be amended.
Okay, I second the motion.
Okay, thank you. It has been moved and seconded to further suspend the rules to unmute everyone. And since this is a motion to suspend the rules, it requires 2/3. It is not debatable. And I would ask Patrick Moreland. Yeah, we're gonna have to create a custom poll here for a moment. And basically what the poll, I've got one here for you. Give us just a moment, please. Okay. It does keep the record. Well, that's going to redo. Can we keep redoing it? Okay. Okay. All in favor of suspending the rules? Yeah. Yeah. No, you can say that. All in favor of suspending the rules to unmute everyone? Aye and nay. Okay, and unmute everyone. That looks good. Okay. Again, this requires 2/3 vote, and the question is, shall you vote to suspend the rules to unmute everyone for the course of the meeting? And we will launch that poll now. It's now been 30 seconds almost, and we already have 125, 126 registered votes. Thank you. One minute now. And I'm going to allow a little bit more time because I did see some votes come in after a minute on the last vote. Okay, 10 seconds. And we will close the poll. We have 134 eligible voters and 129 voted. on this question. It requires a 2/3 approval. Listen to the results of your vote. Ayes 16, nays 113. And you have defeated the motion. At this time, we would move to Article 1, to act on the auditor's report. Randy? Yeah, hold on 1 second. Chair recognizes Andy Starr.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay. Let's see. I move that the town auditor's report be accepted as printed in the annual town report and posted on the town website.
Clear the queue, please. Is there a second? Chair recognizes Zach McLaughlin.
Mr. Moderator, I second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the town auditor's report be accepted as printed in the annual report and posted on the town website. Are you ready for that question? If so, this is Article 1. If so, all those in favor, mark your ballot aye. Those opposed, mark your ballot nay, and we will launch the poll now. We have 30 seconds and we have 120 votes already registered. One minute. The chair will allow another 15 seconds because people are getting their votes in very quickly. And we will close the voting. Listen to the results of your vote. 122 aye, 2 nay, and you have approved the auditor's report in Article 1. Article 2, to see if the town will authorize its select board to employ a certified public accountant or public accountants. The chair recognizes Mr. Wessel.
Good morning, Mr. Moderator, and good morning, everyone. I move that the town authorize its select board to employ a certified public accountant or public accountants.
Clear the queue, please. Is there a second? Emmanuel Keppel.
I would like to second the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Keppel. It has been moved and seconded that the town authorize its select board to employ a certified public accountant or public accountants. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please mark your ballot and we will launch Article 2 voting now. Please mark your ballot aye to authorize the select board to employ a certified public accountant or public accountants, and no if you choose to not have the select board employ a certified public accountant or public accountants. "30 seconds. Again, voting is going very quickly. We have 1 minute now. I'm going to allow, yes, I'm going to allow a little bit more time. To see if it doesn't result in any additional votes here. And we will close the poll now. Listen to the results of your voting. 123 aye, 2 nay. The ayes have it, and you have approved Article 2. And the chair would recognize Ricky Rosati for privileged motion or privileged question.
Hello,
Aye.
I wish I had raised my hand a second earlier before the article was moved to be voted on, because I just have a question about if the select board was not enabled by the representatives to hire the accountant, then who else would? Would that have been done by people in the Human Resources Department?
I believe it still would have had to have been the select board. They are charged with the responsibility of, under the charter, there's a specific charter provision relative to this. And so they would have had to have been the ones to hire the certified public accountant in accordance with the charter. Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Article C. 3, sorry, it's not even late yet. To see if the town will ratify, approve, and confirm the select board's appointment of a town clerk for a term of 1 year. Chair recognizes Mr. Goodnow.
I move that the appointment of Hillary Francis as town clerk for a term of 1 year until the 2022 representative town meeting be ratified, approved, and confirmed.
Is there a second? Chair would recognize Gary Stroud.
I so move that we recognize, approve, and confirm the select board's appointment.
So you do
for a town clerk.
You do second that motion. Is that correct, Mr.
That's
Stroud?
correct. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the appointment of Hillary Francis as town clerk for a term of 1 year until 2022 representative town meeting be ratified, approved, and confirmed. Are you ready for that question? If so, we will launch the poll. All those in favor of confirming and approving the appointment of Hillary Francis as town clerk, please indicate by marking aye. Those opposed, nay, and we will launch the poll now. It's now 27 seconds and we already have 125 votes recorded. You're doing a great job. Hundred and 28 votes now recorded. It's 55 seconds. Chair will allow another 15 seconds. And we will close the polling. Listen to the results of your vote. 127 aye, 1 nay, and you have approved the appointment of town clerk Hillary Francis. Article 3, to see if the town will ratify, approve, and confirm the select board's appointment of an interim town treasurer for a term of 1 year. Chair recognizes Elizabeth McLaughlin.
I move that the appointment of Deborah DeRocher as interim town treasurer for a term up to 1 year be ratified, approved, and confirmed.
Can we clear the queue, please? And the chair would be looking for a second and would recognize Denise Glover.
I second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the appointment of Deborah DeRocha as interim town treasurer for a term of 1 year until the 2022 representative town meeting be ratified, approved, and confirmed. Are you ready for that question? Oh, there is a hand up, Rick Morton. Chair recognizes Rick Morton. Oh, okay, the hand went down, so I will assume that that was just a leftover hand. Oh, another hand went up. Orion Barber. Is there a question? Chair will recognize Orion Barber. Orion, do you have any question?
No, I want to second the motion.
Okay, thank you. We do already have a second, but thank you very much. So it has been moved and seconded to confirm that the appointment of Deborah DeRocha as interim town treasurer for a term of 1 year until the 2022 representative town meeting be ratified, approved, and confirmed. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, mark your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay, and we will launch the ballot now. We have 30 seconds now with 124 votes already registered, 125. I'm thinking that we can reduce the time to 1 minute. We have 126 votes, and it's been 1:10. So we will end the voting now. Listen to the results of your vote. 125 aye, 1 nay, and you have approved Article 4. Before going to Article 5, I see 2 hands up. Let me start with Ricky Rosati.
I am curious if in the polls there could be a third abstaining option so that you can see that people have voted without, for people who want to abstain, if they want to now, they can only not vote until the timeline elapses. And so you may think that like people aren't participating and extending the total time it takes to vote. Does that make sense?
It does, and it doesn't. I realize that this is an emergency system. Roberts does not generally recognize the abstention feature. Roberts generally says that if you don't vote, you don't vote. And so there's no such thing as an abstention. Likewise, our tradition in live town meeting is always to just vote aye or nay. We've never had an option, to my recollection, for abstention. Furthermore, I do think that I'm quite certain it creates a problem from a technological standpoint. So I hear you, because it would be nice to know why there are a couple of members that are not voting. Because we're missing maybe 4 or 5 votes, 2 or 3 votes per vote. And maybe what I'll do is allow a little bit more time on the next one just to test it. But thank you for the suggestion. Daniel Quip.
I was just letting Patrick know where I am for the next
motion. You're ahead of us. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we'll stay right on then. Article 5, to see if the town will ratify, approve, and confirm the select board's appointment of a town attorney for a term of 1 year. And the chair now officially recognizes Mr. Quip.
Thank you. I move that the appointment of the firm of Fisher & Fisher Law Offices, PC, as town attorney for a term of 1 year until the 2022 representative town meeting be ratified, approved, and confirmed.
And could we clear the queue, please? Is there a second? Rick Morton. Chair recognizes Mr. Morton.
Thank you. I second the motion to approve this article.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. It has been moved in a seconded to that the appointment of the firm of Fisher & Fisher Law Office PC as town attorney for a term of 1 year until the 2022 representative town meeting be ratified, approved, and confirmed. Are you ready for that question? Ricky Rosati.
I would appreciate not being muted until I end my statements by saying I yield my time, because I had a follow-up question to my previous one, which was if you could please explain the technical issue you said that creating an abstention option in the polls would create. I yield my time.
Well, thank you. Thank you, and I apologize for us not hearing your second part of that question. We've already crafted the votes, typed them out, and typed them out with a yes or no option. So what it would require is Patrick would need to go back and modify all of these. Is it possible? Yes, but once again, I must say that Roberts does not approve of abstentions and considers it a nullity. If you're not going to vote, that constitutes an abstention. And again, in keeping with tradition, we never do it. So I think when you take all of that into consideration, the answer is we won't do it. So further questions? Let's see. Catherine Turnus.
I guess Patrick is in control. I guess I have to do it every time I come on. I guess this has always been, I mean, I understand why we can't do it because of the technical problems with the way we have to Zoom right now, but that's always been a thorn in my side about when we have our open meetings, that we can abstain. And maybe that's something we can look at when we go back to open meetings again.
I will look into it to a greater extent. I don't have time to grab my
I know.
Roberts, but generally I can tell you that if you look in Roberts, they do not recommend asking for an abstention. That just the act of not voting constitutes an abstention. And so that's the reason why, if I look at Roberts, and again, I have to rely on our longstanding tradition. However, now that you and Ricky Rosati have brought it up, I definitely will take a look at it before our next go around.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Ricky Rosati's hand is up.
Thank you. So my follow-up question to that is about how we have to have at least 70 plus people to have a quorum, but if say 70 people wanted to abstain from a vote option, but then like 5 people vote in favor or like 3 people vote in favor and 2 people vote against it, does that still validate that that article that we are voting on?
Yes.
If only like 5 people actually participate in it and don't abstain.
Well, we need the quorum, by the way, is 75. So we need 75 voters to conduct the meeting. But then what our charter says is that as long as we have a quorum, we can conduct any business with a majority of the quorum voting in favor of the article. So I could conceive of, for example, if we have a quorum of 75 and only 80 people in the room and only 80 people, so we have a quorum, and only getting 41 votes in favor of an article, according to our charter, that is sufficient. I hope that answers your question.
So you're saying as long as 40 people participate in the yes or no, then that article is valid. So
you must have a majority vote of the quorum in order to approve an article. That's the simplest way I can say it. Okay?
I think I understand. Thank you.
Okay. Got another question from Andy Davis.
Hi, this is Andy Davis in District 3. One possible solution, and I don't know if it's possible on Zoom, but Zoom shows percentages of votes and it doesn't show numbers. But when we're in person, we always can say 80 people, 30 people. The percentage, that's actually more in keeping with town meeting to give the numbers instead of percentages, because then that sort of acknowledges whether a large group or a considerable group did not participate in the vote. So I would simply, if it's easy to change that from percentages to actual numbers, that's a possible solution for the future or now. But I just want to say that's one thing that is a little odd, because at town meeting in person, you never give, in the past, in all my years at town meeting, percentages of the vote. It's always numbers of yays, numbers of nays. And that's all I have to say. It's just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Rounds. Point of order, Mr. Rounds.
All right, Lauren. It states that abstentions do not count in tallying the vote, negatively or positively. When members abstains, they are in effect attending only to contribute to the quorum. That's what Robert Rules states.
Right. So if we have 41 votes in favor, then the matter still is adopted, even if the rest all abstain. Okay.
Correct.
I think we're saying the same thing, Paul. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
That's what comes directly from Robert's Rules.
Right. Thank you. Dick DeGray. Again, the question is on Article 5 to see if the town will ratify, approve, and confirm the select board's appointment of the town attorney for a term of 1 year. But the chair recognizes Mr. DeGray.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. One of the things I'd like to remind everybody is that in normal circumstances, we go by voice, and it's the moderator's discretion unless there is a division. And upon the division, the count is taken, and then the town moderator announces the vote count. Not in my recollection does the moderator take a guess and say, there was 80 people, I think, that voted for this and 40 that didn't. So a lot of this is just an anomaly for last year and this year, that we don't do any of those things. And so we should be clear about that and understand that, a lot of these votes that we take, it's voice and the moderator's discretion. So that's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So the question is, shall the appointment of the firm of Fisher & Fisher Law Office PC as town attorney for a term of 1 year until the 2022 representative town meeting be ratified, approved, and confirmed? Are you ready for that question? If so, us 5. If so, all those in favor, mark your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay, and we will launch the poll now. It's now been 30 seconds and we have 121 votes registered. 1 minute. And the chair is going to allow a little bit more time to see if it results in any additional votes. We are at 1:24. $125. It has now been over 1.5 minutes, and we will close the poll. Listen to your results of your vote. 119 in favor, 6 opposed, and you have approved Article 5. Article 6, to elect 2 representatives to the Capital Grant Review Board for a term of 1 year. Members to be nominated from the floor. And so what we're going to do is ask for nominations first. The Capital Grant Review Board, the 2 members are currently Lissa Weinman and Gary Stroud. And the Capital Grant Review Board is established to study and evaluate all requests made on behalf of the town or its boards for grants and loans for capital expenditures. The chair will now entertain nominations before the chair recognizes Ms. Starr for the actual vote on this article. Are there and by the way, you can nominate yourself. Are there nominations for the Capital Grant Review Board? Raise your hand. Well, we're getting a lot of people raising their hand for this one. There's no nominations out there today. If you do not, I would ask Lissa Weinman if she's interested, or perhaps if Gary Stroud is. Okay, so we have a couple of names going up. Ricky Rosati. Chair recognizes Ricky Rosati.
Since no one else was immediately interested in nominating anyone, I would nominate myself.
Okay. Thank you. The chair would recognize Gary Stroud.
I would recognize and nominate myself.
Okay. Thank you. And let's see, the chair would recognize Lissa Weinman.
I would recognize and nominate myself again.
Okay, thank you. So now we have 3 nominees, and then we have Zach McLaughlin.
Mr. Moderator, I think it's a point of order.
Sure.
Early on, Brandy Starr had her hand raised, I would assume, to make some nominations, and it seems like you might not be able to see that.
Oh, I can see it.
So that was up from the beginning. I just wanted to say that, you know.
I think that's well taken. I should recognize her. I think it may be up because she's designated to make this motion, but
I think so.
Oh, her name went down. Thank you. Ronnie Byrne. Chair recognizes Ronnie Byrne. Do you have a nomination?
I don't know where I am here.
There you go. We can see you and we can hear you.
Hi, I would like to offer myself as a nomination, as a nominee for the Capital Grants Review Board. Thank you.
Are there further nominees? I'm going to give you 5 more seconds to propose any additional nominees. Hearing none, unless there's an objection, the chair will, Jacqueline Stromberg. No, can't hear you.
Now, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
I nominate myself to the Grant Review Board.
Okay, thank you. Got a lot of good volunteers stepping up. Further nominations to serve as a representative to the Capital Grant Review Board for a term of 1 year. I'm going to give you 5 more seconds. Otherwise, the chair will close nominations. Seeing none, and unless there's objection, the chair will now close nominations. So we will vote now on the 5 nominees. And the 5, we're going to need to give Patrick a minute to put the names of the nominees down on the poll. Yeah. No, we need to poll first. Okay. Randy's motion comes second. This needs to be, yes, vote for only 2. This one, we can only vote for 2, and it will be the highest 2 vote getters. So you will only be able to vote for 2. The first nominee is Ricky Rosati. And you should set it up where people can say aye.
You want me to write aye?
No. Is there, they will be able to choose one? That's a single choice. Oh, no, multiple choice. Yeah, okay. Okay. Gary Stroud, yes. Second nominee is Gary Stroud. Third nominee is Lissa Weinman. Fourth nominee is Ronnie Byrne. And the 5th nominee is Jacqueline Stromberg. That's it. Okay, I think we're ready for the vote. Again, please vote for 2. And the 2 with the highest number of votes will be the nominees. So the highest number of vote getters, we are ready to launch the poll. You all set? Ready to launch the poll now. I'm going to allow you a little bit more time on this so you can look at it. It's a little more complicated. Vote for no more than 2. This is going very well. Yeah, it's great. This is going very well. We have 121 votes already, and we're not even into a minute yet. Can I talk to somebody? No, we can find out. I'm not going to do that. Oh, wait, I don't think that's good, Dirk. I don't think there should be something. Okay, one thing at a time. All right, it's a minute and a half now, and we have recorded 127 votes. I'm going to give it another 10 seconds. And we'll end the polling now. Listen to the results of your vote. Ricky Rosati, 8. Gary Stroud, 70. Lissa Weinman, 87. Ronnie Byrne, 52. And Jacqueline Stromberg, 29. And you have nominated Lissa Weinman and Gary Stroud. So with that nomination in place, the chair would now call upon Brandy Starr.
Good morning again.
Hi, good morning.
Okay. I move to elect 2 representatives to the Capital Grant Review Board for a term of 1 year. Do I mention names now, Lauren?
Yeah, what I'd like you to do is move down and just say the following people be appointed.
Oh, I see. Yes, thank you. Okay.
And then I'd like you to put in, if you would, Lissa Weinman and Gary Stroud.
Okay, sounds good. I move that the following people be appointed to serve on the Capital Grant Review Board for a term of 1 year until the 2022 representative town meeting. Gary Stroud and Lissa Weinman.
Okay, and the chair needs to clear the queue for a moment to get a second, and then I'm going to come back to Marilyn Trillo. Is there a second? Chair recognizes George Carvel.
I second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the following people be appointed to serve on the Capital Grant Review Board for a term of 1 year until 2022 representative town meeting. Lissa Weinman and Gary Stroud. Before I go further, however, Marilyn Trillo has had her hand up and I wish to recognize her.
Yes, hi. I noticed that with that vote, you were able to select more than 2. Would that disqualify the vote if more than 2 were voted for? Is there a way of restricting it so you cannot vote for more than 2?
Well, we still selected. I mean, that is a feature that is unfortunately a downside of this polling feature. But I have to rely upon the integrity of the representatives that they only voted for 2 and that we therefore take the 2 highest vote getters. We have no choice today because we're limited by the technology, but that's a good question, Mrs. Terrell. Hopefully everyone just voted for 2. Thank you. So the question is on the appointment of Lissa Weinman and Gary Straw to the Capital Grant Review Board. Are you ready for that question? Oh, hold on one second. We're on Article 6. It won't let you go back? No. It won't let you go back, huh? Right. We've just got a technological glitch here that Mr. Moreland is hammering out on the fly. So if everyone could just give us a second to work this out. WEI. Yes, that works. That works. Okay. Can you save it? Yes, I know. No choice. We just, there's no way of deleting these that we've already done. Is that correct?
Clerk has ended, right?
Yeah.
So one thing I don't know how well it works. Green, yellow, yeah. Now I don't think I would do that. Good. So can we, I'm gonna heat up one of the later polls.
Okay.
Again.
Okay. We'll figure it out. Right.
Can we agree? The body of the nominations. That way we can read one.
Why can't we use just a simple? This one we could use over. We can say. Perfect. Is that okay?
Yeah. Well.
Okay. Yeah, I've got a couple of, right. Okay, we're almost there, folks, but but we have a couple of points of order and a couple of questions. So before we launch the poll, the chair would recognize Bethany Ranquist.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. I just had a thought I wanted to share for the previous speaker that asked a question. As far as not voting for more than 2 people, I'm just wondering, in case that comes up again, or just for peace of mind for folks, we have a specific number of people who are eligible to vote. So wouldn't we be able to count the number of people the number of votes that were cast? And as long as that did not go above 2 votes per person that is here to vote, then we would know that they only voted for 2, as long as it was within that, like 2 votes per person. I don't know what the exact number, because it keeps wavering, but 135 or so. So double that would be only 2 votes per person, correct?
Yes, and I think that is a good test. I also think that we should look at the fact that there was actually 25 votes, 18 votes between the second vote getter and the third vote getter.
Right.
Generally, what we're doing here is we're relying upon the integrity of the people who are representative town meeting members. But I can tell you that I did calculate the total following along with what Ms. Rehnquist has suggested. The total number of votes cast were 246. If you divide that by 2, that's 123. And that is consistent with what we have been having in voting on recent questions. So it confirms that everyone stuck to the 2 votes on this. And so I appreciate you bringing it up, Bethany.
Thank you. I just wanted to maybe give that as peace of mind for those that were worried about it,
Right.
that is one way that I figured you probably had done, but I just wanted those that were concerned to know that that there was at least that way to track it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Chair would recognize Richard Rash.
Hi, Richard Reyes, District 1. I was just going to ask, if we have technical difficulties, if we could just maybe give everyone a break for like 5 minutes if that happens again.
That's a great idea.
Okay.
Great
Yeah.
idea. I think that makes a lot of sense, because they did take a couple minutes, and we may during the course, and we always like to take a break within the next 30 minutes anyway, but good suggestion. I will keep that in mind. Further comments. There are 2 callers on the line. They haven't, let's see, if there's any caller that wishes to be heard, raise your hand with *9, but if you don't need to be heard right now, don't hit *9. Where we are at the present moment is on the Starr motion, Randy Starr motion on Article 6. Shall the following people be appointed to serve on the Capital Grant Review Board for a term of 1 year until 2022 representative town meeting? Lissa Weinman and Gary Stroud. Are you ready for that vote? If so, we're going to launch a generic question. All in favor of the pending motion, aye. All in opposed, nay. We will launch the poll now. This is to approve the two nominees, Lissa Weinman and Gary Stroud, to the Capital Grant Review Board for a term of 1 year until 2022. And we'll give you 60 seconds to vote. Yeah. Then there's our solution, and there's a couple more we can put in here. Okay, we've got 1:10, and so at this point we will suspend the poll, and we had 122 votes, 121 votes, sorry, 115 aye, 6 nay, and you have approved the appointment of Lissa Weinman and Gary Stroud to the Capital Grant Review Board and concluded Article 6. Now we turn to Article 7 to see if the town will elect members to the Town Finance Committee for a term of 1 year. Members to be nominated from the floor. Now, there is no limit to the number of members to this committee. And traditionally, the moderator has always called on the chairperson of the Finance Committee for the purpose of making nominations and then opening it up to the floor. So with that, and for the purpose of making nominations to the Town Finance Committee, the chair recognizes Oscar Heller, chairman of the Finance Committee.
Hey, thank you. How's everybody doing?
Good,
Yes,
I like your background there.
Thank you. Yeah, I have 6 nominations to make. Paula Melton, Mary White, Alex Fisher.
Go slow, please,
Slower?
Russ.
Sorry.
I need you to go slow because we need to get these down. So let's see. Alex, who is the first one?
Paula Melton.
Paula Melton. Mary White. Next one.
Alex Fisher.
Alex Fisher. Number 4.
Millicent Cooley.
All right, we have Millicent Cooley, number 5.
Oscar Heller.
Oscar Heller. And number 6.
David Levenbach.
David Levenbach. So just to confirm, Mr. Heller, it's Paula Melton, Mary White, Alex Fisher, Millicent Cooley, Oscar Heller, and David Levenbach. Is that correct?
Yep, that's it.
Thank you. Are there further nominees? The chair would recognize Ricky Rosati.
Hi, I
was hesitant to nominate myself as much for the capital grant committee because I really wanted to be on the finance committee. So I would like to nominate myself to be on the finance committee. Thank you.
Okay, Ricky Rosati is nominated. Further nominations for, let's see, Anne Louise Wagner.
Hello,
Hi.
this is Anne Louise. I'm from District 3, and I would like to nominate Lisa Ray, who goes by Ray, for the Finance Committee.
Lisa Ray. And that's R-A-E, correct? Oh, that's all right. I've got her. R-A, Lisa Ray, R-A-E. Further nominations, Gary Stroud.
I'd like to nominate Lisa Ray as well for the committee.
Okay, that's fine. Lisa Ray's already been nominated, but that's great because anyone else, please? Let's see, George Carble. These are nominations.
Point of information, Mr. Roderick. I'm sorry. I don't know how many people were voting for, so I'm not sure how many get nominated. I thought I heard you say that there was not a restriction on the number of people on the Finance Committee.
That is correct.
So how do we decide how many people were voting for and thus how many people were nominating?
That is going to be up to you as a body, how many people you nominate. Each nominee must receive at least a majority vote. So what basically would happen is anyone receiving a majority vote, therefore would qualify as a nominated member of the committee and would be included in the final vote. Does that make sense? Doesn't. I don't have any further guidance.
How many? How many?
There's no limit. There's no limit. There's what basically the charter says on this issue is the representative town meeting shall establish a finance committee for the general purpose of reviewing proposed and actual expenditures by the town school district, and such other districts which affect the taxpayers of the town of Brattleboro. A review will include making recommendations to representative town meeting and the voters. That's what they do. Now, what it says is that the representative town meeting shall fix and from time to time may alter the number of members, the manner of their selection, their term of office, their compensation, if any, and other duties and functions. There are none, to my knowledge. There are no limitations on the number, or for that matter, the method of selection. The term of office has always been traditionally 1 year until the next succeeding meeting. But other than that, there's no limit. I hope that answers your question. I think I might go back to George Heller since he's the chairman, has got his hand up. Yes.
Yeah, at the risk of prolonging things, is there an option to vote person by person instead of by slate?
We could. It will take longer, but we could, right?
Okay. And when you say majority of votes cast, we're still in the area where abstentions, where it would just be a majority of the minimum quorum, right?
That's correct.
So anyone who gets 30 something votes would be appointed if we did it as a slate?
Well,
30 something votes and had more yeses than nos.
Something votes doesn't get a majority of the quorum, because the quorum is 75.
Right.
And in this particular case, right now, we have, what I'm saying is 100, let's say we have 130. We have 130 total voters right now. You must get 100, you must get 50% of those who are voting, okay? So if 120 vote, 10 essentially abstain, then you need 60 to get a majority. Does that make sense?
I see. Okay.
Okay. Now, let me get back to the question about can we vote on these separately? Okay, we can do one at a time, yes, no's, and if that is what you are, as chairman, requesting, we can certainly do that. And in fact, I'm hearing from Mr. Moreland that that might be the better approach in any event.
Yeah, I think if there's a motion I can make in that direction, or however it.
Well, I think we will do it one at a time because of the technical issues. That's the way it's going to be done.
Okay,
We've got more than one at a time, and then we make sure that everyone has a majority vote.
Okay.
Now, okay, let's see who else we've got. All right, so Oscar just talked. Chair would recognize Ricky Rosati.
Could you explain more about what the benefits and cons are of doing this poll individually compared to the slates we've been doing?
What we can do is we can better keep track of the votes so that there's no question that we only have one vote per candidate, instead of somebody trying to vote for a candidate more than once. So I think that does make sense. So nobody could try. We're not, to be honest with you, I'm not that confident in the technology. And I know that if we vote on each separately, we will get an accurate vote based upon our total membership. And so that's why we're doing it. And in addition, I think that Mr. Moreland is having a little bit of technology issue here on this nomination issue. So it's probably going to wind up being easier in the long run, even though it may take us a little bit longer.
Are those benefits and negatives specific to just this article with the Finance Committee, or would the same strategy be applied to appointing any other, making any other appointments?
I think we'd use the same strategy for any other appointments as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Carville.
I move nominations be closed.
It's been moved to close nominations. Is there a second? Dr. Tortolani.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll second that motion.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to close nominations. All in favor of closing nominations, please signify by marking your ballot aye. We're going to launch a ballot just for, this is just aye, all in favor of the pending. So, okay. Please disregard the fact that this is going to say Article 22 on the top. But the question is, on whether or not we close nominations. All in favor of closing nominations signify by saying aye. Those opposed to closing nominations, nay. I'm going to allow a shorter time on this one. We already have 114 votes. And after 40 seconds, we have 121 votes. We'll close this poll in 5 seconds. And we'll end the poll now. Now listen to the results of your vote on closing nominations. 119 to close nominations, 4 opposed, and nominations for the position on the Finance Committee are now closed. So we will now go to the vote on each of the nominations. And we unfortunately are going to have to do these separately. And what we're going to do is all those in favor of, and we'll put the first person, we'll launch that poll, and then we'll do the second. Okay.
All those in
Favor.
And we have all those in favor, and you say the name? Or do you name-
Can you do another one? All those in favor of the following nominee, and then just put the name in there?
I could do that.
Okay. And once, for those of you who've been sitting through this diligently, the chair intends to take a break after this article. All in favor of the following nominees, or the following nominee? And in this one, and in this one, you would put Paula Melton. That's it. We're going to.
No. So if I write
Yes. Oh, well, then we need to do it down below then. Yes.
you know what I mean? So I think what we're going to do, can we vote on them?
Well, no, because the problem is to protect integrity.
Can we not put their name in here? And so all in favor of the nominee?
Yes, yeah, okay. And then I will make it clear who the nominee is. Again, this is part of our technological hiccups, but here's what we're going to do. Again, we're having a little bit of trouble with the polling feature. What we're going to do is vote on everyone individually, and it's going to be a generic question, yes or no, so that we can protect the integrity of the vote. But it's the vote is, you'll see it in a minute, it will say all in favor of the nominee, and I will announce who the nominee is that you're voting for. Okay. All in favor of the following nominee, Paula Melton, please vote aye now. I'm going to allow I think we can do these fairly quickly. I'm going to allow just 1 minute. "38 seconds. And we're going to close the voting on Paula Melton. Listen to the results of your vote. 118 in favor, 4 opposed. The next poll, we're going to relaunch this poll. And now this poll will be all in favor of Mary White. Are you ready for that poll? Here it comes. All in favor of Mary White. And I'm going to allow also 60 seconds. Forty seconds, and we have 115 votes already. And we will end the polling and listen to the results of your vote. 117 for Mary White, 4 opposed. The next is Alex Fisher, and we're going to relaunch the poll, and we would ask that you vote on the nomination of Alex Fisher now. Thirty seconds, and we have 119 ballots already voted. And we now have 5 seconds to a minute. Listen to the results of your vote. With regard to Alex Fisher, we're going to end the poll. 116 aye, 7 nay, and we've now launched the poll. We're going to relaunch the poll this time. All in favor of Millicent Cooley to serve on the Finance Committee. Please mark your ballot, and I'm going to allow again 60 seconds. Thirty seconds have expired, and we already have 117 votes cast. We are approaching 1 minute on the question of nominating Millicent Cooley. And I will close the poll and listen to the results of your vote. 112 for, 9 opposed. And we will now return to the vote on Oscar Heller. All in favor of the following nominee, which is Oscar Heller. I will launch the poll now. This is on Oscar Heller. 30 seconds have expired. Ten seconds and we'll close the poll. Poll is closed. Listen to the results of your vote on Oscar Heller, 119 yes, 9 no. We will now relaunch the poll for David Levenbach. And again, you will be voting on the following nominee, David Levenbach. The poll is launched. Thirty seconds and we have 108 ballots cast already. And we now have 5 seconds to conclude the voting. We'll end the polling now. Listen to the results for David Levenbach, 104 aye and 11 nay. The next ballot will be all in favor of the following nominee, Ricky Rosati. Are you ready for that? I'm going to launch that poll. This is on Ricky Rosati. Those in favor, aye. Those opposed, nay. Continue. Moving on 30 seconds, and we have 120 votes registered. And now we are at 1 minute, so 5 seconds remaining. And we will end the poll. Listen to the results of your vote. Aye, 23, and nay, 99. And the last nominee that we're going to launch is Lisa Ray. So all in favor of the following nominee, Lisa Ray. You are voting on Lisa Ray, and we will launch the vote now. We're at 30 seconds and we have registered 118 votes. 10 seconds to conclude the vote on Lisa Ray. And we will end the polling. Listen to the results of your voting on Lisa Ray. 99 in favor and 23 opposed. So you must have received at least a majority in order to be nominated. So the following have been nominated: Paula Melton, Mary White, Alex Fisher, Millicent Cooley, Oscar Heller, David Levenbach, and Lisa Ray. The chair would now recognize Tim Wessel. Oh, sorry. I'll go back.
Sorry about that. A little late getting to the computer.
Did you get the names, Tim?
Yes.
Okay.
I cannot guarantee that it'll be in alphabetical order, but I do have the names. Just stand by. I move that the following people be appointed to serve on the Town Finance Committee for a term of 1 year until the 2022 Representative Town Meeting. Alex Fisher, Paula Melton, Mary White, Millicent Cooley, Oscar Heller, David Levenbach, and Lisa Ray. And to further authorize the moderator to make additional interim appointments to the Town Finance Committee for a term to expire at the next annual Representative Town Meeting.
Okay, let's clear the queue for a moment. Catherine Turnus had her hand up.
I guess Patrick doesn't control my thing. It looks like I have to do it myself. Yeah, I second the motion.
Thank you.
Is that it, what you were looking for? Also,
Yes.
Can I just say thank you to that finance committee's job? I have worked in corporate business for I can't tell you how long. That was, Oscar, one of the most wonderful pieces of paper you put together. It was, I hope every single rep here has read that because it was amazing. Thank you so much.
Here, here. Thank you for that, Ms. Turnus. Everyone should have read that report. It was very thorough. Okay, so the question is, yes, let me read it. Yeah, that's fine. The question is, shall the following people be appointed to serve on the Representative Town Meeting Finance Committee for a term of 1 year until 2022 Representative Town Meeting? Paula Melton, Mary White, Alex Fisher, Millicent Cooley, Oscar Heller, David Levenbach, Lisa Ray, and to further authorize the moderator to make additional interim appointments to the Finance Committee for a term to expire at the next annual Representative Town Meeting. And the chair recognizes Marshall Wheelock.
Thank you. I was going to ask, I thought when the motion was read that it said that the select board be empowered to name people if there are openings. I guess I got my question answered when you read it again.
Okay.
It said the moderator.
It would be the moderator, and that's what's been traditional, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Sorry for the bother.
That's okay. Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor of the pending motion to appoint the Finance Committee for the next year, please vote aye. All opposed, vote nay. And we will launch the poll, which will simply say, all in favor of the pending motion. Yeah, I should do that. So again,
Take a
we're
break.
going to
We
take a
can
break.
put together some-
We're going to take a break. We're going to take a break. One minute has now expired and we have registered 123 votes. I'll give it 10 more seconds. And we will close the voting on. Yes, close the voting. Listen to the results of your vote. 124 in favor of the motion, 2 opposed, and you have concluded article number 7. Now, at this point, the chair wants to take a brief 15-minute break. We've had also a question about when we might do lunch today. We'll come back at 20 minutes after 11. That'll give everyone a 15-minute break now. My thinking is, let's see how we go this afternoon, but to break at 1 for lunch, unless there is objection to that. I have 1 or 2 other things that I have to address during the recess, but let's see, Sylvia Lyon has her hand up. Let's recognize her. Hi, Sylvia.
Lauren, just a quick one. I would also like to thank the Finance Committee. They did an excellent job this year, and it really helped me to understand what was going on in the budget. So thank you to all of you that were on the committee this year.
Well taken, thank you. I also will address an inquiry by Mr. Dimes. Why can't the nominees speak? And the answer is that the queue is up, and if a nominee wishes to speak, they just have to raise their hand. I would permit a nominee to speak should they wish to. And so the next round, we will have one. I will make a point of that, Mr. Dimes, when we get back from recess. So 15-minute recess until 11:25. And we'll see you then. Don't log out, anyone. Everyone stay logged in. Thank you. Okay, we will reconvene at this point after a brief break. And just to reiterate, Tom Franks has asked what time we plan on having lunch. Again, I think we'll try to find a good stopping place around 1. But the thinking is that maybe because most of you are at home and therefore have access to the refrigerator, that we could reduce the lunch break from 60 minutes down to 30 minutes. Start thinking about that, because I think most people that are here, Patrick, myself, and Jan, and Hillary, would be inclined to do 30 minutes in the interest of moving this along. It is a beautiful day out there. So think about that when we get closer to lunch. Also, again, this next article is 8, and I will make a point of asking any nominees if they choose to, would like to say anything, they're welcome to do so by raising their hands. And so let's open the meeting back up with Article 8 to see if town will elect members to the Human Services Review Board for a term of 1 year. Members to be nominated from the floor. The Human Services Review Board co-chairs. Let's see, David, I think out of respect to the members of the committee, I would like to call upon someone from that committee to make nominations, either David Minor or I see John Kennedy has his hand up. All right, John Kennedy is on that committee.
Hey, Lauren, can you hear me?
I can. Are you speaking on behalf of the committee or for yourself at this point?
I'm speaking on behalf of myself, John Kennedy, District 1.
Okay.
I would like to nominate the existing 6 members who've all indicated that they are willing to serve for another year.
And that would be who? Can you give me their names?
I can. I would like to nominate Ann Felder, David Minor, Gary Stroud, Ain Thompson, Kip Tewksbury, and myself, John Kennedy.
Okay. Thank you. Then just to give them back to you, the nominees are David Minor, Ann Fielder, Kipton Tewksbury, John Kennedy, Ain Thompson, and Gary Stroud. Do I have that right, John? Okay, so all right, that's all right. Now let's open it up for additional nominees and also to hear from any nominees should they wish to be heard on their nomination. And the chair would recognize Deb Burns. You're not coming through to us. We're not hearing you. You need to unmute. There you go.
There we go. Sorry,
All right,
everybody.
sorry.
I'm Deb Burns with District 3. I would like to nominate myself for the Human Services Review Committee. And thank you all very much.
Thank you. And Chair would recognize Ricky Rosati.
Hello, I would like to nominate myself, and rather than talk about why I think that I would be a positive contribution, I would rather invite people to generously tell me why they think that I would not be. I yield my time.
Very, very well, thank you. Chair would Gwendolyn Yandow.
Can you see me, hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Hi, this is Gwen Yanda. I'm new representative District 1. I was just wondering if somebody could explain a little bit what the responsibility of the Human Service Committee is before I nominate myself.
Sure. It's a committee that has been appointed by town meeting to review human services funding requests, and it recommends appropriations to be voted on the town budget at annual town meeting, just limited to human services. So it is a committee of town meeting that was created some years back, and that's essentially what their function is.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to nominate yourself?
Sure, I'll nominate myself to the human.
And it's Gwen Yandel, right?
It's Gwynn.
Gwen.
Gwynn, Gwynn. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwen. Okay, further nominations. Ruben Garza.
Hello, Lauren. I would like to nominate myself, Ruben R. Garza, from District 3 for the Human Services Review Committee.
Thank you. Further nominations to Human Services Review Committee, Ronnie Byrne.
Jeez Louise.
There you go. We see you.
Oh, hello.
We see you and hear you.
Okay. I would like to submit my name as a nominee for the Human Services Committee. I have previously served on similar committees in other towns that I've lived in. I believe I have experience and can bring some insights to the table. And I want to say, I think one of the proudest moments of my life as a representative town meeting member was the year that we all voted to provide school lunches to every kid in this town. I am continually awed by the generosity and compassion of the people in this town. And I think that we can do a lot of good with that, with the dollars that we have available. So I hope that you guys will consider me for the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further nominees who would like to be heard briefly? Dr. Tortolani.
Sorry, thank you. Just a point of information, Mr. Moderator. I'm unclear what the rules are about the number of people on this committee. I think there are 6 right now, and we have 5 additional nominees. Can the committee be as large as 11, or is there a limit?
There's no limit. There's no limit, Dr. Tortolani, contained within the information that is known to the moderator when this committee was originally voted and conceived by town meeting. So no, there is no limit. Once
Okay,
again,
so thank
it
you.
must be a majority. Further nominations or further statements by nominees, the chair would entertain. Seeing none, unless there is objection, the chair will close nominations in 5 seconds. No objections, nominations are closed. So what we will do is we'll have to vote on these. We'll use the same format. We've got it up ready to go, and we'll go through the list. All in favor of the following nominee. And I will start with David Minor. All in favor of David Minor, please signify by marking your ballot. All opposed, nay. 30 seconds, and we have 106 ballots cast. And we now are at a minute, and there's still a couple of ballots coming in. Give another 5 seconds. And we will close the voting. Listen to the results of your vote for David Minor. 107 yes and 10 no. Now we will proceed to Ann Fielder. All those in favor of Ann Fielder, please indicate by marking your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay. Ann Fielder. It's okay, it's okay. It's good. Keep it going. Forty seconds, and we have 104 votes cast. Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks. Okay, we now have a minute. I'm going to allow 5 more seconds before we end the polling. Polling is concluded. Listen to the results of your vote for Ann Fielder. Aye, 110. Nay, 7. Now we will move to Kipton Tewksbury. All those in favor of nominee Kipton Tewksbury, please mark your ballot aye. Again, this is for Kipton Tewksbury. Okay, we're at 40 seconds, 121 ballots already cast. And we will close the vote on Kipton Tewksbury. Those voting aye, 118. And those nay, 8. And the chair does see a point of order and will interrupt the voting from Mr. DeGray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. One of the things I'm concerned about, if there are members of any agencies that are receiving funds that have nominated themselves to be committee members, I would find that a conflict of interest. And if there are any, and if we have voted on any, I would ask them to withdraw their nomination from the vote. I really think this is a true conflict of interest and does have an impact on the committee. And that should have actually been something that was declared when these people were nominated. Thank you.
Thank you. Everyone heard you loud and clear, Mr. DeGray. Now I see that there are some people who wish to be heard. Ronnie Byrne.
I just want to add my concurrence with Mr. DeGray regarding the independence of the members of this committee. I am stating right now for the record that I do not have any personal connection, either as a recipient of or as a manager of any of the organizations that are requesting money from the town. Thank you.
And then I also see Catherine Turnus.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that last year I was nominated to this committee and realized that there was a conflict because I am chair of the Brattleboro Senior Meals. So I resigned from the committee. And yes, it's a really good idea. Anybody who has been appointed or appointing himself, please make that clear. I do agree with Dick.
Okay, let's go to a member of the committee, John. Oh, Kipton Tewksbury hasn't spoken yet, and he's on the committee.
Yes, I'll state that I do have a conflict and have for the past 2 or 3 years that I've been on the committee. The process that we have for that, since a couple other members are on boards or know people who are recipients of services of some of the committees, is we simply do not vote in our rubric process on the agency with which we have a conflict of interest. So far, the committee has not found that to be an impediment to being on the committee, but recognizes that in terms of voting or voting the score for any of the agencies, those of us with conflicts abstain from those votes in any discussion of that committee, that agency. I'm finished.
Thank you for that clarification. And with that clarification, I think that must have solved John Kennedy's, that must be what he was going to say as well. Ruben Garza.
Hi, I have not served on this Human Services Committee. I do know people that do serve on it, and to Kipton's point, I think that that is probably true, that people that have a conflict of interest would abstain from a vote on their own organization. And further, I think that if human services is a measure of the philanthropic health of a community, meaning how much we care about each other, some of the people that are most closely aligned are in the human services field, such as I am. So that, I think, is an important point to remember.
Thank you. Chair would recognize Peter Case.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to sort of say that I understand Dick DeGray's point, and I think it's a good point, but I also think that folks who are servicing right now the Human Services Organization are probably the best to sort of speak to the needs of that committee. So I'm not, I have no skin in the game here other than a vote, but I did just kind of want to say, I think that the, abstention when coming to a vote for their organizations is necessary, but I think that leaving people like Ruben in the running for it is a good idea, because I think he knows firsthand how to deal with a lot of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Zach McLaughlin.
So I respect the work of anybody who's willing to volunteer to do this stuff. I think, just to stay on Mr. DeGray's point, I think that having been on boards and that look at conflict of interest, I think one of the things is not just not voting on your particular amount that you may receive, but also not necessarily contributing to discussion around what an allocation might be is important as well, because these are we're small towns and small communities. We want to make sure we don't have the appearance of conflict of interest, not just conflict of interest.
Thank you. Rick Sullivan.
My video, am I on?
Yes,
Yeah,
I can hear you. Go ahead.
District 3. I think that the previous person's point was well taken also, and that the overall, well, I've lost my train of thought, but I don't think it's sufficient, because also the group makes a report at the end to the select board to represent a town meeting. So you're in fact endorsing what may have gone on. You weren't a part of the decision, but you're in fact being part of the endorsement. So I think that you really need to have a cleaner slate than just not voting on a particular organization. Thank you.
Thank you. In the for whatever it's worth category, the chair is looking at the town charter, and Article 2, Section 9 provides that no member of any town or town school district board, commission, or committee shall vote on any matter where there is a direct or indirect financial or personal interest. So I think this is addressed in the charter. The chair would recognize Gary Stroud.
Yeah, I like to say personally myself, being affiliated with the Human Services, I think people with personal experience and affiliations dealing with issues in the community would serve best interest to the people, knowing their experiences and what they're going through. So I think in a way it does have a hands up, but I can see and understand what Mr. DeGray is saying also. But in that time, we addressed that issue. We overcame in a suit, and we still moved on and persevered and came across and getting this Human Services budget put forth so that everybody can be serviced as well too. So I just ask that everyone look into that as well in their hearts before they make any decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stroud. Gary Minor is recognized. Excuse me, David Minor.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. So to Zach McLaughlin's point, the committee is very focused on recusal in the event of potential conflict. And not only are they not voting on any application, but also they're recused from discussion. So we are, and that comes up very often early on in the formation of the committee, as we begin to go through all the applications that are received. So it's something that we are, as a group, very, very conscious of.
Thank you, Mr. Minor. Chair recognizes Brandy Starr.
Hi there. I just want to say that I hear Mr. DeGray's point about wanting to keep conflicts of interest as clean as possible. And I also think that in a small town, we often tend to wear different hats in different places in our lives. And we've learned to navigate that really well and staying within checks and balances with things like abstentions from things that apply directly to us, or always announcing our conflicts. And I think we're all really well versed in that and we can coach each other along. And I see no reason not to have that kind of experience on the board. Thank you.
Okay, the chair will move first to Paul Rounds.
I move to question.
Okay, Paul Rounds has called the question, which means ceasing debate on this issue. There's really no motion. There's no motion on the floor at the present time. Where we are is really just discussing nominations. We have closed nominations already. They've already been closed. We cannot have any further nominations. And we are now on the fourth of our nominees. We kind of got off here on a sidetrack with Mr. DeGray's point of order, and then we got into a discussion. I will treat that as a motion to cease debate on this issue. And it requires 2/3 vote to cease debate. And it does require a second. Let's clear the queue. Is there anyone who wishes to end debate on this issue and wishes to second it? All right, Catherine Turnus.
And the video, yeah, I second it.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to end debate on the question of conflict related to nominees. So all those in favor, it requires 2/3 to cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please signify by saying aye. It's all in favor of the pending motion to cease debate on the question of conflict of interest. And we're going to launch that poll right now. All those in favor of ceasing debate on this question, please vote aye, and we will suspend or stop discussing this issue and get back to our nominations. We've heard of several people's positions on this. And after 1 minute, I have 123 votes, and we will, at this point, suspend the voting on ceasing debate. Listen to the results of your vote on ceasing debate. 111 aye in favor of ceasing debate, 14 nay. That's 89% of the votes cast, and you've attained the 2/3 necessary to cease debate on this question. So we will now return to our nominations, and the next nominee who we need to consider is Ain Thompson. So I'm going to launch the next poll, and the question will be on Ain Thompson. All those in favor of Ain Thompson, aye. Those opposed, nay. 45 seconds, and we've got 119 votes cast. And we will end polling in 5 seconds. It's ended. That's okay. We have aye 110, and we have nay of 9. Next we will vote on is Gary Stroud. All those in favor of Gary Stroud, please vote aye. All those opposed, nay. Thirty seconds and 124 votes. Ten more seconds. And we'll close polling. Listen to the results of your vote. 107 in favor and 17 opposed. We will now vote on Deb Burns. So your vote will be all those in favor of the following nominee, Deb Burns. Please vote now. We're now at 30 seconds. We have 98 votes cast. And we're going to give it 5 more seconds. And we will end the polling. Listen to the results of your vote for Deb Burns, 88 aye and 16 nay. We now do the voting in favor of the following nominee, Ricky Rosati. I'm going to launch the vote for Ricky Rosati. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Into 30 seconds rather into the vote, and we have 108 registered already. All right, it's been 1 minute. We'll allow 5 more seconds. And we will end the voting now. Listen to the results of your vote. Aye, 27, nay, 88. The next nominee is Gwen Yandow. So all in favor of the following nominee, Glenn Yandow, please vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Thirty seconds and 98 votes cast. Approaching a minute, and we have 114 votes cast. We'll allow 5 more seconds. And we'll end the voting. Listen to the results of your vote with regard to Gwen Yandow. Those in favor, 74. Those opposed, 44. We now consider the nomination of Ruben Garza. All in favor of Ruben Garza, the following nominee, Ruben Garza, please indicate by aye. Those opposed, nay. "45 seconds, and we have 110 votes cast. We're approaching a minute. I'll give folks another 10 seconds. And we'll close the vote. Listen to the results of your vote on Ruben Garza. 80 aye and 38 nay. And the final nominee for your consideration, which we will be presenting to you, all in favor of Ronnie Byrne, signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. This is Ronnie Byrne. We didn't do John? Oh, geez, thank you. Wow, thanks. We didn't do John, did we? Okay. Thank you for being on top of that. Okay, we got 30 seconds and we have 101. Approaching 1 minute with 109 votes cast. We'll allow another 10 seconds. And we'll close the vote now. Listen to the results of your vote on Ronnie Byrne. 84 in favor, 28 opposed, and the chair is in error. We have one more nominee. We almost bumped John Kennedy. So this last vote is on John Kennedy, who is currently on the committee and reported to you. The question is, all in favor of the following nominee, John Kennedy, signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. "35 seconds, 112 votes cast. And we'll allow 5 more seconds. Close the poll now. Listen to the results of your vote. For John Kennedy, 108. Aye, 9 nay. So you have nominated David Minor, Ann Fielder, Kipton Tewksbury, Ain Thompson, Gary Stroud, Deb Burns, Gwen Yandow, Ruben Garza, Ronnie Byrne, and John Kennedy. The chair now recognizes Ian Goodnow.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moderator.
Good afternoon.
Starting to get a little hungry.
Okay, I hear you.
I have a motion. I move that the following people be appointed to serve on the Human Services Review Committee for a term of 1 year until the 2022 Representative Town Meeting. David Minor, Ann Fielder, Kipton Tewksbury, Ain Thompson, Gary Stroud, Deb Burns, Gwen Yandow, Ruben Garza, Ronnie Byrne, and John Kennedy.
And further, do you want to continue with the balance?
Oh, I apologize. And to further authorize the moderator to make additional interim appointments to the Human Services Review Committee for a term to expire at the next annual representative town meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Goodnow.
Thank you.
Is there a second? Chair recognizes Gary Stroud.
I second.
Thank you, Gary. It has been moved and seconded that the slate, that the people be appointed, the following people be appointed to serve on the Human Services Review Committee for a term of 1 year until the 2022 Representative Town Meeting. David Minor, Ann Fielder, Kipton Tewksbury, Ain Thompson, Gary Stroud, Deb Burns, Gwen Yandow, Ruben Garza, Ronnie Byrne, and John Kennedy, and to further authorize the monitor to make additional interim appointments to the Human Services Review Committee for a term to expire at the next annual Representative Town Meeting. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, so indicate by marking your ballot as in favor of the motion. The ballot will launch now. And we're at 1 minute already, so 5 seconds and we'll end the polling. Polls are now closed. Listen to the results of your vote. Aye, 125, and nay, 2. And you have appointed the Human Services Review Committee for the next year and concluded Article 8. So moving along, we go to Article 9. To elect 3 trustees for the Brooks Memorial Library to serve 3 years and 1 trustee to fill a 1-year unexpired term. The names published for consideration for the term 2021 and 2000 through 2024 are Jennifer Rowe, Leo Schiff, and Gabrielle Sistari. The people for the 1-year term for 2021 and through 2022 to be nominated from the floor. And I understand that the library has come up with someone that they wish to fill that seat. Normally, it's tradition for the library to recommend who they would like for these posts. Doesn't always happen until the last minute. But in any event, the chair recognizes for the motion Elizabeth McLaughlin.
Thank you, Lauren. I also have I have a revision from the library, which I'll read.
Okay.
I move that the following people be appointed to serve on the Board of Trustees for the Brooks Memorial Library: Jennifer Rowe, Leo Schiff, and Kate O'Connor, each for a term to expire in 2024, and Anne C. Barilli for a term to expire in 2022.
Thank you. Is there a second? Catherine Turnus.
No, I didn't want a second. I wanted to nominate myself.
Oh, you do want to nominate yourself?
Yep,
Okay. And for what?
for the 1 year.
All right. Before I can accept that, I need a second for the motion, and then we got to decide how we're going to deal with this.
All right.
Let's clear this. Let's clear the queue. Is there a second? Denise Glover is recognized.
I second.
Okay, so it has been moved and seconded that the following people be appointed to serve on the Board of Trustees of the Brooks Memorial Library: Jennifer Rowe, Leo Schiff, Kate O'Connor, for a term expiring on 2024, and Anne Barilli for a term to expire on 2022. That's the motion, but we have a motion, we have the right to make nominees from the floor. And so I'm going to ask if there are any nominees and accept the nomination by Ms. Turnus of herself as a nomination. Are there further nominations? Michael Hoffman. Is recognized. Just a second, we just need to turn you, wait, you need to turn yourself on there because can't hear you.
Unmute. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, fine.
Okay. Please consider me as a nominee for 1 year to start, I guess. I'd also like to be included. Yes.
Okay, so Michael Hoffman. Okay, thank you. And then Catherine Dowd. Chair recognizes Catherine Dowd.
Hello,
Hi, we hear you.
excellent. I would like to nominate Wendy Collins for the library one-year term.
Okay. Is there further nominations? Mr. Rounds.
I'd like to know, Lauren, can we divide this out? All the nominations coming in for one-year term. Can we vote on the ones that are three-year terms? Can you find if anybody would like to nominate anybody for 3 years, close that out, and then just deal with the 1 year so we're not thinking of back and forth of what people are going for?
Well, right now, I think that's well taken. What we're going to do, because we only have a contest in the 1 year, I think we'll vote on those nominations first. And then we'll plug in whoever the winner of that is, because it's just one person. So that will constitute, in effect, an amendment to the motion that is being made. And the person who wins on the 1 year, we will then be able to insert into the final motion. So I think, thank you, Paul. I think that's true. Wendy Collins is asking to be recognized.
Hi, thank you. I'm Wendy Collins. Catherine Dodd kindly nominated me for the 1 year, which I really appreciate. This is my first time as a town rep, so not a lot of you know me. I'm from District 1. I just want to say my interest in libraries, that I have been a volunteer for 10, 12 hours a week from last summer until COVID. I have served on the Friends of the Library. I'm a huge consumer of library services, and I'm really interested in furthering its work, and I think I can bring some informed information to the group, and I thank you.
Thank you. Are there further nominations? Gary Stroud.
Yeah, I was just wondering if we can hear from the other nominees their qualifications before we make any final vote. Is that possible?
Sure, I can definitely interrogate Ms. Turnus and Mr. Hoffman, should they choose to be.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Catherine Turnus is recognized.
Yeah, I have been in a volunteer role before COVID, a volunteer at the library for over 6 years. Had served on the Friends board, had to and dropped off of that only because of conflict of the time of the meetings. Everybody's wondering about what people miss right now, and I don't miss going to a restaurant. I miss going to the library. I mean, that is essentially where I would be if I wasn't at the senior center. So I really would like to serve as a trustee and bring some knowledge that I have to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So unless there's no further nominees, and unless there's an objection in the next 5 seconds, the chair will close nominations. Michael Hoffman. Mr. Hoffman, do you wish to be heard?
Oops.
Yes, I do. I guess I could speak as for my nominee.
Sure.
I think I'm both new blood and old blood. It's hard to be a trustee at, old blood over 60, but new blood, relatively new to the library, no, to the town. I love the library. It is a wonderful, wonderful resource on all sorts of dimensions. And I think it's a wonderful place for me to apply some of my energies. So I come from Cambridge, which also has one of the world's best libraries, and other small towns. And most recently, I took part in the talk that Star gave at the. She had a lecture, so there's all sorts of ways of still participating in the library, even with COVID. So multi dimensions. Thank you.
Thank you. So hearing no further nominations, the chair is declaring nominations closed. And so we will once again vote on the 4 nominees. And the 4 nominees are Catherine Turnus, Michael Hoffman, Wendy Collins, and Anne Verrilli, who was nominated by the Library Board of Trustees. So I think we probably ought to take them in that order. And if everyone is ready, we will start. Yeah. That's right. There's only one. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so the first that we're going to, all in favor of the library board nominee, Anne Verrilli, please indicate by saying aye. Now, bear in mind, we can only approve one, so it's going to be the one who gets the most votes here. Do we have a question? So whoever receives the most votes, all in favor of Anne Verrilli signify by saying aye. Oh, I have a couple of questions. Yeah, no, let's continue, but then I need to address the points of order. Please vote, and this is on Anne Verrilli. And whether to approve Anne Verrilli. And again, we're going to be picking the person with the greatest number of votes, because there's only one space available and we have 4 nominees. Okay, we're getting close to a minute. And we have 107 votes cast. Five seconds. And we will end the polling. Listen to the results of the votes. 81 aye and 27 nay. Now, I suspect that some people have a problem with that approach because I've got a number of people who are raising their hands for a point of order, and I'm going to start with Marilyn Chirillo first.
Yeah, it seems to me that if there's only one available opening, we should only be allowed to vote once. Am I correct in that?
Well, again, it's a vote. It's a ballot problem. Can we put all 4 on? Just say vote for one. We would have to scrap it. You could do it and put 1, 2, 3, 4, and then just vote for one and it would come out. We could limit their vote. Well, then we have to do it this way. On a polling, we should be able to vote.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think you're successful, and I think we can, you know, single answer response that has 3 choices. You know, person 1, person 2, person 3.
Okay.
Yeah, I could do that. Want me to get started?
No, I want to try. I'm sorry for taking the side conversation here again. It's just a question of the extent to which the technology allows to do what you want to do. It would be a lot better if we put all 4, because we only have 1 person. And if we put all 4 on the same ballot, then everybody would just get 1 vote and it would be a lot cleaner. We think that that's the way that Zoom will report it. My inclination is perhaps to do just that, Ms. Cirillo, and I appreciate your comment. Let me just hear, I've got a couple of other points of order. I want to hear from the rest of these folks as well. Linda Bailey.
Hello, this is Linda Bailey, District 3. And yes, I would support having 1 vote, 1 time that we vote, where we choose 1 of those 4 people. And I'm wondering if it's possible, maybe too late in the game for today, but if there could be a screen, if you can't get the names up on the ballot, can you have a screen share where those names are posted while we're voting so that we have something to refer to when we're voting?
On this next one, if we do the 4, you're going to see all the names. We were cruising along pretty well. We've run into a little bit of a technological glitch, but we're going to do the best we can. However, yeah, I think Ms. Cirillo's suggestion makes sense if Zoom will do it, and we think it will. So just again, points of order, Lissa Weinman.
Hi, I would just like to hear who the library had suggested the person be. I wasn't able to catch that name.
It was Anne Virilli.
Oh, it was. Okay.
Yes, Anne Virilli is the library's recommendation, but also we have Catherine Turnus nominated, Michael Hoffman nominated, and Wendy Collins nominated.
Thank you. I wanted to know.
You're welcome. The chair would like to hear from Dr. Reichman.
Hi, with regard to the mechanism of voting, if we do 1 vote for 4 people, it raises the possibility of somebody winning with a minority of the votes, or a plurality, I guess. I'm wondering if having a runoff then would be appropriate between the top 2 vote getters, perhaps.
We could do that, Dr. Reichman, but I think that what I'm hearing right now, and that may still be necessary, but what I'm hearing right now from Mr. Moreland is he thinks that he can take just about 10 seconds and craft a new ballot, right? More than 10 seconds, and craft a new ballot. We'll put all 4 on it and we'll see if any one gets a majority. And if one doesn't, then I believe the correct procedure is to take the top 3 and revote based on the top 3. And then if none of the top, if we still don't have a majority, then to take the top 2. And I believe that's the way it's done. So, but let's try it with all 4. If everyone is okay with that, we'll go ahead and craft a specific ballot for this question. Okay. I know. Who's in favor? All in favor of vote for one. Vote for one. And then just put the names down, and the names are, start with Anne Verrilli because she was nominated first. Barrilly. Then Catherine Turnus. Right here. Right. And then the next will be Michael Hoffman. And the third, the last one is, the fourth one is Wendy Collins.
All right.
Yes, vote for one. Yes, okay. All right, I think we might have this. So we are going to nullify the last vote as not complete. And what we're going to do is submit to you a new ballot. Disregard the number, but it's going to be vote for one. And what we have included are the three nominees for the one-year seat on the library board. They are Anne Verrilli, Catherine Turnus, Michael Hoffman, or Wendy Collins. And it does require, Franz Reichman has raised his hand again. Let's just see what Dr. Reichman, before we start this process.
That was an unintended break. I don't know why. Withdraw.
Okay, always like those. All right. But now here we got Howard Burrows. Mr. Burrows, point of order, point of information. Okay, we can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
I was on the nominating committee for the trustees of the library, and we had considered 5 candidates. And it's rather extensive reviews that we have conducted. And we had not heard from the others in spite of having 1 month for these people to submit their names and be considered by us. So I'd just like to say that Anne has had quite a bit of review and understands what the position is and what the committees are that we're looking for people to serve. The others do not.
Okay. Okay, unless there is any other questions, Catherine Turnus?
Whoop, where'd I go?
You're there.
Well, not on my screen, I'm not.
Well, we're hearing you.
Okay, my question is to Howard. When was this information made available for someone to apply for the position as a trustee for that 1-year seat? I never got anything from the library, and I've been a member of the library for years. I didn't know that you were looking for someone.
Okay. Does Mr. Does anyone wish to answer that question? All right, I'm going to skip here. Mr. Burrows, okay, Howard Burrows, yeah. Can you answer that, George?
Yeah. It was in the emails that went out. It was posted on the library door, which unfortunately in a pandemic year, I can see why people might not have heard. I'm pretty sure it was announced in the newspaper as part of our trustee meeting announcement.
Okay, thank you. Chair would recognize George Carvel.
Move the question.
Mr. Carvel has moved to cease debate and to get to the main motion. Is there a second? Clear the queue, please. Tim Masil.
I second the motion.
Second the motion to cease debate. It's been moved and seconded, requires 2/3 vote. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please indicate by marking your ballot aye. So it's all in favor of the pending motion to cease debate. Please mark your ballot now. Requires 2/3 vote. We're at a minute with 116 votes cast. I'll give you 5 more seconds. And the voting will end. Now listen to the results of your vote on ceasing debate. 111 in favor, 8 opposed, and 93% have voted to cease debate. So debate is ceased, and we return to the question. Voting on the nominee for the 1-year term, and we will launch the poll now. Vote for 1. And this seems to be working very well. 20 seconds into this, and it seems to be recording correctly. 108 votes already registered. And we're approaching 1 minute now, 5 more seconds. And we will close the poll. Listen to the results of your vote. Ann Verrilli, 101. Catherine Turnus, 7. Michael Hoffman, 4. Wendy Collins, 11. And you have nominated Ann Verrilli. So we return to the principal question. Shall the following people be appointed to serve on the Board of Trustees of the Brooks Memorial Library? Jennifer Rowe, Leo Schiff, and Kate O'Connor, each for a term to expire in 2024, and Ann C. Verrilli for a term to expire in 2022. If you're ready for that vote, we will relaunch the poll. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. In 1 minute, I'm going to give you 5 more seconds. And we will end the poll now. Listen to the results of your vote. Aye, 110. Nay, 6. And you have approved the motion and the appointment of Jennifer Rowe, Leo Schiff, and Kate O'Connor to 3-year seats and Ann Barilli to the 1-year seat. It is now 1:43. Chair, 12:43. The chair is inclined to try one more that should be easy, but let's see. Article 10, to see if the town will ratify the select board's decision to A, purchase an animal control officer's vehicle in an amount not to exceed $28,000 and to replace the salt shed at the Brattleboro at the Department of Public Works in the amount not to exceed $80,750. The chair recognizes Daniel Quip.
Hello again. I move to ratify the Select Board's decisions to A, purchase an animal control officer's vehicle in an amount not to exceed $28,000, and B, replace the salt shed at the Department of Public Works in an amount not to exceed $80,750.
Thank you, Mr. Quip. Is there a second? Let's clear the queue and see if we can get a second here. Is there a second? Manuel Keppel.
I would like to second the motion, please.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded to ratify the select board's decision to purchase an animal control officer's vehicle in the amount not to exceed $28,000 and replace the salt shed at the Brattleboro Department of Public Works in an amount not to exceed $80,750. Are you ready for that vote? Ronnie Byrne.
I was actually had my hand up to second the motion, not
Oh,
to
okay,
do anything
okay.
else.
Thank you. Then the chair would recognize Representative Burke. It's a second. I'm almost ready. Not hearing you still.
All right, great.
There you go. We
Okay.
got you.
A little different from how we're operating the legislature. At the risk of extending this conversation, I just wanted to add that around the purchase of a vehicle, I know that the police department has gotten doing a pilot project with one electric hybrid vehicle, and I just want to encourage the select board in moving forward and purchasing vehicles to really consider the going electric or plug-in electric hybrid. There are the electric vehicle landscape is changing rapidly. We've just been spending a lot of time in our committee doing some incentives, trying to get that moving. Charging stations are being deployed, and actually finding that upfront costs are sort of offset by cheaper costs for operation. So I don't know what the conversation was around this particular vehicle, but I just wanted to add that to the conversation.
This actually is a motion to ratify action that has already been taken.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately, these were two matters that had to be taken and need to be ratified by town meeting.
Yeah, well, I wasn't necessarily going to propose that they do that. I just wanted to speak in the general term about electrification of transportation of vehicles.
Thank you. Tom Franks.
Working on it.
We can hear you now. Mr.
Okay,
Franks.
good. I just wanted to echo Representative Burke's concerns considering electrification of the vehicle fleet. Thank you.
Okay. Question is on Article 10. whether to ratify the Select Board's decision to purchase an animal control vehicle in the amount of $28,000 and replace the salt shed at the Department of Public Works in the amount of $80,750. Are you ready for that vote? If so, all those please mark your ballot, which we will launch now. Oh, yes, we have that up, the whole vote, which is great. You can see it and vote yes or no. And we have 16 seconds and 100 votes already registered. You're getting very fast out there. Maybe everybody's running for lunch. We're into 30 seconds and 117 votes cast. Okay, we're now on almost a minute, so we're going to allow another 5 seconds to complete your voting. And we'll close voting now. Listen to the results of your vote. 118 aye, 3 nay, and the ayes have it, and you have approved Article 10. Now, Article 11, we had a very well-attended and a very helpful and useful question and answer session last Wednesday, but I am anticipating that there may be some debate on number 11. 11 does not require a motion. It does not allow any amendments because it's an Australian ballot issue. However, given the magnitude of Article 11, the chair's recommendation would be that we recess for a half an hour for lunch at this point to 1:20. And I think maybe what I ought to do, in fairness to everyone, is just launch a quick poll and say, all those in favor of a lunch break now for 30 minutes, please signify by saying aye. A lunch break now for 30 minutes. We'll come back at 1:20. Please mark your ballot if that meets with your approval. Okay, we've got 1 minute. We'll allow 5 more seconds. And I'll end the poll at that. We have 109 who would like to recess now for just 30 minutes and 10 against recessing now for 30 minutes. So we will definitely, the overwhelming majority is that we will recess now until 1:20, where we'll pick up debate on Article 11. I'd ask everyone to remain logged in so that we don't have any problems in starting the meeting back at 1:20, and we'll see you then. Adjourned until 1:20 or recessed. Hello all. It's a short lunch, but I think it was enough time, I hope, for everyone. And for some of you at home, I hope you had an opportunity to get outside for a moment. It's a beautiful day. We do need to just confirm that the quorum has returned from lunch. So I think the best way to do that is to, at this point, take just count hands. Would everyone raise their hand feature? And what we will be able to do on our end is count the hands just to make sure what our quorum is so that we can get going. Everyone is back, it looks like, almost universally. Oh, wow. Jan, you're going to take an actual vote. I mean, an actual number, right? Okay. Okay. Definitely have a quorum. Okay, while we're waiting on the actual quorum number, we definitely have a quorum, but let's not waste any time. And the chair will call the meeting to order and call for consideration of Article 11. As stated before, this is an Australian ballot vote to see if the town will authorize the capital improvement as the wastewater treatment plant reconstruction project at an estimated cost of $12,500,000 and authorize the issuance of notes and/or bonds in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $12,500,000 at a rate of interest not to exceed 5% per annum and for a term not to exceed 30 years to pay to that extent the cost of said public improvement. The vote on this article shall be by Australian ballot as required by law. Question to be voted upon is as follows. Shall the notes or bonds of the town of Brattleboro in an amount not to exceed $12,500,000 and bearing interest not to exceed 5% be issued for the capital improvement known as the Water Treatment Plant Reconstruction Project? In favor of the bond note issue, mark a cross in the square. If opposed to the bond note issue, mark a cross in the square. Ballots were mailed to all representative town meeting members by March 12th, 2021. Voted ballots must be received in the signed certificate envelope at the town clerk's office by 5 p.m. on Friday, March 26, 2021. Ballots will be deposited in the drop box in the municipal parking lot. As I said before, there can be no amendments, but we can definitely discuss this article. I've got a, everyone may put down, let's see, Jan, do you have a count yet? Okay, so leave your hands up for a moment while I read a question. Just got a moment here. I know. Okay. So, okay. Right. 93. So we do have 93 present at the moment, with others coming in, I'm sure. So we'll consider that the quorum. So what I'm going to ask Moreland to do is to clear the hands up feature. And we're going to open this to discussion. I have a question that has been submitted by George Carvel. The moderator has a copy of the motion that I would bring up at the end of the meeting regarding the water treatment plant. And I've already reviewed that motion, and it is definitely appropriate for the under other business. And the moderator will recognize Mr. Carvel for his motion when the time comes. He says, I know Article 11 can't be amended. I'm wondering if it would be appropriate to make a motion to take a straw poll during discussion of Article 11. I don't think so, George, because, Mr. Carvel, because this is purely by Australian ballot. I think I don't want to be interfering or jeopardizing the integrity of the vote or the process. And the process for Australian ballot at this stage is debate only. So as moderator, I would prefer that your motion be discussed during the other business. And at that point, we definitely could take a straw poll. I have no problem with that at all. So with that, the chair will recognize for discussion on Article 11, Jacqueline Stromberg. Okay, you should be on. Jacqueline Stromberg, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Jacqueline Stromberg? Okay, she lowered her hand, so I guess we'll go to John Lightfoot at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just kind of a quick question. Why is this different from the others? Why does this have to go to Australian ballot? I kind of looked for that in the town report and I didn't see it. And I'm curious as to why this is different from the other ones. Is it the bonding? Is it the amount? Or can you just explain why that's?
It's the bond. The bond requires this form of voting, Australian ballot. And when we have an Australian ballot, we can't modify it because it has to be voted by ballot, by Australian ballot. And this is the way the bonding company requires that the votes be acted upon by municipalities. So we've always had to do major bond votes in this manner.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Chair recognizes Robert Ozer.
And hopefully I'm there.
There you go. We can hear you fine, Mr. Ozer.
Okay. And so probably greater minds have already thought of this, and it's a premature question, that whether any of the American Rescue Act monies that might be coming in through the Senate could be used to defray some of the cost on this. And of course, the rules probably won't be known until next week.
Okay, Mr. Ozer, the chair would, I would think that Mr. Elwell likely would be the best person to respond to this. So the chair would recognize Mr. Elwell on the question of whether or not the American Rescue Fund could potentially be tapped to reduce the amount of the bond.
Thank you. We will certainly be looking for that and other benefits to the town as the rules come out for what the money is allowed to be spent on and what the limitations will be for the use of those funds. As it is, we're fortunate with this particular borrowing that the source of the funds would be the state revolving loan fund for the water utilities. So we're expecting 30 years of 0% interest. What might be possible is to lower the principal before we lock in the borrowing with the state. We can use some of that COVID relief money to even further lower the principal. Then we will do that. But it's at this point, not only do we not know, but we can't know because the rules haven't been written.
Okay, thank you. Chair recognizes Andy Davis.
Hi, this is Andy Davis, District 3. I attended the informational meeting on Wednesday night. I'm sure many of you did. And I was very impressed with the thoroughness of that presentation, the engineering, the historical background about why we need to do this modernization and upgrade, and the funding. And it seems like all of the due diligence has been done here for a very important project. It is a lot of money, but I'm speaking in complete favor of the article. During the course of the discussion on Wednesday night, the different uses of water were mentioned. We treat water and we bring it up to a fully potable level for drinking, and then we use that water to put out fires, to move human waste, and other. We have many uses for water, but we have only one level of water that we create, which is drinkable, purified, treated water. And even a member of the select board mentioned the irony of using drinkable water to move the contents of home human waste in our system. And I simply wanted to mention that there is a local organization that is included in the human service article coming up, Article 18, that has been recommended to receive a small amount of money from the town that is working on this very issue. And if anyone is interested in flushing potable water less and recapturing the nutrients that are found in human urine specifically, the Rich Earth Institute right here in Brattleboro, Vermont, has a national and international reputation for doing research, and you can actually participate as a household in their research. Simply go to richearthinstitute.org. It's a local organization. It's in the human service article. And I would encourage people to look at that because it's dealing with the same thing. Why are we using potable water to move waste? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Chair would recognize Maya Hasagawa.
I just wanted to speak in favor of this Australian ballot measure. I serve on both the Development Review Board and the last year's Finance Committee, and both groups investigated the water treatment plant and the funding extensively. And I think that in the interest of our clean water and being able to continue to have it in Brattleboro, it's very important that we vote in favor of the new water treatment plant. Thank you.
And let's see, the chair sees only one more hand, Zach McLaughlin.
Yeah, as someone who lives in the neighborhood that abuts the project, I just wanted to thank Steve Barrett and his people have been, this has been a multi-year conversation to get to this point. And if you've been to any of the presentations, I think you appreciate the level of thoroughness and thoughtfulness that have gone into the creation and planning of the project. And so as someone from the Pleasant Valley neighborhood, I think we're feeling pretty good about what has gone into things to this point, and look forward to the project going forward.
Chair recognizes Marilyn Chirillo.
Yes, Marilyn Chiarello, District 1. Yeah, I too was at the meeting and was very impressed with the presentation. Of course, I didn't come up with a question until well after it was over, and that was regard to the stormwater dispersal on site, since they were increasing the amount of hardscaping in the area, at least doubling it with the size of the new facility and adding a parking lot and paving the road. And I got some very detailed responses from Christina Haskins that really allayed some of my concerns about sinking in the rainwater. But in general, there were some issues because of they couldn't use permeable surfaces, for example, because of the slope. The water would not sink down as well. But just as a piece of information that I'd like to add to the pretty good answers that I got from Chrissy, is that if we consider more biodiverse ecosystems in the area, whether it's a little bit downhill, then there won't be as much runoff that will end up going into any waterways. And with building of healthier soil, that will result in filtration of whatever contaminants might be moving through that system. But in general, I am very much in favor of this project, and I believe we should move forward with it.
Thank you, Ms. Chiarello. Further discussion? Seeing none, and unless there is an objection raised in the next 5 seconds, Ms. Chiarello. Oh, no, she is, her hand has gone down. Seeing none, and unless there is an objection in the next 5 seconds, the chair will close debate on Article 11. Seeing no further more debate, the debate on Article 11 is closed, and we move to Article 12. Now, I would say, and just remind everyone to please have their ballots submitted. The ballot must be received on Article 11 and signed certificate envelope at the town offices by 5 p.m. on Friday, March 26. Please keep that in mind. Article 12, to see if the town will authorize the select board to borrow money in anticipation of taxes, grants, and other revenue. The chair recognizes Brandy Starr.
Hi there.
Aye.
Okay. I move that the select board be authorized to borrow money in anticipation of taxes, grants, and other revenue.
And thank you. Clear the queue, please. Is there a second? Well, I think that might be, is there a second? Gary Strad. Or let's go with John Kennedy.
Yes. I'd like to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded to authorize to borrow, that the select board be authorized to borrow money in anticipation of taxes, grants, and other revenue. Is there any debate, any discussion? Robert Ozer.
So can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I have a question and maybe a motion. In the budget, there was a subtraction of $13,000 from a police training line that was endorsed by the select board on a divide.
Can't hear you, Mr. Now you're fading. Mr. Ozer, maybe let's try again. Can't hear you. Can you shut off your, let's try something. Can you shut off your video? It might give you a little more bandwidth. I can hear you better. Now I can hear you.
Now I heard you. Yes, and this is by the way with 2 Comcast technical visits and a new modem. So just saying.
Okay.
I've been trying. There was a subtraction made in the budget of $13,000 on a police training line. And that left $27,000 in that line for police training. And I'm concerned whether that $27,000 is totally devoted to mandatory training, such that if there were some discretionary training along the lines of diversity, equity, inclusion, or training that could really involve impacted individuals in how the police operate, that we wouldn't have the money to then do that. So I guess the question is, the remaining money in the police training, how much of that is for mandatory training that's mandated by law?
Well, Mr. Ozer, this unfortunately, that the chair has got to declare that is not germane to this article. This article relates to a general article to borrow money in anticipation of taxes, grants, and other revenue. It is more of a generic type of article, and you're talking about something that, from the standpoint of whether it is germane, does not apply. So respectfully, I've got to overrule this debate or this line of questioning. If you have any other questions, I'm happy to take it, but I don't think this is germane to the article.
Wouldn't our borrowing of money be in order to make the budget this year?
Yes, potentially, but that's too big a stretch to get into specific line item discussions about the police department. It's simply not germane to this article.
What if I phrased it this way and said that I would like to amend the town budget to increase it by 13,000?
But we can't do that here. We haven't gotten to the town budget yet.
Okay.
That article is, maybe that's the issue.
Maybe that is it.
Yeah, that we're coming to the town budget issue. We're not there yet. So I would think it would be a better place there. Although I see that Mr. Elwell has raised his hand, perhaps he does want to enlighten us both on your question. I do feel, however, this line of question is not germane to the article. However, I will take a very short answer from the town manager.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And I'm not going to speak to that particular item. I think you've ruled properly on it. What I wanted to do was just speak very briefly to what this article actually is addressing, so that the body can know that this is really just a safety measure in case there is some kind of an emergency so significant that would impact our community that it would actually cause us to have a cash flow shortage where we would need to temporarily, for a short term, borrow some funds until the taxes come in to be sufficient to pay that short-term borrowing back. Because the town, a little over a decade ago, implemented the fund balance policy that we have, or guideline that we have, and because we adhere to that by keeping 10% of the unassigned fund balance available for those kinds of emergencies, we don't borrow in anticipation of taxes, but we have to have this approval to be able to borrow in anticipation of taxes if we had such a catastrophic situation occur that we didn't have enough cash to address the emergency.
Thank you, Mr. Elwell. And I think that helps enlighten both the moderator as well as Mr. Ozer. Any follow-up to that, Mr. Ozer?
Well, there was part of it that I didn't hear, but thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. Further debate with regard to Article 12. Hearing none. All those in favor of the select board being authorized to borrow money in anticipation of taxes, grants, and other revenue, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay, and we are launching the poll now. $30, and we have had 115 votes cast. And we're at a minute. Chair will give you 5 more seconds. And we will end the voting on Article 12 now. Listen to the results of your vote. 120 aye, 2 nay. The ayes have it, and you have approved Article 12. Article 13, to see what compensation the town will pay its select board members. Chair recognizes Tim Wessel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, everybody. I move that the compensation of the Select Board Chairperson be set at $5,000 and that the salaries of the other members of the Select Board be set at $3,000 each.
And we'll clear the clear the queue, and I'm going to request a second to the motion. Mary McLaughlin. Chair recognizes Mary McLaughlin.
Good afternoon. I second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the compensation of the select board chairperson be set at $5,000 and that the salaries of the other members of the select board be set at $3,000 each. Mr. Wessel, do you wish to be heard on your motion?
I do not, but thank you.
Then the chair has 2 written motions that have been submitted, and the chair would recognize the first ones that had submitted his motion and that would be Mr. Carville.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move to strike the motion as presently written and move the following as an amendment. Move that the compensation of the Select Board chairperson be set at a maximum of $10,000 and that the compensation of the other members of the Select Board be set at a maximum of $8,000 each, provided that any Select Board member can take less than the maximum. And further, that in addition, reasonable dependent care expenses be treated as reimbursable expenses when incurred while the board member is engaged in formal town business.
Okay, we'll clear the queue, please. Is there a second to the motion you have just heard read by Mr. Carville? Chair recognizes Paula Melton.
Hi, I'd like to second the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Carville, as the maker of the motion, do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, briefly. My goal here is to try to open the potential field of Select Board candidates, to include some folks who are often underrepresented. I'm not suggesting that money is the primary motivation for a candidate, but economic adversity can be the primary obstacle for a person with a real passion for serving the town and bringing a different point of view to the board. Elsewhere, it's been suggested that this motion is fiscally irresponsible. I would say that that's just the opposite, that a Select Board member who finds paying rent or property taxes a challenge might bring a very different point of view to how the town spends the money. And finally, my wording allows any board member who does not want or need the stipend to not take it all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And thank you for providing this in writing, which enables the chair to reread it for everyone's benefit since this is not in your book. Mr. Carville's motion reads that move that the compensation of the Select Board chairperson be set at a maximum of $10,000 and that the compensation of the other members of the Select Board be set at a maximum of $8,000 each, provided that any Select Board member can take less than the maximum. And further, that in addition, reasonable dependent care expenses be treated as reimbursable expenses when incurred while the board member is engaged in formal town business. Chair recognizes Bethany Randquist.
I did not mean to still have my hand up. I'm sorry, I'm putting it down. It was so that I could second the motion. I'm so sorry.
That's all right. Then the chair recognizes H.B. Lizito. Aye.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Moderator. HB Lizito, District 2, speaking in favor of this motion. I'd love to be a Select Board member, but the imbalance between the large time commitment and the low stipend is, for me, the #1 barrier. I know I am not alone in this experience, and I think the support for childcare and elder care that's been suggested is a really great step. I don't think it can be the only step. For instance, I don't need a childcare stipend, but I do need to be able to financially support my family and myself via my labor and my time. I love and am very deeply committed to our town. And in order to perform the Select Board role in a way that it needs to be done, through reading and digesting meeting materials, being in conversation with community members, communicating with town staff, deliberating on decisions, I see our Select Board members doing a lot of work that I also deeply appreciate. And in order to do that, I'd need to significantly reduce my current paid work, and I'd need to make up for that lost income. So I agree with George. I think this is one way to increase accessibility of who can afford to take on these kinds of roles and continue moving our town forward. I'm not saying it needs to be me who serves, but I think, again, increasing the stipend is a really direct way that allows people to decide what kind of support it is that they need in their own life in order to serve. Do folks need to pay for childcare? Do they need money for student loans? Is it in support of rent or mortgage or something else? Increasing the stipend opens the possibilities of those who can run and serve, making all of us better off. So I'd urge folks to join me in voting to increase the stipend.
Thank you. The chair notes that there's quite a number of people who wish to speak on this, and that's great, but I would, because of the numbers, ask that you be cognizant of the 2-minute rule. So we will go now to Matthew Cunningham Cook.
Hi, I'm Matthew. So yeah, I mean, I just think it's the question of, you know, can we have an economically diverse select board or not? And you know, can't the other question is that, you know, the select board and all select boards have historically had, you know, folks with some type of interest before the town in one way or another on it, whether them being large landowners or whether them being attorneys with, you know, business before the town in one way or another. So this could actually improve the diversity of people who do not have active business interests before the town of Brattleboro and their ability to serve on the select board. So there's a possibility that we could really use this as a jumping board to increase ethical governance of issues in our town. And that's why I urge everybody else on town meeting to support this motion.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Rick Sullivan.
Yeah, hi, Rick Sullivan, District 3. I became an RTM last year solely because I saw the budget keep going on categories going up, up, up all the time in RTM. Very little fiscal restraint shown. And in fact, some categories or some articles were given more money than requested. Admittedly, this article doesn't add much to the budget, but I'm looking for some kind of evidence in RTM that there is fiscal restraint and some recognition that the money comes from somewhere other than some kind of pot of gold at the end of town. It comes from taxpayers' money, and some of which, I don't know how many, but I am one that is on a fixed income. And I'm looking to see that some of these things can be restrained. As far as this article in particular, I did write a column in the Reformer yesterday, and I stand by that. If anybody saw it, there's two things. No one is being excluded from running from the select board. This is about personal circumstances and responsibility for your own decisions. That is the main crux of people, and they talk about, and so far they're talking about money, money, money. People need, if they want to change and serve the town, change your circumstances. Be responsible for your own for your own actions and your own circumstances. Don't make taxpayers subsidize your decisions. And the second part, it's very clear from the chart that was given in the Financial Committee's report that Brattleboro is quite generous and the leading town of similar towns with similar governments in Vermont. So it's not as like we're behind the curve on this. So I'm against this amendment, and I would like it to be the way it is and the way it was originally stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair would call on a member of the Finance Committee, David Levenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
I would emphasize that service on the select board is a matter of public service, just as much as is service on various committees in town, and for that matter, representative town meeting. As was just noted, the Finance Committee checked out data from 7 comparable towns, and with one quirky exception, we have the highest stipend of all those towns. And then finally, I'd point to another matter that was raised in the Finance Committee. There was a survey done of 5 current or former members of the select board. Admittedly, that is a small sample size, but we asked them for estimates of how much time they spent on select board business. And if you use those hours relative to the proposed $8,000 and $10,000 stipends, the hourly rate would be somewhere between $16 and $36 an hour. And those data are found on page 14. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Margaret Atkinson. Just a second, Ken. Oh, now we
Thank
hear
you,
you.
Mr. Moderator. Just a question, since this motion leaves some leeway in the maximum and minimum amounts of compensation, is the body considering as part of the election process that people do a financial disclosure document as other elected officials around the state are required to do?
I don't know if that is an interrogation of the maker of the motion, but I guess the chair can consider it such and call upon Mr. Carvel to respond to that question if you'd like to. I'm sorry. No, he's not. You may need to go find him. Well, Mr. Carvel, if you care to respond to Ms. Atkinson's question, would you kindly raise your hand? Yes, thank you.
There we go. I was trying to unmute myself and it didn't work. Sorry. I have no direct response. I think that when people run for office, various things and circumstances are discussed. I leave that to the voters and the candidates at the time. I am aware of the Finance Committee's helpful collection of numbers, and I do know that the Brattleboro Select Board gets slightly higher than other boards, but we're not really talking here about making this board equal to another board. We're talking about making a fundamental shift that will allow us to encourage more people from different backgrounds to serve on our board. Thank you.
Okay. Chair recognizes Tom Franks.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First, I'd like to address something that was raised, I think, many years ago.
You're a little bit low. Can you turn up your speaker just a bit?
Let's see. I don't know quite how to turn that up.
We can hear you. It's just soft, but go ahead.
I don't talk loud. So
oh, that's good. That's good.
I'll talk a little louder.
Okay.
An issue I recall coming up before was compensation for out-of-pocket expenses for the select board. It related to select board members. It was related to child care, elder care, and I fully support that. There's a principle involved of the select board and community service, which I believe has been touched upon, which is, this is a volunteer position for community service. It is not a job. And I do want to see greater inclusion, but I'm very leery of,
trying to pay somebody to run for office by increasing the compensation. I don't think that, there is a strong time commitment. I have served on a select board in a different community. I figured at the time I was averaging about 75 cents an hour. We found the time. It was a volunteer. And that principle of the citizen volunteer is really very strong for me. And so I would certainly can support some sort of a motion to provide coverage for out-of-pocket expenses, but I have trouble increasing the stipend. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Michael Bosworth.
Hi, Michael Bosworth at District 1. Sort of want to echo what some others have said, that I worry about, this is a service position, but I also understand we'd like to enable more people to want to be able to serve. But I note from the Finance Committee table, if paid $8,000 per year, those 5 people at least that were surveyed would be making just about $26 an hour, and the chair would be making over $32 an hour, the average person in that table. So in my mind, it's a little too much, especially because, a lot of this, part of this has to be just service to the town. I'm not yet making a motion to amend the motion, but I'd like to know if other people think the same thing, that maybe a smaller increase would be warranted.
Thank you, Mr. Bosworth. Chair recognizes Doran Ham. Yes.
Hello. Yeah, thank you so much for recognizing me. My name is Doran Ham, District 3, and a member of the Planning Commission. I just want to say that I am in favor of this motion. Being of lower income, my ability to join the Planning Commission and serve this town in a volunteer sense was only due to the fact of losing all my work thanks to the coronavirus. So the idea that $8,000 or $10,000 is paying someone enough to make it a full-time anything is a bit of an overreach. Also, the idea that own circumstance would lead to being low income is a bit of an affront to all those who work 3 jobs and many hours to make a livable wage and choose Vermont as our home. I'm born and raised here and plan to be here to serve my community. And I think that the select board members should be able to serve their community and be here for their community. It is not paying them more. It's just making sure that people like myself could be on the select board when in a normal world, I couldn't have the time to be able to properly do it. So I just wanted to speak to those things. Also, as a member of the tenants union, I would say the union is in favor of this proposal because more and more tenants are low income, and low income folks generally are not represented when it comes to town governance. And that's a national thing. So if we're looking at all town councils and what they get paid, that's just a problem across the board. Brattleboro could be ahead of the curve here in actually representing a wide swath of its community members. Thank you.
And again, thank you all for keeping your remarks to 2 minutes. Chair now recognizes Dick DeGray.
Mr. Moderator, you're not accepting amendments to the amendment?
Yes, we can accept amendment. We can have, we have a primary amendment on the table at the present time. And the chair could accept one secondary amendment.
Well, I'd like to amend the motion. And I move that the chair's compensation be $6,000, the vice chair be $5,000, and the 3 ensuing board members be $4,000. And that would be a grand total of $23,000. And I'd like to speak to the motion if seconded.
Before I do that, I take it then you're changing the numbers. Are you leaving in the portion, again, we are speaking to the Carvel Amendment now. You have to speak to the Carvel Amendment. And the Carvel Amendment includes the provision in addition to reasonable dependent care expenses. So you are leaving that in, is that correct?
Well, I'm leaving that out.
Okay, well, you have to make that clear in your motion because you are amending Mr. Carvel's motion. So you are asking that that portion be deleted, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the portion that they can take less than the maximum, do you want that left in as well, or you want that deleted as well? I need to get
that should be deleted also, and I will speak to that.
Okay. All right. Unfortunately, we're going to have to clear the queue, and I ask everybody to join again, but I have to clear the queue for a second. Is there a second? Chair recognizes Ronnie Byrne.
Hi, I would like to second the amendment or
The DeGray.
the motion. Sorry.
The DeGray motion. Okay.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. So Chair will reread the motion as I understand it, and then I will give Mr. DeGray 2 minutes in which to speak to it. But as I understand it, what he is proposing is that the compensation of the select board chairperson be set at $6,000, the vice chair at $5,000, and the 3 other members at $4,000. Is that correct, did I state that correctly, Mr. DeGray? Mr. DeGray, can you hear me? Can you hear us, Mr. DeGray? Can you hear us?
I think so.
You have the floor.
You're
I would
picking up for me. You're frozen.
I'm sorry, Mr. DeGray, we are not hearing you.
Mr. Moderator, can you hear me?
Now I can hear you, but I could not before. You have the floor for 2 minutes. That's it. And we would like to hear your position with regard to your motion to amend. Oh boy. We've lost you entirely. All right, I'll give Mr. DeGray an opportunity to speak to his motion upon, oh, here he is. Can you hear us now, Mr. DeGray?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, we had a technical glitch there. I lost you, so I'm believing what you said was true to the fact.
Okay.
I am a former board member, and I have served longer than most, but not as many as a few. About 8 years, I believe I served, maybe 9. And so the compensation issue, I went back and did some research. There was a raise in 1991 and actually a reduction in 1992. The select board then received a compensation raise in 97. And then another one back in, I believe, 2011 or 2012. So we've been about 10, 11 years without having a compensation raise. And one of the things you'll see is $5,000 for the vice chair. We've never talked about this before. I don't know why. Maybe I can get a retro in here. The vice chair serves 24 extra meetings than the other 3 board members, along with the chair. They set the agenda. So there's 24 meetings that the vice chair does that the other 3 board members don't do. And I believe that that should be compensated for. And why we've never addressed this, I don't know. And if you look at the finance committee, we're certainly at the top of the scale. For inflation, this is a little bit more than if you went by just inflation. But I think this is a responsible increase for the select board. And I strongly urge you to support this. I look forward to hearing your comments on my amendment. Thank you very much.
The question at this point is on the DeGray amendment to raise the compensation of the chair to $6,000, the vice chair $5,000, and the 3 other members to $4,000. Chair recognizes Zach McLaughlin. Okay. Similar to that. It's close enough. Okay. Like Zach McLaughlin. I want Zach McLaughlin.
There we go.
Okay.
Got it. I have a point of information that I don't know if could be directed to either potentially the town manager or the select board chair. I think that the goal of diversification of the board is a good goal. I think sometimes when we develop things in a setting like this, we don't think about how it would be administered. So I have a question about how would it be administered. Mr. DeGray's amendment strikes the reasonable dependent care expenses. And so what I'm curious about is how would that be administered? Would that be overseen by the select board itself? Would that fall to Mr. Elwell and paid municipal employees to oversee what qualifies or doesn't qualify as reasonable dependent care expenses? And how would we administer that?
Okay, that is a good question. But right now, what is germane is the DeGray amendment. And the DeGray amendment strikes the Carville amendment for reimbursement of dependent care expenses.
Well, I guess the reason for my point of information is to understand whether or not I agree with the DeGray amendment.
Okay.
Is partially influenced by how would we administer that piece, which Mr. DeGray wants to strike.
Okay, I think that's fair enough. Let's interrogate Mr. Elwell should he choose to be. He's at the bottom.
I think I'm on now.
Okay, good.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thanks for the question. We would have to prepare rules for that, since it is, the intention is clear, but exactly how it would be administered and how reasonableness would be determined and so on would need to be developed. We would create a policy and work with the select board to establish the rules for how that would be handled, and then it would be administered by town staff.
Thank you. Chair recognizes George Carville. You have spoken, George, but not on the DeGray proposed amendment, so you're entitled to speak on that.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I received an email asking me what happens if Mr. DeGray's amendment is defeated. Could you tell us if his is defeated, do we go back to my amendment or we
Yes.
go back to Tim's original?
No,
Thank you.
we go back to yours, Mr. Carmel. Chair recognizes Millicent Cooley.
Hello?
Hi. Yes, we hear you.
Okay. Can you see me?
Yes, we can.
I can't see myself, so sorry,
Oh.
I'm confused. Okay, great. I agree with the intent of George Carvel's proposal. And I think that the legacy of the government we have is a government that was originally made for white men with property, and that doesn't fit the world we live in now, and it needs to change. I actually worked on the research for the Finance Committee report on this topic, and I was, asked to survey the towns of a similar size for what they pay, and I think it's relevant to know what those pay, but I don't think it's a decider for this decision because those towns may not care about diversity, and we do. Those are the values of our town. One thing that I learned that was the most surprising thing in doing that research was that some of the hours that some current or prior select board members are twice as much as the hours of others. There's a disparity of effort by almost 2 times. And I wonder what that effort is. What accounts for some people on the select board working twice as many hours as others. And while I don't have a problem paying $8,000 and $10,000 for that salary, I am uncomfortable paying that much without also having a discussion about the skills required to do that job well, that will help us to hold those roles accountable. So what I would like to see is a discussion about what the skills are needed to do that job well by anybody.
Okay, thank you. Chair recognizes Wendy Collins.
I'm going to use up my 2 minutes pushing these buttons. Thank you for recognizing me. I am very confused procedurally as to how to bring up what I want to bring up. I don't know if this is an amendment to an amendment to an amendment or just an amendment to an article.
We cannot have a third amendment.
Let me finish my question. Okay. What I would like to guidance on is how do I propose more money than has been discussed so far? What is the mechanism?
You have to wait until we have disposed of this amendment first. And then once we have disposed of this amendment, if it's relevant to the resulting amendment, then you can bring it up at that time.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Okay. Chair recognizes Robin Morgan.
Hi. I just wanted, can you see me?
Yes,
I don't know why I can't see myself, but oh, there I am. I just wanted to speak in support of the original amendment made by Mr. Carville and of voting down Mr. DeGray's amendment to the amendment. I think that any increase in the select board pay is better than what we have, but the amount in the amendment to the amendment is such a small increase that I don't think it would have any substantive effect on creating greater access to being able to serve on this board, which was the intention of the original amendment. So to me, this amendment to the amendment is defeating the entire purpose of Mr. Carville's amendment, and I'm going to vote no.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. The chair recognizes Randy Starr.
Hi there.
Aye.
Hi. So I had put my hand up before the DeGray amendment, and so I'm going to try to work in. I'm going to echo much of what Robin said. While any amount is better, you know, moving up is always the better route. That amount seems kind of token, and I understand that that is often the way it is, like here's a little more, but it doesn't come with the same supports and systems as the original amendment, and that's why I would be voting no on the DeGray amendment. It doesn't have that support of childcare and other accessibility solutions to some of the challenges we've been having. I am also familiar with the concept of attracting, you know, the concern around attracting career politicians or corrupt politicians. And while I do think political pay should obviously be prudent and transparent, I don't think the dollar amounts we're discussing today are what people are clamoring for in back rooms. I think we can want to be transparent with our politicians and still say, we're not talking about those kind of dollars here. And as we're moving forward with looking at more and more municipal autonomy, the complexity of the work, which has already changed drastically since I've been on the board, could very well increase if we're successful in becoming more autonomous as a municipality. And having the money to kind of show that also lines us up with our commitment to equity and inclusion. And I also want to take a moment to name the harm that is caused when we tell people in poverty that the only way they can participate in systems is if they get their stuff cleaned up so they can be responsible enough to do so. I think many of us know people who are born into generational poverty. It is not necessarily a choice. It is extremely hard to move through very complex systems. I can tell you that as a user of the systems and as somebody who worked to connect folks to those systems. And so I want us to be really careful about how we speak when we're speaking about low-income people who want to participate in our government. So I'll be voting no on the DeGray amendment, and I'm excited to go back to the Carvel amendment. Thank you.
Thank you all again for keeping your comments to 2 minutes. The chair would recognize Jesse Can.
Hey, thank you. Thanks, Brandy, for that comment. I think it puts things into perspective nicely. I guess the thing I would add to this is when we start talking about, we look at the sort of details of hours and how much work we think it takes to do this job, we're missing the bigger picture of what goes into someone devoting this much time and energy and commitment to a process like joining the select board. I think it's fair to say, I know that today I'm in this meeting that's going to last 10 hours where my attention is entirely devoted to this. I have 2 little kids, and that requires a partner who's in the back supporting this process. It wouldn't be possible for me to do this if I didn't have someone else behind the scenes enabling that. When we look at what our goals are as a town, as we've gone through this process this year and just started to scrape the surface of looking at what our true barriers to inclusion are in town, in the town's work. I think that this is a really small step that starts the process towards working towards some of the goals that we're saying that we believe in. And I think that we should just be really upfront about what it is that it takes to do this sort of work, and look at the history of who has been able to be on the select board and in roles of power in town, and recognize that it has not been fair or inclusive or diverse throughout our entire history, and that's just started to change a little tiny bit. And we have a huge distance to go to make up for that. And I think that this is one small way that we can make that happen. Thanks.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Orion Barber. Okay,
Okay.
we can hear you, Orion.
Okay, can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. This raises a number of, at least two issues for me, and I'm not going to supply answers to either of them in the form of an amendment. But one of the issues is, which George's motion does answer, is how can we make the select board more representative of the differing social circumstances of its members. If somebody who is working a tough job at a lower rate wants to join the select board and has good practical ideas for the select board, then I'm in favor of George's suggestion. And I just wonder whether, in that regard, whether if the town is anxious about somebody trying to game the system, it might not have a test. Let the person submit a record showing what their annual income is and what their means of support is. We do this all the time when we're paying income taxes. You have to tell the government. So I lean more toward George's amendment. I don't support Dick's amendment. I'm not totally against the initial proposal that the chair gave us. So I'm not supplying you with answers. I'm supplying you with maybe a couple of other ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Chair would recognize Mr. Keppel.
Hi, Mr. Moderator. I would like to call the question on Mr. DeGray's amendment, please.
Okay, Mr. Keppel has moved to cease debate. That requires 2/3 vote. Is there a second? Let's clear the queue, which we have to do to determine if we have a second. Louise Zach, chair recognizes.
I second the motion.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded to cease debate on the DeGray secondary motion. All those in favor of ceasing debate, this requires 2/3, please mark your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay, and we'll launch the ballot now. This is aye for ceasing debate on the DeGray motion to amend. Nay, if you don't want to. And we have 1 minute and we have recorded 122 votes. I'm going to allow just another 5 seconds. And we will suspend the voting now. So the ayes are 102, that's 82%. The nays are 23 or 19%, and you have voted to cease debate on the DeGray amendment. So the chair will read the amendment and put the amendment to you as a body. The DeGray amendment calls for compensation of the chair in the amount of $6,000, for the vice chair in the amount of $5,000, and $3,000 for the other four members of the board, and it deletes any compensation in the form of dependent care expense. All those in favor of Mr. DeGray's motion to amend signify by saying aye, and I'm going to launch the poll now. We've got a minute and we have 125 votes, 126. By the way, we have a total of 134 eligible voters that are currently logged in. And we have ended the poll and listened to the results of your vote. Those in favor of the DeGray amendment, 43. Those opposed to the DeGray amendment, 83. And you have defeated the DeGray amendment, and we return to the Carvel amendment. And that is, if I may read it so we know what we're debating, move that the compensation of the select board chairperson be set at a maximum of $10,000, and that the compensation of other members of the select board be set at a maximum of $8,000 each, provided that any select board member can take less than the maximum. And further, that in addition, reasonable dependent care expenses be treated as reimbursable expenses when incurred while the board member is engaged in formal town business. Is there further debate? Mr. Barber has not been heard on this motion, although he may still have his hand up. He's the next one in the queue. Mr. Barber? He's not there. Is he there? Did you send him a? We're not hearing from you, Mr. Barber. I suspect he may have left his. Yeah, now it's gone. Okay, so the chair calls on Ruben Garza.
Hello, thank you, Lauren. So I want to speak in favor of the Carvel amendment. Also, I want to speak and say that I take great exception and am insulted by the bootstrap myth that anybody can just change their circumstances and be more responsible, and that would change everything in their ability to participate as a select board member. The place of privilege that comes from is ill-suited to the town that I live in and that I really like. So I wanted to say that, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Stephen Brown.
Mr. Moderator, I would like the chair to make a ruling as to whether the Carvel amendment is actually germane to the warned article, whereas the Carvel amendment arguably expands the scope of what was warned.
As a fellow moderator, as you know, Mr. Brown, there is some latitude, and the way the chair has looked at the Carvel amendment is that it deals with the same subject matter, and that is the compensation to members of the select board. And so therefore, the chair has tacitly ruled that it is germane. Chair recognizes Louise Zach.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would like to speak in support of this amendment. And I come from a position where when I first read it, I thought it was too much, but I have been too much of an increase. But I definitely applauded the goals behind it. And I have been persuaded by what I've heard today from other members of this body that it is an important step to diversifying our board. So I would like to speak in favor of it.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Chris Chapman.
Unmute. Okay. Hey, folks, thank you very much for recognizing me. This, I understand, is, let me see, if my memory is correct, this is the third year in a row this has come up. I'm sorry to see that it comes up again and again when it's already been voted down twice. I believe, speaking as a former select board member, and even though I'm a white male and actually own my own home, no matter who you are, you do have to sacrifice a great deal to do this work. I think that anyone can run. We've had a number of people from all walks of life on the board. I'm leery of allocating more money to something I think is unnecessary in a budgetary sense when we have a lot of things that could benefit everybody that really merit more money that this kind of vote is going to, if passed, would take away from. I object. I'm sorry that someone has decided to compartmentalize somebody like myself, who wants very much to be able to live in Brattleboro through my retirement, as a member of a power structure, such as it is in Brattleboro. And I find that the notion is divisive unnecessarily. It's culturally acceptable now to do such an unacceptable thing. Although I do see the point in what people are making. But in a small town, you are talking about individuals and you are not talking about a class. And I'm sorry to see that kind of rhetoric come to our town in our town meeting. I firmly believe that the status quo is actually acceptable, because one doesn't do this except out of a sense of service to the town. And believe me, there's plenty of sacrifice in terms of time and opportunity to do other things that would earn more money. However, the satisfaction of being a member of the community and actually doing something for it is plenty. I think that the compensation for public service is its own reward. The service itself is its own reward, and that the compensation that we have now is merely an honorarium. I'll leave it there, and I hope that we just don't keep this time-consuming debate going yet another year. And I'm sorry that it has. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Bethany Ranquist.
Okay, I think I'm on now, right?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. I have a few points to make, and I know I have the 2 minutes, so I'm going to make them kind of as fast as I can. One, I just wanted to speak to the disclosure of financials issue and just say that if people are concerned about who they want in for candidates, we do vote our select board candidates in. So there's no reason that when we get to the voting, if you're concerned somebody's going to go into this for the small amount of money, even with the increase that it would be, I think that that's a issue for voting. Second, I also wanted to just say that I am thinking about, while we're listening to this, the number of single parents, single mothers is much higher than single fathers. So we'll go with that, of a single mother who might be working 2 jobs or 3 jobs and have kids at home that they're, having to pay for. And so childcare is an issue for getting involved. They're also renting, so finances might be an issue. And I don't think that they're well represented on our board as it is, or as it has been. And I'm just imagining that they would love the satisfaction of serving on our select board and might not be able to. And also, I would like to say that as far as the funding for childcare, in case it comes up as an issue, there's a very big difference between providing childcare at a select board meeting and using that as a discretionary supplement. Because if you've got a 2-year-old that needs to go to bed during the time the select board is happening, having childcare at the meeting doesn't take care of that the way that having somebody at your house does. And I just think that in general, I want to fully support the Carville amendment, because I think that in general, it definitely is a place of privilege and comfort to be able to say that it's satisfying and important to serve your community, but to not recognize the number of people who actually legitimately would not be able to do this because of the amount of work that they have to do just to make a living. And if this even replaces one small part-time job for a single parent who wants to serve, then I think that that alone is enough reason to help support that and allow more people to get involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Tim Wessel.
Mr. Moderator, you actually surprised me. I thought I would be much further down the list, but I'm ready. Thank you. I was trying so hard not to say anything here, but I really do want to say something very quickly because of a few comments that were made. Just to get it out of the way, I don't believe that doubling the compensation of the select board, people who serve on the select board, is going to solve the problems that are being sought here to solve. I don't see the evidence of the pay preventing economically disadvantaged people from serving on the select board. I don't know how much people have researched the folks that are serving currently on the select board, and I don't want to get into personal details because they're personal details, but I'll tell you myself that I'm not rich. And I have taken a huge hit with the coronavirus, and I need to now figure out what I'm doing next, as so many people in our town have to do as well. If you do your research on that, I think you'll find that we have a pretty economically diverse board currently. Not only that, but I'm having trouble because I've served on a board with underrepresented groups, and I've only served 4 years, right? So I've served 4 years, but I've served on a board with a 60% female makeup of board members. I've served on a board with at least formally identified single moms. I've served on a board with an African-American woman who served with distinction just 2 years ago. So as a small town with a very increasingly, and I'm very excited about the increasingly diverse economically and increasingly diverse ethnically makeup of our town, I think we're doing pretty well. Now, that's not to say we can't do better, but I don't see the evidence that this will magically get you to a better state of inclusion and equity. I think what this will do is get us to a more politicized board, a more professionalized board. And if you recently, last year, I believe it was, were against moving towards a mayor, I don't understand why you're supporting a doubling of select board salary when really we want people who are in this position for their love of this town and their desire to make it better, regardless of their socioeconomic status. So I really don't, I would urge people to vote down the original amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Maya Hasagawa.
I just have an inquiry, and that is, what would the tax impact be of the Carvel amendment?
That should be probably directed to a member of the staff. How about Mr. Elwell? Would Mr. Elwell be willing to be interrogated? There he is.
So thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you for the question. Just running a quick calculation. So the for the direct payments of 10 instead of 5 and 8 instead of 3, there'd be $25,000 of additional expenditure there, up to $25,000 of additional expenditure if each member took the full amount. And that would be about 0.2 of a penny on the tax rate. The dependence piece is, I think not knowable at this point, but that would be one of the things that would be addressed in the creation of a procedure or a policy to be adopted by the board. For the implementation of it would be, what amount of funding is necessary in order to provide the intended support there. And that would be something that I wouldn't anticipate that, unless somebody wanted to pick an arbitrary figure today, I wouldn't think you could address that today, but that would be something we would sort of figure out together during the implementation of this if it's approved.
So the Finance Committee looked at and came up with the same figure that you did, Mr. Elwell. And that would end up being $2.17 per $100,000 worth of property. And I'm not speaking for or against Mr. Carvel's amendment, but I want people to understand what the tax impact of raising the salary that much will be. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair would recognize Dr. Tortolani.
Okay, you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bob Tortolani, District 2. I'm still not sure how I'm going to vote on this. I like the idea of inclusivity, and I also like the idea of the fact that people who were in their financial situation did not necessitate them taking the max amount. They could take less than the max. My concern is the part about a reasonable expenditures for childcare or elder care. I thought there should be some kind of max, just as there is some kind of max for the others, that max of 10, max of 8, whether it be 2,000 or 1,000 or whatever, because I think it'd be better for the planning of the person who's going to take the position, as well as for the town to know what the max would be. And I'm just suggesting that that be a consideration. I wondered if it would be helpful, if our town manager feels it would be helpful if we did put a max on that. That's my question. Thank you.
Mr. Elwell is interrogated, should he wish to be.
So I'll provide a general response to that rather than one specific to this topic. I think it's important for the robust debate that's happening to continue among the members to decide where you land on the topic. I would say in general, when we're adding to the budget, it's always better to add a specific dollar figure than just a statement of intention. And so if the body can rally around a, an additional sum above and beyond the $25,000 that would be in stipend, that would be sort of the funding that would be provided to fulfill the intention of the dependent care, that would be helpful. I don't think it's absolutely necessary, given the magnitude of that expense in relation to a $19.5 million budget. We've had conversations more at the select board level than here at representative town meeting about the difference between discussing something that would have a large dollar impact without being more precise about it versus something that's going to have a relatively small dollar impact in the scope and scale of the entire town budget. And on those smaller items, I think it would be less desirable but not problematic if the representative town meeting made clear its intentions and then staff and the select board worked out the details.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ricky Rosati.
I would like to move to make an amendment that would include requiring select board candidates to release their last year's income and also to report their weekly hours at the select board meetings of how much time they have invested into their work as a select board member. I yield my time.
Thank you. The chair is going to have to rule your proposed amendment out of order as not germane. It clearly does go beyond the scope of the article. It's a close enough call for the chair on just whether or not the chair could even entertain the question of dependent care expense. But this clearly goes beyond the intent. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to rule it out of order. Chair recognizes Dick DeGray.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. One of the things when we're talking about childcare or elderly care, we don't talk about people who can't run. There's people on the second shift who work that might not be able to, can't get out of work to run for the board. There's all kinds of things that every one of us can't do because we just can't do them. And this compensation issue, I would agree with Mr. Russell. There's been several assumptions that there are people who are well off on the board and they're not serving the community. Anybody who's I've ever served on the board with, whatever their wealth was, no one talked about it. It wasn't an issue. But one thing I did know that they had a common goal for the town of Brattleboro and all the people who lived in it. There was a gentleman who used to walk up and down Main Street. I'd see him quite a bit because I'm on the street doing flowers, very unassuming. And when he passed away, he left several $1 million to the library and several $1 million to the hospital. And if you looked at him and made a value judgment, just the way he dressed, you go, there's no way this guy's worth $8 or $9 million. So these character assumptions that people are making, I find them really disingenuous and shouldn't be part of the conversation. I don't support this. I wish that my amendment had passed. I think it was fair. But the reality is, let's talk about the issues and not talk about what we think people are worth and who we think they're representing. Thank you.
Chair, let me just see. Okay. Yeah, Chair recognizes Wendy Collins. She has not spoken on this particular amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm supporting this amendment, although I'd like it to see something like twice that amount of money, or do it $15 an hour or something like that. But that's not going to pass. So I'm not bothering to make that amendment. But as to what's on the floor, there are things this issue is about, things there aren't. I don't think this is about how it's going to affect the budget. 23 grand against a budget of, what is it, $18 million or some huge amount of money, isn't going to make that much difference. Yes, serving on the board is a service to the town, and in the old days when it wasn't all that hard, you know, that may have been enough. But this sort of reminds me of the difference, you know, the CEOs of all these corporations making these gazillion dollars and the employees making less. I mean, our very fine town manager, a salary of 100,000, absolutely earns it. But he's not the only one who runs the town. The select board runs the town. And they bring back a fraction of that amount of money. And I think we could afford to do more. For someone, I mean, I was a single parent, but I was always provided for. But people need to be able to run for this board. And if they're, especially single parent, working many jobs, I mean, Archer Mayer once said, a real Vermonter works 3 jobs. And we need real Vermonters on the board. I think it's incredibly underrepresented of the whole community. I know from just talking to plenty of, you know, people in a position of not the greatest economic security, that they can't do what's requested, the commitment. You can't meet the commitment financially that's required to serve on the board. So I would recommend that this proposal as we're got now is what, about $25,000. I recommend that we adopt it. And I think the reason it comes back year after year is it's not settled. I think there's some strong feeling about making this more inclusive, and money is what makes a difference in inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Sonia Silbert.
Hey there.
Hi. I like where you're standing, outdoors in the sun.
And we're boiling sap at the same time.
Oh, all right.
I'll keep this really short because I know we've been talking about this for a long time. It's actually been really hard to hear a few people speak to thinking that this won't actually make an impact on people's ability to run, when we've literally had people testify today in the last hour saying, I personally would run if the stipends are lifted, and here are the reasons why I can't do it. And it feels really hard for us not to be respecting the lived experiences of people in our community who are volunteering their time to be at RTM for hours upon hours. And I really want to just say we need to be listening to the people who are saying this actually will make an impact. If it won't make an impact for you, that's wonderful. You don't have to take the money. And I also want to name that in terms of fiscal responsibility, people keep naming that as an issue, and a $25,000 increase in a $17 million budget, I think, is small comparatively, and especially smaller than an amendment or an article we're going to talk about briefly or shortly. That's talking about the marketing money for a downtown, which is actually like geared towards spending about $40,000 geared towards trying to bring a diverse population here as a visitor. And this article feels like a smaller amount of money to have a much more impactful, just to have a larger impact on the fact that diverse communities could actually take leadership in our community. So I really want to ask all of us, what kind of town do we want to live in? Do we want to live in a town where we're going to prioritize marketing to bring a diverse community outside coming in, or are we going to prioritize a town that actually makes it possible for people who live here to stay here and make really important decisions that impact every single one of us? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Far Meese.
Hi there, Farm East District 3. I'd like to call the question.
Okay, Mr. Meese has called the question, which means to cease debate. That requires a second. Can we clear the queue? Is there a second to calling the question? The chair recognizes Louise Zach.
I second the motion.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate on the Carvel motion to amend, please indicate by marking your ballot aye. Those opposed to ceasing debate, mark your ballot nay, and we will launch the ballot now. Question is on the Carvel motion to amend. We have a minute and we have 122 votes cast. Chair is going to give it another 5 seconds. And we'll end debate. Listen to the results of your vote. Those in favor of ceasing debate, 111, that's 88%. Those opposed, 15, and you have voted to cease debate. So we return to the principal amendment, the Carvel amendment, which the chair will read. Move that the compensation of the select board chairperson be set at a maximum of $10,000 and that the compensation of other members of the select board be set at a maximum of $8,000 each, provided that any select board member can take less than the maximum. And further, that in addition, reasonable dependent care expenses be treated as reimbursable expenses when incurred while a board member is engaged in formal town business. All those in favor of that motion, that is the Carvel motion to amend, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay, and we will launch the ballot now. Okay, we have a minute and people are still voting. We have 125 votes, 127. I'm going to allow 5 more seconds. We'll end the balloting now. Listen to the results of your voting on the Carvel amendment. Those in favor, 79. Those opposed, 49. And you have approved the amendment, the Carvel amendment, so that the motion now reads as follows. This was a substitution motion. And so therefore, the original motion now reads, shall the compensation of the select board chairperson be set at a maximum of $10,000 and that compensation of the other members of the select board be set at a maximum of $8,000 each, provided that any select board member can take less than the maximum. And further, that in addition, reasonable dependent care expenses be treated as reimbursable expenses when incurred while the board member is engaged in formal town business. Are you ready for that vote? Are you ready for that question? I see one hand up all around.
I move the question.
Okay, you've moved to close debate on the question. Is there a second? Let's clear the queue. Chair recognizes Bethany Rehnquist. Are you willing to second the motion?
I second the motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to close debate on the motion, the amended motion on Article 13. And the chair, as we all know, that requires 2/3 vote. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please mark your ballot aye. All those opposed, nay. And we will launch the ballot now. This is to cease debate on the main motion, which has been amended. We have a minute, 125 votes cast so far. And we're going to allow 5 more seconds. We're going to close the balloting now. Listen to the results of your vote. 107 to cease debate, that's 84%. 21 nay, and you have voted to cease debate. So we return to the ultimate question, which is the amended motion, which will read as follows. This is what you will be voting on. Shall the compensation of the select board chairperson be set at a maximum of $10,000, and that the compensation of the other members of the select board be set at a maximum of $8,000 each, provided that any select board member can take less than the maximum. And further, that in addition, reasonable dependent care expenses be treated as reimbursable expenses when incurred while the board member is engaged in formal town business. Please mark your ballot aye if you're in favor of that proposition. If you're opposed, mark it no, and we will launch the ballot now. We have 1 minute, 126 votes already cast. Chair will allow another 5 seconds. And we'll end polling. Listen to the results of your vote. 87 aye and 42 nay, and you have approved Article 13 as amended. Article 14, to see if the town will transfer from the unassigned general fund balance to the capital fund the sum of $530,000 for the following capital projects. $130,000 to replace the limited use limited access elevator, LULA, at the Gibson Aiken Center, $100,000 to replace sidewalks, and $300,000 for paving projects. The chair recognizes Ian Goodnow.
Hello, Mr. Moderator.
Hi, we're still here.
Yes, you moved quickly. You moved quickly on the next one. Caught me by surprise. I move that the town transfer from the unassigned general fund balance to the capital fund the sum of $530,000 for the following capital projects. $130,000 to replace the limited use, limited access elevator at the Gibson Aiken Center, and $100,000 to replace sidewalks, and $300,000 for paving projects.
Please clear the queue. Is there a second to the motion? Peter Case.
I will second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Case. It has been moved and seconded that the town transfer from the unassigned general fund balance to the capital fund the sum of $530,000 for the following capital projects. $130,000 to replace the limited use, limited access elevator, LULA, at the Gibson Aiken Center, $100,000 to replace sidewalks, and $300,000 for paving projects. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor of, yes. If so, all those in favor of Article 14, please signify by marking your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay. Okay, we've got almost a minute, 125 votes cast so far. And we will give you 5 more seconds to complete the voting. And voting will end. The chair is happy to report that you voted unanimously, 128 votes in favor of Article 14, and it has been approved. Article 15, to see if the town will appropriate from the unassigned general fund balance the sum of up to $75,000 for the upgrade for the town's website. Chair would ask that, well, we have to clear the queue first. And the chair is going to ask, is there a second? Mr. Tim Maciel.
I second it.
Mr. Maciel seconds the motion. It's been moved and seconded that the town appropriate from the general unassigned general fund balance. Oh, sorry. Oh my God. Thank you. Chair's getting tired. Okay, we got to watch out. I got a second before I got the motion made, and thank goodness the town clerk was paying attention. Thank you very much. So let's make the motion first and then go for the second. Chair calls on Elizabeth McLaughlin. Are you willing to come down here and sit, Ms. McLaughlin?
Well, I'd be happy to read the motion.
Thank you.
I move that the town appropriate from the unassigned general fund balance the sum of up to $75,000 for the upgrades for the town's website.
Thank you. Now let's do the second again. And the chair would recognize Mr. Maciel a second time. I hope for a second.
Sorry for that premature second.
Well, that's my fault.
Now I second it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so it's been moved and seconded that the town appropriate from the unassigned general fund balance the sum of up to $75,000 for the upgrades for the town website. Chair recognizes I have a pre-printed motion from Mr. Carville. Do I have any other pre-printed motions? I think I just have the one motion. But I'm going to start with Mr. Dimes. Mr. Dimes.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
I oppose spending this money. Not that I'm against websites, but we could put the money to other more urgent uses. That's not even the main reason. The main reason is there are apparent flaws in the website that I see, which are just a matter of an hour or two for a webmaster to fix. I'm thinking namely of the first thing I can think of is the listing of this body as a subcommittee on the third or fourth level of the menu. It shows a systemic disrespect for this body, and it is a substantial mistake which does not cultivate respect for the RTM. Another thing is that the resolutions of this body and the petitioned articles of the people do not have their own menu anywhere. And if you want to find out all those things that Brattleboro is famous for, you have to know the day it was voted on, and then you can look through the minutes of the meeting, and you have to know the date of the meeting. These things are not matters of $75,000 to fix. So I think we should fix them first before buying the Cadillac.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dimes. The chair will now recognize Mr. Carville.
There. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to amend the motion, adding, not changing it, but adding the following to it. And that the select board direct town staff to create for board approval a detailed RFP for the website after soliciting input from community members experiencing difficulty both accessing and providing town information, including those with life experiences about social services, racism, sexism, classism, and homelessness. And said RFP shall require inclusive design, meaning the finished product will meet the needs of as many individuals as possible, including anyone who is permanently or temporarily disabled or whose only access to the site is via cell phone.
All right. The chair will accept that amendment. Again, it goes a bit far, Mr. Carville, but I believe the subject and object of the amendment is consistent with the purposes of the article, and so the chair would accept it. We would need to clear the queue and ask if there is a second to Mr. Carville's amendment. Yes, please. Is there a second to Mr. Carville's amendment Paula Melton.
Hi, Paula Melton, District 1. I'd like to second the motion.
Okay, thank you. So we are now considering the Carvel Amendment, which reads, in addition to the motion, and that the Select Board direct town staff to create for board approval a detailed RFP for the new website after soliciting input from community members who have experienced difficulty both accessing town information and providing information to the town, including those with life experiences about social services, racism, sexism, classism, and homelessness. And said RFP shall require inclusive design, meaning the finished product will meet the needs of as many individuals as possible, including anyone who is permanently and temporarily disabled or whose only access to the site is via a cell phone. Are you ready for that question? No, we have a number of hands up, so the chair would first, and what we're now debating is on the Carvel Amendment, and the chair would recognize Orion Barber.
I second the amendment.
I'm sorry?
I second the amendment.
Okay, it's already been seconded. Thank you, Mr. Barber. Thank you. The chair is going to round back to Mr. Carvel also to give him first an opportunity to speak on it because it is his amendment. Mr. Carvel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First, I want to commend the Select Board for moving to improve the town website. It's way out of date and it needs a full redo. But I'm not suggesting that the board would not want a new design to be inclusive. My amendment's intended to put the weight of representative town meeting, the town, behind the philosophy of building an inclusive town, showcased on an inclusive website, and establish some suggestion of metrics to be put behind that philosophy. That's where I'm coming from on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carvel. Chair would recognize Peter Case.
Hi, I'm just I'm popping on just one point of clarification for the thing, and I think it is sort of mentioned within the description in Article 15. The sum would not be for the complete 75,000, but would allow to be spent up to 75,000. And if that is the case, I would like to move the question.
Okay, the problem is, Mr. Case, you can't move the question after you have spoken on a, after you've actually spoken. I realize you spoke very briefly, but our rule is that you cannot move the question once you have spoken on the issue. So I'm going to have to respectfully ask you to hold that for now. Chair will look to the next, will be Tim Masil.
I move to question.
Okay, Mr. Masil moves the question. Thank you. And that requires a 2/3 vote. Is there a second, first of all, to the moving the question, ceasing debate? Chair recognizes Peter Case.
I second.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded to cease debate on the Carvel motion. The it requires a 2/3 vote. So we're going to launch the poll. All in favor of ending debate on the Carvel motion to amend, please signify by marking your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay. And the poll has been launched. Okay, we've got a minute and we've got 121 votes cast. I'm going to allow another 5 seconds. Okay, we're going to end the balloting. Listen to the results of your vote. 105 in favor of ceasing debate. That's 85%. 17 opposed, and you have obtained the necessary 2/3 to cease debate. We return to the amendment, which will be our next vote. So here is the question that you will be considering. It is the Carvel amendment by adding the following language to the motion. Now, the motion is that the town appropriate from the unassigned general fund balance the sum of $75,000 for the upgrades for the town website. What you're going to be voting on now is the Carvel amendment that says, and that the select board direct town staff to create for board approval a detailed RFP for the new website after soliciting input from community members who have experienced difficulty both accessing town information and providing information to the town, including those with life experience about social services, racism, sexism, classism, and homelessness. And said RFP shall require inclusive design, meaning the finished product will meet the needs of as many individuals as possible, including anyone who is permanently and temporarily disabled or whose only access to the site is via a cell phone. All those in favor of the Carvel motion to amend signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay, and we will launch the ballot now. We're at about a minute and we've got 120 ballots, 120 votes cast. I'm going to allow 5 more seconds to close voting. And we will close the voting on the Carvel amendment. Listen to the results of your vote. Those in favor, 87. Those opposed, 35. The ayes have it, and you have amended Article 15, the motion. Motion on Article 15 now reads as follows. Shall the town appropriate from the unassigned general fund balance the sum of up to $75,000 for upgrades for the town's website, and that the select board direct town staff to create for board approval a detailed RFP for the new website after soliciting input from community members who have experienced difficulty both accessing town information and providing information to the town, including those with life experiences about social services, racism, sexism, classism, and homelessness. And that said, RFPs shall require inclusive design, meaning the finished product will meet the needs of as many individuals as possible, including anyone who is permanently or temporarily disabled or whose only access to the site is via a cell phone. And the chair, are you asked if you're ready for that vote? And the chair will recognize Michael Bosworth.
Hi, Michael Bosworth, District 1. I did just vote for George's amendment because I think if we go forward, that very good parameters to put on the project. I'm not yet totally convinced that we need to go forward. I think in many ways, this is maybe, I think it's something that's nice to have a much better website, but is it necessary? We could be using these fund balance monies for other needs such as energy improvements or whatever. So I would like to hear, I guess, or it's almost like it would be nice to have a $10,000 first stage to get all those soliciting inputs. You know, are people really in need of these improvements? And you know, I mean, I'd wish that had happened already, so I could be more convinced of the need for this.
Thank you, Mr. Bosworth. Tom Franks, chair recognizes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, you keep moving around.
I do. I'm a busy guy. I have a couple questions. One, is there any way to achieve some of the objectives in the Carvel amendment we just passed? For example, it says anyone who is permanently disabled. I don't know that we can meet that standard. The second standard it sets is who is limited to a cell phone. Some cell phones don't have video. Yeah, I know it's hard to conceive. And the third thing is how much more, I'd like someone to answer, how much more will it cost to implement this amendment on top of what we're already talking about? Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Franks, I think that those are all probably appropriate questions for Mr. Elwell, if he would not mind being interrogated. Is it? Yeah, there you go.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
I would never turn away an interrogation when you invite me in. But honestly, with due respect to Mr. Franks, that felt more rhetorical to me. Those are not facts I can present to the body. I respect the point of view, but I don't feel I can answer the questions that were asked.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Recognizing that this was just sprung on you a few moments ago. Mr. Franks, do you have any follow-up on that or any other thoughts?
Just the usual thought of unintended consequences.
Okay.
We just voted a increase for the select board, for a sitting select board, with no guarantee that it'll have any impact on the select board that gets elected next year. Just a thought.
Chair recognizes Millicent Cooley.
Hello, can you see me and hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to speak in favor of this proposal for a few reasons. One is the design as it is now is complete barrier to engaging people in the community, in the affairs of the town. It's not just helping, it's hurting engagement. Two, I've worked on website development and design for about 2.5 decades, and there's something that happens on the website now. I work for the Energy Committee. I'm supposed to keep the Energy Committee page on the website up to date. Every 3 weeks, the content disappears, and this is not due to anybody's incompetence, and it can't be fixed by fixing the HTML. There's a deep architectural problem. It's broken, and this happens with old sites. It's nobody's fault, but with that architectural problem means it has to be rebuilt. Accessibility that is being asked for disabled people, is much of that is built into modern websites. It doesn't cost a whole bunch extra. It costs a lot to add accessibility to an old broken site. But when you create a new site in modern technology, a lot of that accessibility comes with the price. So it's not something to be frightened of.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Catherine Turnus.
Hi. You know, I have to put this out there because I'm at the senior center constantly, and I work with Sarah Clark, who is the assistant director for the rec department. And of course, Carol Alot is the director, but I can't tell you how many times I have gone into her office when she has to deal with that website on a daily basis, pulling her hair out. I mean, it really, really has to be done. We're going through that with senior meals right now. We have to recreate our website because what we had just wasn't working. It's really important that people have access to a functional website to find out about our town, to find out about how our town is run, and for the people who have to use it on a constant basis because it's their job. So I do support this amendment.
Thank you. Again, the question is on the motion as amended. The $75,000 for a new website coupled with the Carvel motion, which has been approved. The chair recognizes Zach McLaughlin.
Another point of information question, which is I don't see it in the finance report, and I have missed it previously. Why is it 75,000? Was that through an RFI process, or is there a reason why 75 was the pick? I agree with the importance of the website and everything else that other people have stated, but I'm curious about the figure.
So this one might be one that would be appropriate for Mr. Elwell to respond to if he desires to.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, I think this one is for me. And how we arrived at that was we're familiar with municipalities that have undertaken these sorts of projects for less than that amount and for more than that amount. And this is not a scientifically calculated number. It's our best judgment as to a sufficient amount of money to do a very substantial. We had initially thought it would be perhaps an upgrade to the existing site. I think Millicent Cooley's point a few moments ago is exactly correct. What we've learned in doing some initial research on this is the modern platforms for sites actually come with many of the advantages that we'd be wanting to try to build into the existing site, in addition to just making it much more user-friendly and much easier to maintain. So the sum total of all that is we looked at what it would cost to build a new site with professional assistance, because this is certainly going to be a contracted project. We know of people who've been pretty disappointed with investments of $25,000 and $40,000 in that range. And we don't think we need to spend more than 75 based on what we understand for people to have accomplished with approximately that amount of money.
Thank you. So the chair now would recognize Ian Goodnow.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, I'm speaking in favor of the motion as amended. We are currently living through a global pandemic that has required us to host our second entirely virtual representative town meeting, the second ever in Vermont. The reliance that the people of Brattleboro are now have on the internet and on our website, it has just been highlighted by this last year. I believe that this is a critical thing that we can do to make our town more accessible. And I also think that it directly reflects the town of Brattleboro to other communities. If our website can be one that is exemplary, we can be a leader in just another area. So I really would encourage people to vote for this. This is something that I am really, I appreciate the amendment, and I'm really looking forward to working on this in the next year if the RTM approves it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls, recognizes Daniel Quip.
Thanks. Yes, I didn't think I would be speaking to this, but I find myself compelled to. Fund balance is used for non-recurring expenses. Ideally, this will be a one-off expense. The website is something that is the front door for our municipal government. And as much as a great deal of time and effort and love is put into maintaining it as it currently is, we can do a great deal better and really help people access the information they need quickly. It will also increase transparency, and Mr. Carville's amendment is perfectly fine with me. Sitting on the board currently, I know that those are all things that are in our mind right now in many areas of our work, and certainly would apply to this website development as well. So I really hope that the town meeting members approve this. I think it's a really wise investment in our town.
Chair recognizes Bethany Ranquist.
Hi there. I'm glad I just got up to turn on lights, so I'm glad I got back in time. I just wanted to say that I really fully support this article, and I just wanted to throw out there that it's 2021. We're living through a time where we need as many digital opportunities as we can have, as this pandemic has shown us. And also, I wanted to make a couple points. One is that currently, through our town offices, there is not an easy or even possible way for us to do things like pay for rec and park services and programs online. They still have to be paid for with cash and by check, which I think is pretty challenging for a lot of people, especially if we think of something like paying for summer camp with a credit card so that you can pay it off over the course of the year. There's a lot of benefits to things like that, but also our website is extremely challenging for accessibility for those with disabilities, specifically those who are visually impaired and blind. My kid's dad is blind and has an extremely hard time using his computer or phone to get onto the website, and frequently has to ask me to assist him. So I think that we need to be thinking in terms of not just is it okay how it is and how can we slowly or carefully make it a little better, but actually how can we overhaul it so that it's more current, fits with the needs of the community, and we're only going to know those by polling and having meetings about it. And then also, does it actually meet the needs of all? Because I can definitely say that it currently does not. Thank you.
Thank you. We next recognize Kurt Dimes. We can't hear you, Mr. Dimes. Okay, now we have you.
That better? Thank you.
Yes.
I'm sure this is not a popular opinion, but it should be said. The unassigned fund balance is for non-recurring expenses urgent expenses and emergencies. We should be preparing for climate change and things like that. Severe weather events that we've experienced before are going to happen again. And this is not an emergency. Also, I don't like that we parade ourselves around, as if we're helping homeless people and poor people by having a fancier website. If we want to help homeless people and emotionally or psychologically handicapped people, we do it by funding the appropriate programs such as Groundworks. And I think it's just not right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Have they raised their hands? No. Okay. Okay. Chair recognizes Steve Brown.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to move to close the debate and call the question, please.
Thank you. Mr. Brown has moved to cease debate and will clear the queue and ask for a second. Is anyone willing to second that motion? Doug France.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to second.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded to close debate. As we all know, that requires 2/3 vote. So we will launch the question on whether you are in favor of closing debate on the motion for Article 15. All those in favor of ceasing debate signify by marking aye. All opposed, nay, and you may vote now. I think when we get done with this article, we'll take a brief recess. Okay, we have a minute now. We're going to allow another 10 seconds. Votes are still coming in. And we will cease voting on the question of ceasing debate. Listen to the results of your vote. 112 in favor of ceasing debate, that's 92%. 10 against, and you have voted to cease debate. And so we will return to the question as amended, which the chair will read. Shall the town appropriate from the unassigned general fund balance the sum of up to $75,000 for the upgrade for the town's website, and that the select board direct town staff to create for board approval a detailed RFP for the new website after soliciting input from community members who have experienced difficulty both accessing town information and providing information to the town, including those with life experiences about social services, racism, sexism, classism, and homelessness. And said RFP shall require inclusive design, meaning the finished product will meet the needs of as many individuals as possible, including anyone who is permanently or temporarily disabled, or those only access to the site is via a cell phone. All those in favor of that motion, chair just read, please signify by marking your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay, and we're launching the poll now. What are 12 votes cast so far? We're at a minute. $121 votes cast. I'm going to allow another 10 seconds. Okay, we're going to close the ballot and listen to the results of your vote. 112 aye, 10 nay, and the ayes have it, and you have approved Article 15 as amended. The chair would like to declare a 15-minute recess at this point. It's exactly 4 o'clock. We'll return at 4:15 to take up Article 16. Thank you. Please, once again, keep your connections live. We don't want to have to find people after the break. Thank you. Okay, folks, we will reconvene. Before I do, there's several hands up. I assume for questions of privilege. Let's start with the top one, Bethany Ranquist.
Hi, I think there's going to be probably looking at the list, a couple of people that go after me, but just to make sure that it gets put out there, I wanted to make the body aware that there this afternoon is a rally happening at Pliny Park, and it seems now might have moved down to the co-op of Nazis who are holding up signs and shouting hateful racist things while we're here meeting. And so my concern was making folks aware so that they can make sure that they are staying safe when they're not sitting in this meeting today. And it looks like, I'm sure there's other people that are going to speak to it, but I also would like to see some sort of action from this body today about speaking up against that display. And I think it maybe should alter what we're thinking about when we're passing the upcoming amendments that are still left to go.
Okay, thank you, Bethany, for that bit of information. I see Faramis, and I will recognize him for a privileged motion.
Hi, Farmis, District 3. Yeah, just following up on that, I don't know if this falls under the realm of a question of a privilege regarding the assembly, but yeah, I wanted to see if it would be possible to make a motion, a resolution condemning fascist organizing in Brattleboro, since it seems to be a very emergent situation.
That is something that might be appropriate under other business, but not at this juncture, because nothing is on the table at this juncture, and that would be something appropriately for discussion under other business. We still have got quite a few articles to go through. Again, chair is compelled to follow the warning, but thank you. Bring it up under other business. Ricky Rosati.
Hello, I'm sorry I missed the very beginning of what the previous speaker was saying. I was a minute late, but I would like to make a motion to amend the community marketing initiative slogan from Love Brattleboro to Love Wantescok, in respect that Colonel Brattle was a British loyalist slave owner.
Okay, you're premature. I haven't read the motion yet. Once we read the motion, once it is moved and seconded, then if you wish to make a motion of some sort to amend it, you are welcome to do so. So you're a little premature. So what we're going to do at this point is we're going to reconvene, and we're going to start with Article 16 to see if the town will appropriate the sum of $37,551 for the Community Marketing Initiative promotion of Brattleboro, performed jointly by the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. And the chair for this recognizes Daniel Quip.
Good afternoon. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $37,551 for the Community Marketing Initiative promotion of Brattleboro, performed jointly by the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, to be dispersed to those agencies by the Select Board upon review and acceptance of a satisfactory plan for the use of the funds and the evaluation of the results.
Thank you, Mr. Quip. Clear the queue. And is there a second? Chair recognizes Christopher Kane. Mr. Kane, are you willing to second the motion?
I am. I'm willing to second the motion.
Thank you. The motion has been made and seconded to appropriate the sum of $37,551 for the Community Marketing Initiative promotion of Brattleboro, performed jointly by the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, to be dispersed to those agencies by the Select Board upon review and acceptance of a satisfactory plan for the use of the funds and the evaluation of the results. Chair recognizes Michael Bosworth.
Michael Bosworth, District 1. I just have a question. This was meant to be a certain percentage of the new tax. And was that calculated on July 19 to June 20? So that's my only question.
Okay, sounds like that might be an interrogation for Town Manager Elwell.
Thank you. And the answer is yes. That was the manner in which it was originally approved a few years back. And so each subsequent year, we've taken the percentage, applied it to the prior year's receipts, and then incorporated that amount into the proposed budget.
Chair next recognizes Ricky Rosati.
Hello, I would like to follow up my previous motion to amend the article to have the Community Marketing Initiative slogan be changed from Love Brattleboro to Love Wantescok, because that is the indigenous name of the area from the Sokoke and Olenek and Wallanock tribes that have been displaced here. And we should respect them and not honor the namesake of Colonel Brattle, who was a British loyalist and slave owner. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, reluctantly, I have to rule that out of order as not germane to the substance of this motion. It may have to do with the marketing initiative, but it doesn't have to do with the specific motion and article under consideration, which is the appropriation of $37,500 for the marketing campaign. Something certainly you may bring up under other business. Chair would recognize Alex Fisher.
Hi, good afternoon. Alex.
Afternoon.
Hi, Alex Fisher, District 2. I feel conflicted on this marketing initiative, and I have like the questions that I'm thinking about that I just encourage other people to think about. Is that I'm hearing from some of the BIPOC owned businesses that they're in need of a larger BIPOC clientele base to be a successful and viable business. And I want to support the BIPOC run and queer run businesses that are already here. And so in hearing from a few business owners, I'm leaning towards supporting. I'm also leaning towards not supporting for reasons of, I'm curious what is being done to actually make the Brattleboro businesses more supportive of queer, trans, and BIPOC communities. What is being done to prevent following of Black and brown youth, specifically in stores, which happens here in Brattleboro, a classic example of how unwelcoming spaces can be to Black and brown bodies. What is being done for creating gender neutral and trans friendly bathrooms and other things in our town, and generally sort of when we're asking folks to come here, what are we providing them with, and how are we making sure that when we say come to Brattleboro, it's for you, that it actually is providing folks with the things that they need. So there's that. And I don't know if I can call to question. Can I call to question or not call to question? Can I interrogate?
If you've got a question for someone else, you may. Yes, you may do that.
My question is, after the year of focusing on LGBTQ, I say queer community, what are the results? How has that been successful, and what has been learned that is going to be applied to a very, very different demographic of BIPOC community?
And who are you addressing that question to?
I'm assuming DBA, because that's who is.
Okay, so maybe let's see, is Stephanie Bonin on the line? Perhaps she could respond to that. If Stephanie Bonin could hit *9, I think we could get her in on this conversation. There it is. It's right there. *6 to unmute.
I am here and ready.
And we do hear you. Did you
Okay,
hear
great.
did you hear the question that was
I
just
did.
posed by Alex Fisher?
Awesome. Thank you,
I
Stephanie.
did. Thank you.
Answer.
Yeah. I'm Stephanie Bonin. I'm the Executive Director of Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. Thank you for allowing me some time. I wanted to just take a step back before answering Alex's question directly. This initiative, which we call the CMI for short, is about marketing our community so that we can increase the amount of people who are coming to visit our town. And if it's done well, then we will continue to have our organizations and businesses and community members supported by a mix of locals and visitors. And it's that mix that's essential for the vitality and the sustainability of our town. But, you know, we as a nation are in the midst of an important racial reckoning. And for some, this is lifelong work, and for others, the veil has only recently been lifted to all of this ugliness of prejudice and hate that exists and is growing in this country, and hate that we're seeing right now as we meet. And so I bring this up because the conversation of change is happening everywhere in our country, in small towns like ours, in cities and states everywhere. And in Brattleboro, the 9-member advisory team that led the work that resulted in the community safety review, some of that Alex just referenced, is just one example of that deep work that has to be happening in our town. The discussion that you all just had about increasing the pay and offering childcare expenses for select board members, that's part of that deep work. And I say all this because with the approval of last September of our budget, our current focus for CMI is on inviting Black, Indigenous, people of color, or BIPOC visitors to our town. And so CMI is working in parallel, in tandem with all these efforts around our nation and in this town. And it's not an either or scenario, it is a both. So with the budget that was passed last September, actually for the first time we're announcing right here publicly that we hired a firm to start the next phase, which is what I just spoke about. And that firm is a first generation Cuban American woman who leads it. And they are going to be focused on 3 strategies: media outreach to writers for editorial content, social influencers, and digital marketing. And they will be using platforms that are owned, run, and viewed or read by the BIPOC community in the cities that we identify. And this is going to, you know, when I say it's running parallel, this is recognizing their importance in our tourism economy, and it's sending a clear message through images and through content that they are welcome here. And this audience was chosen by our advisory team because whatever we choose needs to be laser sharp, focused strategy to stretch our small amount of dollars as far as they can go. And we chose to speak to this specific audience because Vermont has never talked to them before. And we want to talk to an audience that's looking for a beautiful town to, you know, disconnect, unplug, take a hike, but just doesn't know about Brattleboro. And this campaign will be actively inviting them over and over to come here. So I also wanted to clarify. Yeah.
Ms. Bonin, I should have warned you. I apologize. Yeah. We have a rule that we have to limit our debate to 2 minutes. So
got it.
I give you another
Could
15.
I clarify?
Sure, yeah. Sure. Give you another 15 seconds. Go ahead.
Let me just clarify that this is not the new options tax, which was mentioned in the beginning. So this budget comes from 10% of the 1% rooms and meals tax that was brought up. And then I also wanted to clarify that we have presented at the select board several times about the outcomes of the last campaign and looked at the data and the matrix of what ads we placed. But in terms of the direct answer of how do we measure success, that one is always going to be elusive when we're talking about marketing, but we do the best possible thing that we can, which is sharing out where our work was focused, whether it's likes or views or circulation, or in this case, influencer visits. All of those types of things will be how we measure the success.
Thank you. And I do apologize because you wouldn't have any way of knowing that we do have a 2-minute limit. The chair needs to give everyone an opportunity who has not yet spoken on this matter. So the chair would call on, at this point, Peter Case.
Okay. Thank you, Peter Case from District 2. Listen, I'm going to speak in favor of this initiative. I just think increasing the population with more diversity, it'll add new ideas as how we grow as a community, and by that we'll basically build a stronger community, a more understanding community that will support the current businesses that are there, as well as bringing new ideas to the people who are already here as well. Look, people go where people are invited, and one way to do that is with a strong marketing campaign. You invite people into our community and you make it welcoming. It goes a long way. You can't treat it like a sprint. It has to sort of be treated like a marathon. This is going to be a long, sustained thing, and that's kind of what I feel like our town needs right now to increase the economy, and something like this can be a real economic driver for our community. So I'm just speaking in favor of Article 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see who else hasn't spoken. Christopher Chapman.
Unmute. There we go. Hi, thank you very much for calling on me, Mr. Moderator. I want to pass on a message that was sent to me by Curtis Reed Jr., who is the director of the Vermont Partnership for Fairness and Diversity. And he wrote that he hopes that there will be support for this because let's see. He says, discrimination, harassment, bigotry, and so forth are national challenges and not unique to Brattleboro. However, he says, collectively working together with intention to make Brattleboro a better place to live for everyone. And he speaks from a business perspective, and that his project and that this project focuses on promoting Brattleboro as a destination for BIPOC visitors and consumers for the betterment of all the businesses and the community, just as Mr. Case was saying. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And let's see who else hasn't had an opportunity yet. Ruben Garza.
Hello, thank you, Lauren, again. This is Ruben Garza in District 3. I also have a question for Stephanie, and I hope she can get back on to respond. But my question is regarding, my understanding is that last year this was approved, but the funds were unused because of COVID. And so now that they've made a decision to hire somebody, and this 37,551 they have already, what or when will the money that we would be approving today, when would that be used, is my question. Since I don't know if there's a surplus because of the unused portion from last year or last allocation.
Yes. Let's see if we can get Stephanie, oh yes, Stephanie Bonin on the line to respond.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, COVID makes everything complicated. So the campaign has been on hold for about 8 months now. And so this new marketing firm that we have hired is contracted out with that money that was passed in September, and will be starting to we'll kick off the campaign. This money that's passed will then get spent in the regular fiscal year, that as if COVID hadn't happened. And then when we meet next March, hopefully we will be back on track with a regular fiscal year that makes sense to all of us.
Thank you very much. Further debate on Article 16. Let's see. Gary Straub.
Hi, Gary Stroud, District 2 representative. After carefully listening to the discussion, me being an African-American male and the only one basically on most of the committees, my thought on this particular matter, I have to agree with Ruben too with this extra funding, and also with the fact too that it seems like Brattleboro is good at marketing and outsourcing. When you have qualified people in this community that could meet that without spending all this money, that can join along with the Alliance and put their input, what their experiences are here versus trying to market and advertise on the billboard. Yeah, come to Brattleboro, safe haven, blah, blah, blah. People come into this town and then ask people who are already living here, well, what are you doing? Well, we're not on that committee. You're gonna be on that. So I'm just thinking to myself, maybe along with that particular article, maybe added to that, that a motion can be put into place that in light of that, we could also add people in this town who have experienced that and are overqualified for that particular position. I'm telling them how, their experiences and all that, and what they are looking for to see to put on that particular platform, that maybe that might start a precedent and create and the other people from outside seeing our own personal experiences rather than marketing and having stats and statistics. Statistics are always correct. Numbers aren't always correct. Personal experiences are more correct. And life's experience in dealing with issues and what's going on in Brattleboro. The people of Brattleboro should have that choice and that decision to be on this particular committee, dealing with the downtown and building that platform, because I would think we'd have more experiences. So if that's something that we can do to add that as an amendment or a motion, I would definitely consider that.
You would have to craft a motion and get it into us. If you could send it into, again, TM secretary at brattleboro.org. Those types of motions we are requesting be put in writing so that we can actually see them. And if you want to make that motion to amend at a later point, you can.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, the chair has a request for reconsideration by Ricky Rosati on her slogan amendment. And I'm going to go back and because Ricky Rosati has had the hand tool up, and just recognize Ricky Rosati on this issue. It sounds like you're looking for an appeal to the membership on your slogan amendment. Is that correct?
Yes, please, if we could have a poll on what the voting members think, if this is a relevant contribution.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is the chair has already ruled that it is out of order because it is not germane. So what you have sent to me is essentially an appeal of the chair's ruling that it was out of order. So what we're going to do is present it to the body as to whether the body agrees that your motion is not germane to this particular article, in other words, 16, or whether it should go forward. And the way we're going to characterize this is we're going to say is, shall the moderator's decision to declare your amendment out of order be sustained? In other words, shall the moderator's decision be sustained? I hope everybody understands that, but we're going to launch that question. It is an appeal by Ricky Rosati to my ruling declaring that the amendment was out of order. All those in favor of sustaining the moderator's opinion that it was not germane, please mark your ballot aye. Those that disagree with the moderator on that issue, mark your ballots no, and I will launch the ballot now. We've got a minute and 102 votes, 105 votes. And 5 more seconds and we will close the vote on the appeal. And we've closed the vote on the appeal. Listen to the results of your vote on whether to sustain the moderator's decision that the amendment was out of order. 98 aye, 16 nay, and you have sustained the moderator's position. So we will not discuss that. Now I return to the, again, I'm trying to get new people who have not already spoken on this issue. And so I'm going to go to, let's see. Ruben has spoken. I think Alex Fisher has not spoken. Oh no, you did have a chance. I'm trying to get new people one time and then get everybody a chance, and then we'll come back to you, okay? So I would go to Marilyn Chiarillo.
It's not, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
I too didn't see myself there, so. Yeah, I am in support of this, and I'm just going to share something I received from Nash and Lita from Dosa Kitchen in response to this article as well. They very much depend on people from outside our area for their business, and that's one of the reasons they close their business during the winter, because of not having that kind of influx of outsiders. And loss of that diverse customer base was a hardship for them in that regard. So they asked that I just bring that up at this meeting on their behalf. So they're very much in support of this, as am I, that we do want to attract more people from diverse populations. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is, shall the town appropriate the sum of $37,551 for the community marketing initiative promotion of Brattleboro, performed jointly by the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, to be dispersed to those agencies by the Select Board upon review and acceptance of a satisfactory plan for the use of the funds and the evaluation of the results. Further discussion, Lissa Weinman.
Hi, I'd like to, Lissa Weinman, District 1. I'd like to call the question.
Okay, Ms. Weinman has called the question to cease debate. Could we clear the queue? And is there a second to the motion to call the question? Chair recognizes Maya Hasagawa.
I second the motion.
All right, the motion has been made and seconded to close debate. All those in favor of closing debate, please signify by aye. Those opposed, nay. And we will launch the poll now. 2/3 vote required to cease debate. Okay, we're at 1 minute with 114 votes cast already. And we will close the voting in 5 minutes. 5 seconds, not 5 minutes, but I'm getting there. Okay, we'll end the polling now. Listen to the results of your vote. Those in favor, 100. Those opposed, 22. And the ayes have it, and you have approved Article 16. Article 17. Oh, that's to cease debate. I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm getting tired. Sorry. Thank you very much. Let's go back to the fundamental issue. That was to close debate, and we have 82% to close debate. So we have closed debate, but I have moved it faster than it was ready to go. So now we return to the question for final vote, and this is the question. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $37,551 for the Community Marketing Initiative promotion of Brattleboro performed jointly by the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance to be dispersed to those agencies by the Select Board upon review and acceptance of a satisfactory plan for the use of the funds and the evaluation of results. Are you ready for that vote? Yeah, you are, because we've closed debate. So here we go. All those in favor, aye. All those opposed, nay. Okay, we have 123 votes cast already. Got about another 15 seconds. And we'll end the polling now. Listen to the results of your vote. Those in favor, 85. Those opposed, 38. And you have approved the initiative set forth in Article 16. I think the chair is racing to get done with 17 before we hit the bewitching hour, which we have kind of set at 5 o'clock. I'd love to get at least through 17 this evening, if at all possible. We have 8 minutes left before the hour that we designated as the hour for adjourning for the evening. So let's dive into 17. To see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $80,000 through special assessments on properties within the Downtown Improvement District as approved by town meeting March 19th, 2005, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Acts to Establish and Regulate the Downtown Improvement District to be used for capital and operating costs of projects of the town's duly designated downtown organization as reflected in its work plan and budget. Chair calls at this point on Brandy Starr.
Hi there.
Aye.
I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $80,000 through special assessments on properties within the Downtown Improvement District as approved by town meeting March 19, 2005, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to Establish and Regulate the Downtown Improvement District to be used for capital and operating cost of projects of the town's duly designated downtown organization as reflected in its work plan and budget.
Thank you. Is there a second? Okay, we've got Catherine Turnus.
Yes, I second that.
Thank you. The motion,
You're welcome.
thank you. The motion has been made and seconded. Is there debate? Chair recognizes Lissa Weinman.
Thank you, moderator. I just wanted to express my support for the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. And as a gallery and business owner, 118 Elliott downtown, I would also like to just point out that a fundamental part of what I'm hoping the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance will continue to do is to publish a printed gallery walk guide each month. The future of Gallery Walk and the Gallery Walk Guide has been debated recently. And as people who work with a lot of local artists who depend on people coming to look at art, I think we need a printed guide. And I think that part of the budget of the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance should go toward making sure that Gallery Walk continues every first Friday and that we have a printed guide, maybe scaled down. Maybe some local printers and artists will want to help design it on a month-to-month basis. We can get creative, but I'm hoping that that will be part of the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance's work moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate on the Article 17 motion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion to raise and appropriate the sum of $80,000 through special assessments on properties within the Downtown Improvement District as approved by town meeting March 19th, 2005, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Acts to Establish and Regulate the Downtown Improvement District, to be used for capital and operating costs of projects of the town's duly designated downtown organization as reflected in its work plan and budget. Please indicate by marking your ballot aye, those opposed nay, and we'll launch the poll now. No, it's not going to happen. Yeah. I think so. Okay, we've got 45 seconds, 118 votes that have been cast. Give you another 15 seconds. Okay, and we'll complete the balloting now. Listen to the results of your vote. 106 aye, 14 nay. The ayes have it, and you have approved Article 17, and it is actually 2 minutes to 5. At this point, the chair, we had designated 5 o'clock as that time if we had not completed the agenda to recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30. If we had 1 or 2 articles left, I'm sure there are a great number of you that would likely want to proceed. However, we've got several articles that I think are going to warrant or result in a fair amount of debate, not the least of which could be the next one, Article 18. So my thought or suggestion would be that we stop at 5 o'clock, which is what we had designated, but I'm going to leave that to the will of the members. So the poll that I am about to launch is, shall we recess? Oh, we've got a couple of, wait a second. I have a couple of privileged motions here. Wendy Collins.
Thanks. I'd just like to know if we can recess until 12 so that those of us who want to participate in religious services in the morning can do so.
That's a good point. I think that I've got to put this one to the will of the people and of this group. And I've got some points of order. And let me start with Mr. Dimes. Mr. Dimes, on this issue or otherwise.
Hello, everyone. Kurt Dimes, District 2. Do we really need a vote? It's already in the warning that we're supposed to adjourn.
It is.
And I think if we take a vote, it'll be a suspension of the terms of the warning and would require a 2/3 vote.
I think you might be right. But I think everyone realizes that we've got a long way to go, Mr. Dimes. I think you're well aware of that. The issue that has just been raised by Wendy Collins, could we start at what did she say, 12? Yeah, we did say at a time to be determined by RTM members so we said we would recess at 5 and we would continue on Sunday at a time to be determined. So I'm going to leave that up to the membership here as to what time you all feel is appropriate. One thing that we could try, let's see, could we do a fill in the blank where we had 12, coming in at 9? Can you do that? Or we want to do that? So, yeah, I think you can, what time from yes. And we could I don't know. Let's just see. Let's get some points of information or some suggestions here. Chair is going to recognize Daniel Quip.
Thanks. I am not the expert parliamentarian, but from reading the warning, it says articles that have not been discussed by 5 p.m. will be moved to a later meeting unless the body votes to continue. That is the understanding I had coming in. I would love it if we could get through the next 2 articles and then recess. And I know that if we were to vote to continue, we could then vote to recess until tomorrow morning. And I'm also in favor of recessing until the morning. It's going to be a beautiful day tomorrow. They are few and far between. I would like to get the business over and done with by lunchtime if we can. But that is merely my personal opinion.
Well, Mr. Cook, what you're saying is you'd like to continue for another couple hours this afternoon. Is that correct?
Maybe an hour. Well, I wouldn't say a couple. Yeah.
All right. So an hour this afternoon and see how far we go. The chair would entertain that motion for consideration right now. If you want to make that motion, that we continue for another hour and we get a second, we will at least present that to the membership. And then we'll go to the second piece.
Yes.
Okay.
So I move what you just said.
All right. You move that we continue for another hour. I'm going to clear the queue for a moment. Is there a second motion, second to Mr. Quip's motion that we continue for another hour? Peter Case is recognized.
I second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we continue for another hour. All those in favor of that piece of this discussion, that we continue for another hour, please indicate by marking your ballot aye. Those opposed to continuing for another hour, nay. You may launch the poll now. Yeah, plenty. Okay, we're going to give it another 15 seconds. And we will end the voting, listen to the results of your vote on whether to continue. 83 in favor, 33 against, and you have voted to continue for another hour. So let's at least do that by continuing with Article 18, and then we can discuss in another hour what time to return, whether it's 8:30 tomorrow morning or noon or whatever time it might be. Okay, so Article 18, to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $276,400 to support human service programs and facilities for the residents of Brattleboro to be allocated among service providers in the following manner. AIDS Project of Southern Vermont, $2,000. American Red Cross, New Hampshire, Vermont region, $5,000. Big Brother, Big Sister, $7,500. Boys and Girls Club of Brattleboro, $20,000. Brattleboro Area Hospice, $6,000. Building a Positive Community, $17,500. Brattleboro Center for Children, $4,500. Brattleboro Community Justice Center, $7,500. Brattleboro Senior Meals, $7,000. Family Garden, $2,500. Gathering Place, $5,000. Green Mountain RSVP, $900. Groundworks Collaborative, $20,000. Healthcare and Rehabilitation Services of Southeastern Vermont, $10,000. Meeting Waters YMCA, $7,500. Out in the Open, $15,000. Prevent Child Abuse Vermont, $1,000. Putney Food Shelf, $1,500. Rich Earth Institute, $1,000. Senior Solutions, $3,000. Southeastern Vermont Community Action Inc., SEVCA, $14,000. The Root Social Justice Center, $15,000. Turning Point, $25,000. Vermont Association for the Blind and Visually Impaired, $700. Vermont Center for Independent Living, $1,600. Vermont Family Network, $2,500. Visiting Nurses and Hospice for Vermont and New Hampshire, $12,200. Wyndham County Humane Society, $2,000. Wyndham County Safe Place Child Advocacy Center and Southeastern Unit for Special Investigations, $3,000. Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust, $10,000. Winston Prouty Center for Child and Family, $10,000. Women's Freedom Center, $16,000. Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union Summer Food Program, $8,000. And Youth Services, $12,000. Chair recognizes Tim Wessel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And I will try to pace myself a little bit. Apologies to everybody, but we want to make sure the ASL interpreters can keep up. I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $276,400 to support human service programs and facilities for the residents of Brattleboro to be allocated among service providers in the following manner. AIDS Project of Southern Vermont, $2,000. American Red Cross, New Hampshire and Vermont region, $5,000. Big Brothers Big Sisters, $7,500. Boys and Girls Club of Brattleboro, $20,000. Brattleboro Area Hospice, $6,000. Building a Positive Community, $17,500. Brattleboro Center for Children, $4,500. Brattleboro Community Justice Center, $7,500. Brattleboro Senior Meals, $7,000. Family Garden, $2,500. Gathering Place, $5,000. Green Mountain RSVP, $900. Groundworks Collaborative, $20,000. Healthcare and Rehabilitation Services of Southeastern Vermont, $10,000. Meeting Waters YMCA, $7,500. Out in the Open, $15,000. Prevent Child Abuse Vermont, $1,000. Putney Food Shelf, $1,500. Rich Earth Institute, $1,000. Senior Solutions, $3,000. Southeastern Vermont Community Action Inc., SEVCA, $14,000. The Root Social Justice Center, $15,000. Turning Point, $25,000. Vermont Association for the Blind and Visually Impaired, $700. Vermont Center for Independent Living, $1,600. Vermont Family Network, $2,500. Visiting Nurse and Hospice for Vermont and New Hampshire, $12,200. Windham County Humane Society, $2,000. Windham County Safe Place Child Advocacy Center and Southeastern Unit for Special Investigations, $3,000. Windham and Windsor Housing Trust, $10,000. Winston Prouty Center for Child and Family, $10,000. Women's Freedom Center, $16,000. Windham Southeast Supervisory Union Summer Food Program, $8,000. Youth Services, $12,000. And if you don't mind, Mr. Moderator, I just want to remind that the discussion around the overall allocation is certainly within the next article. Because
yes, understood.
It's an unusual situation. Just wanted to remind the members that we do have that, we've sort of moved that to the next article.
Thank you. So the chair is looking for a second. If we can clear the queue and somebody, Mr. Case. Oh, okay, the queue is cleared. I'm looking for a second. We'll go to Mr. Case.
I will second.
Thank you, Mr. Case. It has been moved and seconded, and I will spare you the third reading of the article. You all have heard it twice now, and the chair would ask if there is any discussion. So the chair will call upon Dorn Ham.
Yeah, I would just like to move the motion.
You are calling to cease debate. Is that correct, Mr. Ham? Oh, no debate, in other words. Move the question. All right.
Thank you.
Is there a clear the Hugh, is there a second to Mr. Ham's motion to suspend debate? Requires 2/3. Bethany Rehnquist, do you wish to second it?
I will second that motion.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we cease debate. I will say that we can discuss percentages on the next vote, but nevertheless, this will end the debate and we will go immediately to the vote if you decide to, by 2/3, to vote to cease debate. So the question is, shall we cease debate? And if you vote aye, that will be for ceasing debate. Nay, if you're against ceasing debate, and we will launch the poll now. Okay, we've got almost a minute. 111 votes so far. Chair will give it another 5 seconds. And we will end debate. Listen to the results of your vote. 96 in favor of ceasing debate, that's 84%. 18 opposed to ceasing debate, and you have attained the requisite number to cease debate. Now, I'm not going to reread the entire list again. It was just read less than 5 minutes ago. Unless there is objection, we will immediately go to the vote. The entire list, again, is in your warning should you want to look at it. But the question is, shall we raise and appropriate the sum of $276,400 in the amounts that have been previously detailed? And all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, nay. Good day. Okay. Okay, going to allow another 15 seconds. So far, we've got 117 votes registered. Okay, we will cease the voting. Listen to the results of your vote. 110 aye, 8 no, and you have approved Article 18 in record time. That's less than 15 minutes. Maybe we're making better progress at this hour, or maybe we should just keep going. Okay, Article 19. To see if the town will direct the select board to include a specific amount of the fiscal year 23 budget to be allocated to human service funding. The chair recognizes Ian Goodnow.
Hello.
Hello.
I move to direct the select board to allocate to human services funding in the FY23 budget an amount equivalent to up to 1.4% of the FY22 budget.
Okay, we'll clear the, thank you, Mr. Goodnow. Yeah, we'll clear the queue, and I would ask for a second. Gary Stroud.
I second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded to direct the Select Board to allocate to Human Services funding in the FY23 budget an amount equivalent to up to 1.4% of the FY22 budget. Are you ready for that question? And we have Paula Milton.
Hi, Paula Melton, District 1. I would like to move to amend this motion from 1.4% to 2%. No other changes.
Okay, there. It's okay. Am I on now? Okay. All right, good. So Ms. Melton has proposed an amendment to raise the sum to 2%. Is there a second? We're going to clear the queue and ask for a second. Chair recognizes Doran Ham.
I would like to second the motion.
Thank you. So it has been moved and seconded to amend by raising the sum to 2%. Is there discussion? Bethany Ranquist.
Hi, I wanted to just say I fully support this amendment. I just want to specifically say that this year, even more so than any other, has shown how important it is for all of our local agencies to be able to help our community and the people that live here to survive. I don't think there's a single person or organization on that list that doesn't more than deserve what they're getting now, and I would really like to see that continue. We have some fantastic organizations doing incredible work, and I think that it's important that we support that in all ways that we can. Especially, I'd like to remind folks, in light of what we're seeing downtown today, I think the more that we can support our local organizations and their work, the more likely we are to see, hopefully, not repeats of Nazi rallies happening in our town.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Michael Bosworth.
Michael Bosworth, District 1. I'd like to interrogate how much that would sort of equate to, and what the approximate effect on the property tax rate would be, if we can sort of approximate that. I don't disagree that a lot of nonprofits could use money like this. I do worry a lot about effect on some of the homeowners who are just trying to get by with their property taxes. I don't pretend that I'm one of them. I can get by, but others. So I have real worries about this. I think we also don't sort of after the fact ask these nonprofits to write a report on how they use the monies that we give them. I wonder if that might be considered. The larger the amounts we give, the more accountability I think we should request of the nonprofits. So, but my first question is, how much money would this equate to, and what would the effect be?
And you mean how much money additional, or what the total 2% would be?
Well, how much money additional? Yeah.
Oh, how much money additional?
Yeah.
All right. I think that is most appropriately a question for Mr. Elwell, if he is willing to be interrogated.
Yes, and the answer is approximately $118,000. The 0.6% would equate to approximately $118,000, which is approximately 1 penny on the tax rate.
Thank you. Chair would recognize Andy Davis.
Andy Davis, District 3. I have traditionally been a person who has supported the decision of the Human Services Committee and not wanted to second guess people at the town meeting, because that's why that committee was formed. And I voted for the last article. But in inspecting the details of the money that was passed this year, I don't have much time here, but in the fiscal 2021 budget, we raised people's allocations above what they requested. In 2022, 34 organizations came back, some of them doubling, a couple of them doubling their requests, and some who were rejected for any funds in 2021 were fully funded, and half of them increased their request. And now I'm not second guessing the need here, but what I'm second guessing is our committee gave all of the money that was requested to organizations that had been rejected the year before, to organizations that doubled their request, to organizations that raised their request, and there was no money not given that was requested. Now, I know there are needs, but I question moving to 2% when our Human Services Committee, they used the term a rigorous review process. And I'm going to interrogate any member of the committee to explain that a little bit the rigorous process when everything that is requested is given. I think that's not in keeping with the word rigorous. I think that's the word generous and free with the money. I would also say that we do need to keep in mind that much of this money is coming from the same people that are served by these organizations. Some of these organizations actually have sizable endowments. And I just question, I get the generous spirit of moving to 2%, but our committee basically was unable to spend the money they had available to them this year, except by giving everything that was asked. So could somebody on the committee respond to the rigorous process in this context? And I thank you for listening.
Is there someone on the Human Services Review Committee who would be willing to respond to Mr. Davis's inquiry? It's going to be hard to, maybe we should clear the, here. David Miner has raised his hand at the bottom.
It is it's a very good question, and the committee this year, I think as you finished your comment, was, considered, what the process should be. I think there was a lot of confusion presented to the committee from the actions of the RTM last year, in that in many, there were cases where more money, in some cases much more money, was requested by the RTM or voted on by the RTM to give to organizations. Part of the review process is that we do go through. We ask for financials to take a look at. We ask for, which give us an understanding as to what their needs are, gives us an understanding as to what their endowments might be. We do take a look at organizations, in many cases are statewide, and how they address specifically Brattleboro residents. We take a look at one of the questions is, you know, on the application is if they received funds the previous year, you know, how did they use them, and were they looking for funds, to use the funds in this application the same way they had in the past. One new piece of information that we tried to gain was, you know, what kind of additional funding did organizations receive specific to COVID? There were state applications, grants, national programs, and so forth that they gave to the provided funds. So, you know, we reviewed, you know, each and every application, and the funds that were allocated in accordance with the guidance that we understood from the RTM, you know, from the actions of last year. I think that the proposal to provide specific guidance that the committee can use is an important one, and you know, makes it much easier to operate within that definition, and to be able to, you know, to better manage the process.
Thank you. Chair would recognize at this point Peter Case.
Yes, I would like to move the question.
Mr. Case has moved the question on the Paula Menton amendment to increase the sum to 2%. Is there a second? Clear the queue, please. Chair would recognize Georgia Morgan. Ms. Morgan, do you wish to second the motion? Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded to cease the debate on the Paula Melton amendment to increase the sum to 2%. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please mark your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay, and we will launch the ballot now. You're voting whether to cease debate on the 2% Paula Melton amendment. We've got 1 minute and we've only got 112 votes cast. And so the chair will end polling in right now, and listen to the results of your vote. 73 to cease debate, which is 64%. 41 to continue debate, essentially, not to cease it, 36%. And so you did not reach the requisite 3/4. That's probably one of the closest votes we had, though, on ceasing debate. So debate continues, and the chair will recognize Mr. Quip.
Thank you. I actually would like to continue to interrogate the committee members when, and this is my recollection of it. And so I guess what I'm really looking to understand is my recollection of things correct? And to provide some more context for the meeting members on which to make their decision. My understanding was that when the Human Services Review Committee met this year to consider applications, they felt that they were working with a sum of 2% of the overall budget from the previous year. And the applications that they'd received came to an amount smaller than that 2%. So therefore, after deliberation, they decided to give each applicant 100% of their requested funds. So I would like a committee member to speak to that process and I suppose, provide some more kind of understanding for the bind that they were in. This is why we on the board sought to put this question before the meeting today to prevent this from happening in the future. So if there is a committee member or two that would like to speak to that in more detail, I would appreciate it.
Mr. Quip is interrogating a member of the Human Services Review Board, should they wish to be. And let's see, Aim Thompson. See Aim Thompson? They were on the Human Services Review Committee, so Chair will recognize Aim Thompson.
Hello. Hi. First, I just want to say I had the honor of serving on the Human Services Committee last year. It was my first year, and I really appreciate you all voting me in again this year. And that's a really great question. I'm glad we're talking about this because that was my big concern with the way that we were looking at applications last year as well, is making sure we really were doing it rigorously. And I can say, as somebody who's worked in nonprofits for a long time, this was a pretty rigorous application. We expected everyone to answer pages of questions. We added 2 new questions about COVID funding and government funding, and we looked at budgets and we looked at service units like meticulously. And we divided applications among members, making sure that there were no conflicts of interest while we were assessing them. And then we spent hours with a member of the Finance Committee present, talking about the ratings that we gave the organizations and whether or not it seemed as though they would use the full funding that they were requesting and why. So we did that. That was wanting to just speak to the rigorousness of the process. And also all of the meetings are open and everyone can attend and ask questions at the end. So it's hopefully as open a process as it can be. And then as far as the second question that Daniel just asked is concerned, excuse me, I have a little bit of allergy, so I'm just
No. Leave Aim Thompson on. Okay. Yes, I understand that. Ah, there you are.
sorry, I think I was just talking to myself for a minute there. Great. So can you just remind me exactly what you want me to say about this?
Well, he was asking you to try to provide him with a little better understanding of the process that went into making this decision and the review that you conducted in the committee. Given the fact that, did you understand that you had 2% to deal with or 1.4? How much did you think you were dealing with at the time that you made your final decisions and went through your process? That's probably a very bad summary of Mr. Quip, but I think it'll give you a little more opportunity to speak to it.
I just covering everything. So yes, we did know there was a non-binding resolution from RTM last year that would fund 2% of the last year's budget when people applied. And the one of the issues that we ran into was, I don't think that we did as much outreach as we could have done. We didn't really notify people that that was an option. And I know that I've spoken to representatives from various nonprofits who could probably use more funding. Some people ask for a few $100s because they know that that's what they usually get, not because that's all that they need. And so I think we absolutely did not just say, well, we have carte blanche to spend money, so let's do it. Like that, I can understand how people could feel concerned about that, but we absolutely made sure that everyone that applied that we gave money to, it was because they did an application that was solidly in the guidelines that we'd set prior to even having meetings. And we have some amazing nonprofits here. So the money that we spent, it was 34 organizations that we funded, and it's an average of $8,130 each. And these organizations do amazing work addressing homelessness and opioid epidemics and suicidality, all of the things that we talk about in our town as needing, help with. And they're also, I'm a big development nerd, so I will say, according to Common Good Vermont, which is an organization that looks at these things, nonprofits employ 1 in 7 workers in Vermont. So it's both an economic issue as well as a human service issue when we fund these nonprofits. And so that's another point I wanted to make later, but since I have the time. So I feel like maybe I answered his question, but if not, I'm happy to come back on and say more. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair would now recognize Prudence McKinney.
Hi, Prudence McKinney from District 1. I want to say that Brattleboro has very high property taxes, and the tax level discourages moderate income families from buying homes in Brattleboro and other moderate income folks from staying in town. And every year our taxes go up. I think that the town of Brattleboro needs funds for projects that only town government can accomplish. For example, bike and walk infrastructure is near and dear to my heart, and it's really very inadequate. This is not something that we can create a nonprofit to actually create the infrastructure. It requires town government. I agree that the work that our human service agencies do is amazing. And I think human service work is very important. And I think people realize that it's funded and provided in part by state government as well as by the nonprofit sector. It's also funded by the federal government. And I just think the increases are too much for a town our size with the tax problems that we have. I think the increase from $120,000 of this allocation in fiscal year 18 to 276 in this fiscal year is too much. And now we're talking about even larger amounts. So I'll just close by also saying that property taxes are also waived for some nonprofits, which is another way that the town supports the very good work that's done. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes Doran Ham.
Hello, thank you so much for recognizing me. Yeah, I just want to say that this was an unprecedented year in all of our lives in the world. I mean, we've never seen anything like this. And these organizations were making sure that not only were people fed, but people were housed. We had so much of the homeless population temporarily taken care of during this by these incredible organizations. I think they always under ask. Anyone who knows anyone who works in nonprofits, it's not like they're running a fat fiscal budget. They're always just struggling to make sure to cover the people that they serve. So such a tiny percent seems minuscule for the fact that we are truly being the Vermonters we talk about. We talk about that we are, as a community, as a state, we serve our community. This is just the most fiscal way of like backing up what we say. Otherwise, sometimes it's kind of hollow words. That do we truly serve the community and the people that really need it? And these organizations can use anything that we can give them. And I'm a poor renter, but I'll gladly, on a cent on a dollar, I'll gladly send some dollars to some homeowners who are worried about their taxes going up if that covers this. And that's coming from a poor renter. So I just want to say that I am in favor of this and think it's just the right way of really backing up the fact that as Vermonters, we hold community as so dear. And I think that's what we have to continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes Mary McLaughlin. Uh-oh. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, we're back.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mary McLaughlin, District 2. First question is, what percent is this $276 million budget allocation for this year? What percent is it of our total budget? So I'd like to know what that total is, because it's a $66,000 increase over last year. So I'm interested to know what percent that represents. And then there's another thing that I just think is really important, and that is that I take planned giving very seriously, and I feel very strongly that our town needs to allocate money for nonprofits, and I think we're doing a good job. I also think that it's important that this does not take away from my personal giving, because if a certain percentage of my taxes has to be donated, other than what I would choose to give, then that's limiting my personal opportunity to choose the nonprofits that I would like to support. So first I need a percentage, and then the other's just a statement.
I'm sure that Mr. Elwell can answer that question. Mr. Elwell?
Yes, thank you. So the 276,400 represents 1.4% of the FY22 budget that is before the body today. And that is why the select board chose the figure 1.4% for the original motion under this Article 19 to present the same percentage going forward as what was included in this budget today.
Okay, the question is on the Paula Melton amendment to raise the sum to 2%, and the chair would recognize Abby Manukin. We can hear you.
Oh, great. I guess this is like, I can't see myself, but perfect. Abigail Manukin, District 2. I fully support this increase. I have been on part of representative town meeting for many years, and this has been an ongoing effort of the body to move in this direction. Last year, we had a non-binding resolution that when it ended up with the select board earlier in the year, there was a lot of pushback because they said it was non-binding. And so this is our opportunity to make it binding, which I think is really important. We talk a lot about community here in Brattleboro and what that means and what that looks like. And this is an opportunity to actually support that community and to fund the services that we need, to fund services that are really basic human rights that all people deserve. Moving up to 2% of the budget is still a fraction of the amount of funding that the police department receives from the town. They currently receive approximately 10% of funding budget. And if you include dispatch, it goes up to 13%. So 2% is a fraction of that. And with the community safety review team efforts that have since been approved and moving into the town to put into place, we also need to fund these services so that they are able to do some of what formerly police have been relied to do because people don't know who else to call or there aren't available resources for that. So I fully support this and I hope others will too. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I want to remind everyone and thank everyone for keeping their remarks to 2 minutes. Chair recognizes Christopher Chapman.
Unmute. Okay, well, thanks again for recognizing me, Mr. Moderator. So I'm I'm worried about the tax impact on the people who really are being squeezed. You know, it's a nationwide phenomenon that the middle class is being squeezed, paying more taxes than anybody else and so forth. We are finding that the taxes as they go up, in which this amendment would actually do, is going to squeeze the very people we want to help, or some of the very people we want to help. Brattleboro is known for its very high, comparatively high tax rate. Not as high as in New York City, but certainly in Vermont. The 2%, as I recall, in last year's meeting that we were reminded of, was money that went to, as the Finance Committee reported, to the poor farm, which served many fewer people at much greater expense. It seems to me that we're spending money much more efficiently now because we're essentially outsourcing it to specialty organizations, being the nonprofits. So I don't think that 2% should be compared to the historical 2%. Especially because it's just costs more and more to live these days. And I'd also point out that there are unmet needs in town elsewhere that only the town can pay for, as was mentioned, I guess by Prudence McKinney a few minutes ago. So believing as I do that there is a lot that is unmet in Brattleboro, a lot of human service unmet needs. And I'm speaking as a former member of the Boys and Girls Club board, and that's a club that serves more, that serves so many kids that only the school system serves more. And they could always use much more. I know they can because they have to fundraise like crazy. So I just have to speak against this because of the unmet needs elsewhere. All our departments submit budgets that have to be pared away. I don't like to see that. And, bike trails, quality of life issues that only the town can really meet because there isn't another outfit that can serve that need. Let's spend our money there. Let's put a lid on what we're doing here because it's the sensible thing to do in the big picture and in the little picture. One of the reasons that I love living in Brattleboro is that it has these kind-hearted, big-hearted people who we're hearing from today. These are people I'm proud to be a citizen with, and I love it here. And that's a big reason. But I do think that we have reached the limit, and that 2% is a goal that's unrealistic and should not be compared to what the town used to do. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Sonia Silbert.
Hey there.
We can hear you.
Okay. I think I want to make the point that I think that it's in some ways a tragedy of history that this isn't that the work of the social service agencies that we're funding in this article is actually not just town in the town budget. Like we spend 10% up to kind of 13% on the police department, and then we are expecting and yet other things that are essential for our community, such as making sure everyone has housing, making sure everyone has food, making sure people have addiction support, is not supposed to be as big a priority, and we're supposed to let these other nonprofits do it. And the fact that this is not actually government work, I think is a historical problem that is messed up. And now we're saying, oh, other people can do it. Like, I don't think that's the solution here. I don't think they should be outsourced to nonprofits who have to spend so much time putting together budgets and reports and things like that to ask for relatively small amounts of money, given the level of crisis that we're at in our larger community and in here in Brattleboro. I mean, like, our local businesses complain so much about panhandling and talk about how much it impacts their business. And we just gave them a lot of money to, like, yes, let's have a vibrant downtown business world. And like, who is going to support those people so they don't have panhandlers? Who's going to house them? Who's going to give them any support services they need? Who's going to make sure that they have access to what they need? Not our government, unless we raise this money a little bit more. I think the total amount of money isn't that much, and it's a shame that we have it over here in this tiny little corner, as opposed to thinking this is the central work of our town to make sure no one is hungry and no one is unhoused and no one is wanting for the services that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is on the Melton amendment to increase the percentage to 2%, and the chair would recognize Elizabeth McLaughlin.
Well, it's almost time to say good evening. I just have one little tidbit to say from when the Human Service Committee came to the Select Board to present their findings. And one of the members made a personal comment that really resonated with me when they said that, 2% would be such a large sum of money for the Human Service Committee to work with, that it would be comparable to a private foundation that has a full-time staff and an established structure, which we are asking, a part-time committee of representative town meeting to address. And in that sense, it really just wasn't fair of us to ask that much of the Human Service Committee, and just begs the question that 2% is too much. And I'd also like to mention that there's an unprecedented amount of money coming to the state from the federal government that will come to Brattleboro, and all nonprofits and all sorts of things that we should be planning for the future to use that money and not 2% of our budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Dr. Tortolani.
Thank you. I can't seem to get my camera on, but can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you fine.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a very tough one because personally, I love all these organizations and I care very much about what they do. And as I go through the list, I support them personally, virtually every one of them each year. I'm speaking now about the average homeowner in town, many of whom I think give, as one of our earlier speakers mentioned, gives personally to these organizations also. I think that I was very happy when we had the non-binding resolution when we went up last year. I think that you can never give enough to these people. To these organizations, there's no question. But right now, I'm more worried about the homeowner than I am the existence of the homeowner and their abilities to keep their home than the nonprofits right at this very moment. So I wanted to interrogate I want to interrogate the people who know the answer as to what amount of money it would be per 100,000 for the average homeowner if you went up to 2%, if that $120,000 was added. I just think it's going to be too much, but I just wanted to get the figure. So thank you.
That would probably most likely be Mr. Elwell, and I bet he could provide us with an estimate. Mr. Elwell is interrogated should he wish to be. And there he is.
So it would be an additional about a penny on the tax rate. And so that would translate to approximately $10 of additional taxes per $100,000 for the year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The next person on the list is Ricky Rosati.
I would like to make an amendment based on my understanding of the situation, which I might need correction on that. So this 2% total is just like a 1% increase, right?
We're talking about the total of establishing it at 2%. It was 1.4% this year, and the current proposal that is being debated is the Paula Melton motion to amend to 2%. So that would be a 0.6% increase.
And so that 0.6% increase, if this was to pass as already motioned, would be divided up evenly between all of the already approved organizations?
Well, this would be a recommendation that would direct the selectmen to allocate to human services funding the sum of 2% based upon yes. So based upon the Melton motion to amend, that's what we're currently discussing.
Well, because people are saying that they have a problem with giving more than what was asked for, why not have the Human Services Committee just keep that 0.6% increase, and any future organizations that apply for grants, that 0.6 can just be used as reserves for them in the future, rather than breaking it up and giving a little bit more to every organization that's already been approved for the budget that they submitted.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, so there's a 0.6% increase that's being planned or motioned to
Yes.
be given to all of the organizations that were already approved in this budget. I'm saying
No.
No?
No, because what this does is this is just being used by the select board as some guidance from this body as to how much they should allocate to human services funding, period. It doesn't relate to any specific organization, any specific amount to any particular organization, or even to any particular organization. Could be any organization.
Okay, so I think that maybe we can be more specific with how people are concerned that they don't want to give more money to organizations than the organizations already applied for. So that 0.6% increase that hasn't been given to or designated to anyone yet, that could, I'm proposing, just be left in a reserve with the Human Services Committee for any applicants throughout the year, so that they can get money throughout the year rather than wait until our next representative town meeting.
This is, but the thing is, this is for fiscal year 23. We've already voted on the budget that's coming up in 22. So what the select board is doing is they're asking for some guidance for the following year, okay, fiscal year 23. So that wouldn't apply.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Okay.
I support it as it is then.
Thank you. The next person that the chair would recognize on our list is Aine Thompson.
Hello.
Oh, sorry for.
I just wanted to add a point of clarity. Not all of the organizations, and I would hazard to say more than a few, aren't eligible for federal or state funding, or at least they don't receive it. So we did review all of their budgets as well. And I just also wanted to reiterate that it does sound like a portion of money, but we're thinking about, again, it's like an average of $8,130 per organization. So it's a hefty number of organizations that are serving thousands, tens of thousands of folks who come through Brattleboro residents. I mean, I think that's why we're hearing everyone say they really do love most of these organizations, because it was amazing. I wish you all could have read these applications, because people, work so hard and do so much behind the scenes that, really, really do need funding. even with, we looked at the COVID funding people received. We looked at the federal funding they received, and these organizations mostly are significantly underfunded. And according to them, and also according to the number of services they provide for the amount of money that they get in their budgets. So I just want to say, as a member of the committee, I can't speak for others, but I'm excited to continue this work at whatever level you all fund or decide we're funding. A better mind than mine said a budget's a moral document. And I agree with that. And I think we need to decide as a town where we want to put our money, where we put our morals. And for me, this is what it's about. It's about how we care for our citizens. It's about how we invest in our economy, which is also the nonprofit economy. And I'm excited to continue the work. So personally, not as a committee member, I support the 2% amendment. I think it could really go to a lot of use with the organizations I saw applying last year. And I think that they would want to apply for that money. And I think for 1 penny on the tax rate, we can make a huge difference. So thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Robin Morgan.
Hi, I just would like to call the question and cease debate on this amendment.
Okay, Ms. Morgan has moved to cease debate. That requires a second. We will need to clear the queue to get a second. And chair recognizes Maya Hasegawa for the second.
I second Robin's motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to cease debate on the 2% Melton amendment. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please mark your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay, and we will launch the ballot now. And it's now been a minute. I'm going to allow, we've got 114 votes cast. I'm going to allow another 10 seconds. Okay, and we will end debate. Listen to the results of your vote. 110 aye, that's 89%, and 13 nay, and you have voted to cease debate on the Paula Melton amendment to increase the sum to 2%. So the question is, shall you amend the article to allocate to human service funding in the fiscal 23 budget an amount equivalent to up to 2%. The difference with this amendment being to increase that to 2%. All those in favor of the Melton amendment, increasing the sum to 2%, mark your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay. And we will launch the poll now. One minute, we have 113 votes cast. I'm going to give it another 5 seconds. And we will close the voting. Listen to the results of your vote. 52 aye. And 63 nay, and you have defeated the Melton motion to amend to 2%, and we return to the original motion, which is, shall you direct the select board to allocate to human service funding in fiscal year 23 budget an amount equivalent to up to 1.4% of the fiscal year 22 budget. Are you ready for that vote? I'm going to try to jump around and give some different people who haven't had an opportunity to generally express their opinion on this. Jessica Gelter.
Hi there.
There you go.
I'm Jessica Gelter. I'm from District 2. I actually wanted to have Peter talk to a point. This is about what 2% meant back in September at the last representative town meeting, and how that compares to the 1.4% now. Because I think there have been some structural changes to the budget that impact the dollar amount that 2% or 1.4% might represent. So I would love if Peter can speak to that. And yeah, that's
I think what is really germane at this point is 1.4%, but nevertheless, it's a valid question, and because the discussion right now is 1.4, if Mr. Elwell is willing to be interrogated, we will recognize him now.
I am happy to be interrogated on that. I'm going to need a minute to run a calculation. So at your discretion, either pause or perhaps take one more comment and then come back to me for the answer.
I hate to have two conversations going on at the same time, so I think we'll just pause for 30, 60 seconds.
Yep.
I'll grab a glass of water. And the reason is that we've got the budget. I mean, maybe umbrella, but you know, other business. What are you suggesting that I just submit to them? Just be at ease, everyone, while Mr. Elwell is making this calculation, and we'll be right back. Okay, Mr. Elwell's got it already.
So the 2% of the FY21 budget is $368,892, and 1.4% of the FY22 budget in the amount that it's in right now, subject to the actions that you'll take under Article 20. That 1.4% of that budget is $275,576. And the reason it's slightly higher than the 274,4 or 276,4, actually it's slightly less. Not sure how that happened. That must have been a rounding error, sorry. The number I ran it against just now, I ran at exactly 1.4%. And I ran it against the number that we started the day with plus $25,000 based on the action regarding the select board compensation. So I think the reason why it's slightly less than the 276.4 by only $1,000 relates to the rounding when we ran the calculation on the 276.4.
Okay. Thank you. The chair is looking for some people who have not had an opportunity to be heard on this issue, and so I will recognize Stephen Brown.
Mr. Moderator, I move to call the question, please.
Okay. Mr. Brown calls the question on the basic motion. We're going to clear the queue and see if there is a second. Zach McLaughlin.
I second the motion to call the question.
Okay, so will now conduct the vote on whether to cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate, mark your ballot aye. Those opposed to ceasing debate, mark your ballot nay. And we will launch the poll now. This, as you know, requires a 2/3 vote. We have 105 votes tallied so far. I'll give you another 5 seconds. And we will suspend voting now. Listen to the results of your voting. 89 for suspending debate, that's 82%, 20 opposed, that's 18%, and you have voted to suspend debate. So the question is, shall the meeting direct the select board to allocate to human services funding in the fiscal year 23 budget an amount equivalent to up to 1.4% of the fiscal year 22 budget? All those in favor, mark your ballot aye. All those opposed, mark your ballot nay. Maybe not. Okay, we have registered 114 votes so far, 115. Going to allow another 10 seconds. And we will suspend the polling. Listen to the results of your vote. 101 aye and 14 nay, and you have approved Article 19. So we are now at the conclusion of the time period that Mr. Quip had suggested. The chair would entertain some thoughts on whether to continue on. In fact, the chair will address Mr. Quip again on this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would move that we recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m.
Okay, we'll clear the queue Is there a second to the motion to move until recess tomorrow morning until 8:30 a.m.? Rick Morton. Are you willing to second that motion, Mr. Morton?
Actually, no, I want to modify it.
Well, I need a second
I
first.
withdraw my hand.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay, we need a second. Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Are you willing to second the motion?
I will second the motion.
Okay, so it has been moved and seconded to recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. And we have some debate here. Bethany Ranquist.
Hi, Bethany Ranquist, District 1. I just wanted to throw out there, because I'm sure that there's going to be some conversation happening about first thing in the morning versus noon. And I know it was mentioned earlier that there are religious services tomorrow morning that people might want to attend. But I want to make it extremely clear that there are religious services every Saturday, and specific ones today that are date specific that people did not go to today because they were at this meeting. So I think looking in terms of just Sunday morning as a religious time is really, I don't know the word that would be polite, but insulting to the people that skipped their religious services today in order to attend the meeting. So I would encourage us not to look just through the lens of a typically Christianity focused approach of Sunday morning services, and go rather on what works as far as the majority of us for time wise. I just want to be very clear that I think that it probably is a little insulting to those in our group who had services today they missed, or other obligations that they put in order to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Far Meese.
Hi there. Yeah, Farm East, District 3. I wanted to echo what Bethany just said, and just on top of that, not just this year, but every year, representative town meeting happens on a Saturday, which makes it fairly inaccessible for observing Jews. So yeah, if we're going to, I would prefer that we not make accommodations for a particular religion, and that we make it in the morning for the reasons that Daniel Quip first mentioned, that, you know, it's going to be a lovely day and I would love to be out there. So thank you.
Well, we're going to have a fair amount to get done tomorrow too, but nevertheless, let me get a few more comments here. Rick Morton.
I would like to move that we adjust the time to noon for the reasons that have been expressed earlier, despite the comments anticipating my motion. And I'd be willing to submit that motion, if it's seconded, to the committee for a vote and abide by the outcome of that vote.
Okay, so you are suggesting, Mr. Morton, that you want to amend the motion to recess until noon. All right, we're going to clear the queue and ask if there is a second to Mr. Morton's motion to amend to commence tomorrow at noon. Is there a second? Is anyone willing to second Mr. Morton's Motion to amend. Christopher Chapman.
I'd like to second Mr. Morton's motion.
Okay.
And I'd like to just take the opportunity to say that for any town meeting members who are boiling sap during representative town meeting, that they be obligated to have their cameras show that in the background. I know, but it's just so priceless that I think we all ought to enjoy it. So I'm just seconding the motion, Mr. Moderator, and being a bit of a smart aleck.
Again, it's getting late, but we're going to maintain the civility that we've always been known for in this town. Contrary to what happened apparently down on Main Street this afternoon. So the question is on the motion, the Morton motion to amend to making the meeting tomorrow begin at noon. Chair recognizes Christopher Kane. Can you hear us? Hi.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I would like to talk about the fascists that showed up.
Okay. No, this is not an appropriate time to do that.
There's never an appropriate time for any fascist to show up.
Well, let me ask you, do you want to speak to the issue of whether we should recess until noon?
Yeah, absolutely, we should.
Okay, thank you. Right, that's the only issue that we can talk about, really, is we're just trying to find out whether we can recess to noon. Tim Wessel.
Hi, Mr. Moderator. Thanks for taking my hand. I just wanted to urge the body to reject the idea of noon for two main reasons. One is that I align myself with everybody who's pointing out that observant Jews will have always been making sacrifices, coming to this meeting every time on a Saturday, but as will observant Muslims. So I think that's something to think about and not sort of weigh sacrifices, and we should stick to the earlier time. On top of that, my second reason is that families like ours who were looking at the possibility of 2 days were assuming, and pretty intelligently so, I think, that it would be 8:30 and 8:30 start times. So we have children, we have plans, it's to have a modified start time is pretty disrespectful to people who really need to have some schedule in their lives. Thank you.
The question is on Mr. Morton's motion to amend to start the meeting tomorrow at noon. Chair recognizes Zach McLaughlin.
I'm not going to say anything particularly new. I just want to lend my support behind people who are talking about 8:30 and us not taking a position where we favor one set of religious observances over another. Thanks.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Robin Morgan.
I'm appreciative of the comments by other members that mentioned this is already a day where some people's religions have obligations. And I just want to further point out that on a day when we have literal Nazis marching in our town, that we're going to privilege a Christian time schedule while asking Jews to spend their entire Shabbat in a 10-hour meeting is extremely problematic, and I will be voting against this amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Chair recognizes Tim Maciel.
Mr. Moderator, I called a question.
Okay, so Mr. Maciel has called the question on the Morton amendment to move it to noon. We need to clear the queue because we need a second on a call on a motion to cease debate. Is there a second? Emmanuel Keppel.
I would like to second the motion.
Okay. This motion requires 2/3 vote. All those in favor of ceasing debate on the Morton amendment to move the meeting to noon for tomorrow, signify by saying aye, marking your ballot. Those opposed, nay. This is for ceasing debate on the Morton amendment. Thanks. Okay. We've had a minute. We'll give you 5 more seconds and we'll end the polling now. Listen to the results of your vote on ceasing debate on the Morton Amendment. 105 in favor of ceasing debate. That's 94%. 7 against. That's 6%. And we cease debate on the Morton Amendment and we return to the Morton Amendment. All those in favor of the Morton Amendment starting the meeting at noon tomorrow, signify by marking your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay. Okay, we've got almost a minute and 106 votes cast. Chair will give you 5 seconds. And we will end the polling now. Listen to the results of your vote. Aye, 16, nay, 99. And you have defeated the Morton Amendment, and we return to the quick motion to reconvene at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Are you ready for that vote? Well, we have people that it looks like we do have people that still want to be heard on that. Okay, Michael Bosworth.
Yes, I just would like to move the question.
Oh, Mr. Bosworth has moved the question on the quick motion to recess until 8:30. Let's clear the queue. Is there a second to Mr. Bosworth's motion? Mary Emery.
I second the motion.
Thank you. All those in favor of ceasing debate on the quick motion, please mark your ballot aye. Requires 2/3. Those opposed to ceasing debate, nay. And I will launch the ballot now. Okay, we'll give you another 5 seconds. And we will end the polling now. Listen to the results of your vote on ceasing debate. 102, which is 94%, aye, and 7, which is 6% nay, and you have voted to cease debate. So now we return to the quick motion, which is to cease, return to recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30. All those in favor of recessing until tomorrow morning at 8:30, please indicate by marking your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay. Okay, we're going to give you another 5 seconds to complete your voting. All right, and we will stop the voting. Listen to the results of your vote. Those in favor of recessing until 8:30 tomorrow morning, 95. Those opposed, 13. And this meeting is recessed until tomorrow morning at 8:30. I would recommend that people check in again tomorrow morning at what time? 7:30. We'll be here for the purpose of getting people checked in. Should be easier this time, but we do want to start promptly at 8:30. And if that be the case, check-in will begin at 7:30. Thank you all for your attention today. We did make progress, but we still got quite a lengthy agenda tomorrow. See you all tomorrow. Good morning, everyone. It is now 8:32, and we'd like to get started so that hopefully we can get the meeting completed so we all can enjoy some of this beautiful sunshine today. Before we get started, I want to announce that we do have a quorum. Again, the quorum is 75. As of a few moments ago, we have 119 representatives logged in. So we are in good shape in that realm. We're going to start in a few minutes with Article 20, but we're going to open up the Zoom platform for just one more minute so that people can go in and update their name and add their district if you choose to do so. So with that preliminary, before we formally open the meeting, I would ask if anyone wishes to change their name, you can do so now. Patrick will open it up. It is open and you may do so. Do you see any other changes? Oh. Do we need to identify people? There's one, Paul. Yeah, you want to complete that? That's okay. I just need to put the names in. We've got everybody in, I think, and properly identified. Okay, we're going to close the system for the purposes of changing names at this point. And the chair would like to get started this morning. And so I will officially call the meeting to order. And I do see a hand already here. We're going to open with Article 20. Ricky Rosati.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have a lot to say that I'm sure not all will be germane, but I would like to conclude my opening statement by saying I will conclude my opening statement when I say I yield my time.
Well,
And,
wait a minute. There is no opening statements this morning, okay? Because we have to get back to work. You're more than welcome.
I
to
apologize
make
for
your
my
statement
futility to not speak on Article 11 yesterday, as there was no chance
under
for
other
representatives to even
business. You
propose
may
amendments. But after watching the 2003 documentary,
No, we cannot. I'm sorry. You may make this statement. Any statement criticizing the process you may make under other business, but we have very urgent business that must be completed. And we are now at Article 20, and we must focus on the articles of the day. So we're going to begin with Article 20 to see how much money the town will raise, appropriate, and expend to defray all of its expenses and liabilities, in addition to any funds authorized for any other articles in these warnings. And the chair would recognize Elizabeth McLaughlin.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I move that the Select Board be authorized to raise, appropriate, and expend the sum not to exceed $18,643,040 in order to defray to that extent all general fund expenses for the period July 1, 2021 through July 30th, 2022.
June 30th, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, yeah, June 30th, including all highway and Windham County taxes, and that the Select Board be authorized to expend, in addition, any sums authorized for special purpose under any article contained in the warning for this meeting or any special representative town meeting. This motion includes a new number of $15,674,281 to be collected in property taxes, and the balance to be comprised of all other sources of revenue collected by the town. This motion also provides that the town and the school district taxes be assessed on the grand list as of April 1, 2021, and shall be due and payable in 4 equal installments payable to the town treasurer until overdue, then to the collector of taxes, that such payment of the installments shall be received by the town treasurer's office on or before 5 p.m. on August 16th, 2021, November 15th, 2021, February 15th, 2022, and May 16th, 2022, and that the interest rate of 1% per month be charged from the due date of payment on any overdue payment of the town tax, installment, or portion thereof, and that a penalty of 8% be charged on any overdue payment that remains due and owing on May 17th, 2022.
Just to clarify, Ms. McLaughlin, the numbers that you have just read, the sum to appropriate and expend is $18,643,040, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the sum to be raised and collected by property taxes is $15,674,281.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Is there a second? Yes, let's clear the queue. Chair is looking for a second. Peter Case.
I will second that.
Thank you, Mr. Case. It has been moved and seconded that the Select Board be authorized to raise, appropriate, and expend the sum not to exceed $18,643,040 in order to defray, to that extent, all general fund expenses for the period of July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, including all highway and Windham County taxes, and that the Select Board be authorized to expend, in addition, any sums authorized for special purpose under any article contained in the warning for this meeting or any special representative town meeting. This motion includes $15,674,281 to be collected in property taxes, and the balance to be comprised of all other sources of revenue collected by the town. This motion also provides that the town and school district taxes assessed on the grand list as of April 1st, 2021, shall be due and payable in 4 equal installments, payable to the town treasurer until overdue, then to the collector of taxes. That such payment of the installments shall be received by the town treasurer's office on or before 5 p.m. on August 16th, 2021, November 15th, 2021, February 15th, 2022, and May 16th, 2022, and that interest at a rate of 1% per month be charged from the due date of payment on any overdue payment of the town tax, installment or portion thereof, and that a penalty of 8% be charged on any overdue payment that remains due and owing on May 17th, 2022. The chair would recognize Ms. McLaughlin to determine whether she wishes to speak to the motion or whether she would like to yield to anyone else.
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. The chair then will call upon members who have not had a chance to speak during the course of this deliberation. So I'm going to be looking for people who, there's one already, that have not had a chance to speak as much. So chair recognizes Robert Ozer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I may shut off my video, but don't consider that anything other than trying to preserve bandwidth here. I'd like to phrase this as a question, but it's possibly a motion to raise the amount of the budget by 13,000. And I can do it as a motion and then ask to speak to it, or I can ask the question now. Which would you prefer, Mr. Moderator?
You certainly have the right to move to amend by increasing the budget by 13,000, and the chair would accept that motion. So if you have a question related to it, yes, go ahead and ask it.
As you might know, there was a report of the Community Safety Review Committee that recommended removing 13,000 from the police training budget. And that was done by a divided vote on the Select Board. And there was a question about what kind of training would be effective. And my concern is that as we go down the road and maybe find training that is effective, that we would not have funds in order to do that.
Mr. Ozer, let me clarify the chair's position on this. You have the right to raise the amount of the budget by $13,000, and I will entertain that motion. However, it cannot be a line item increase, nor can we debate issues that have not been properly warned for this meeting. The safety review process hasn't been warned. The chair is going to rule that discussion on that is not germane to this article. There have been other platforms and other venues where that has and can be further discussed and debated by the people of Brattleboro. But for today's purposes, it is not germane under this article. However, that said, with your explanation, it can be amended, the budget can be amended, and the select board can certainly take into consideration your comment with regard to your intention, even though it cannot be binding on the select board. Does that answer your question?
That's understood, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, thank you. Then, having accepted this as a motion to amend, the chair is going to ask that the queue be cleared. And we're looking for a second. At this point, let's go to Andy Davis for a second. Somehow or other, I lost power there. All right, so we need a second to Mr. Ozer's motion to amend. His motion to amend is to raise the amount of the budget by $13,000. The chair would recognize Catherine Turnus.
Sorry, I was muted again. I second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to amend the budget by raising the sum by an amount of $13,000. So the debate that the chair would now invite is anyone having any comment with regard to raising the budget by $13,000. The chair recognizes Andy Davis.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Andy Davis of District 3. Hey, I think this is the right time to ask this. Before I feel like I can consider raising the budget 13,000, the number, I'd like to interrogate a member of the administration. This happens every year that when we go through Saturday's meeting, some of the numbers printed in the booklet, the town budget book, change. And I just would like somebody to quickly and efficiently explain the number that was just put forward in the main article. I can't really entertain changing that number with an amendment until I understand where the 18,643,040 came from, because that seems to be a modification from what was printed. Could somebody at some appropriate moment just explain how that was arrived at for the day? Thank you very much. That's all.
Mr. Davis has successfully managed to get this question so that it is germane to the amendment. And so the chair would recognize Mr. Elwell, who hopefully can elaborate and enlighten us with regard to Mr. Davis's question.
I can at least elaborate, Mr. Moderator. I'll go through the math in just a moment more completely so you can see how we get to the number, but I'd like to just explain briefly where we're headed together. every year there is this confusing moment when we get to this item because of the fact that there are several articles that independently authorize specific amounts for specific purposes. And so this budget article always has the phraseology in it that, it is this number in the motion that is doesn't pop out of the budget document, because it is, as the motion states, in addition to any sum authorized for specific purpose or for special purpose under any article contained in the warning for this meeting or any special representative town meeting. So the overall total expenditures budget that was proposed in the book, proposed by the select board for adoption by representative town meeting, is $19,658,991. There were special purpose articles that you considered yesterday regarding select board salaries, use of fund balance, 2 separate articles, community marketing initiative, downtown Brattleboro Alliance funding, and the human services funding. And each of those was approved as proposed, except the select board salaries or stipends. And so the select board compensation was increased by $25,000. What was printed in the motions that you all received and the motions approved by the select board to be made to start the discussion for each item, that motion for this Article 20 included a figure of $18,643,040, because that is the net of the $19,658,991 total budget minus the $1,015,951 that were the proposed amounts in the individual articles that provide funding. And that comes to this $18,643,040. The action taken yesterday to increase the compensation for the select board does increase the overall budget, but does not increase this $18,643,040 number, because it is embedded in one of those individual articles that provides funding for a specific purpose. So the $18 million number stays the same. However, farther down Article 20, or farther down the motion made in Article 20, the amount to be collected in property taxes had to increase in order to cover the $25,000 of additional compensation for the select board. And so, as Liz McLaughlin stated, the number in the motion is different from the number that was pre-printed in the motions that everyone received by email. And the 15,674,281 is accurate as of this moment, subject to the amendment that's on the floor and any other amendments that may be proposed and adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Elwell. So the question is on the Ozer amendment to raise the budget by $13,000. Chair recognizes Emily Megas Russell.
Hi, folks. Can you hear and see me?
Yes.
All right, great. Good morning. Thank you for recognizing me. I'm Emily Megas Russell. I'm in District 1 here. I also was one of the co-facilitators of the Community Safety Review Committee. Bob was on the committee. And yeah, I'm wanting to speak about this this motion. I'm not necessarily against raising the budget for more. There's many things that we could do with $13,000 to move forward the initiative of the Community Safety Review and all of the labor and work, physical and emotional, that went into that project. I will say that I am not in support of the recommended use of this increase. And for folks that may not be aware, many may, there was a lot of discussion at recent select board meetings regarding the Community Safety Review Committee. And I'll just share that one of the major recommendations that affected this year's budget, there's many recommendations in that report. And one of the one of the recommendations that affected this year's budget was to not increase the police training budget, which would have been a $13,000 increase and a significant 45% increase from last year's training budget, all of which did not get used by the police. And to really ask the police department to and the town to really reckon with the data that came out of this report, and to really recognize that the kinds of trainings that were being identified were not being shown to impact the data or to reduce bias, which is what we need. And so we're not saying don't do training. The police department has a robust training budget currently. The recommendation was to not increase the training budget and to flat fund the police department, which happened here in this budget with a small increase for cost of living raise, which we support. And I just really ask folks to recognize that a large amount of labor already went into discussing this, and the town themselves and the town manager and the town leadership, including the interim police chief, has already agreed to these recommendations and has already put out a very thorough and thoughtful, they have done a lot of labor to operationalize these recommendations. So this feels like it's really moving backwards and dismissive of a whole bunch of work that got done. So I just want to name that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Once again, I would like to point out that this really, to get into the Safety Review Committee discussion today is not germane. And I would also caution members to try to limit their remarks again to 2 minutes. We do have still quite a bit of business to conduct today. So Chair would call on Emmanuel Keppel.
Okay, I'll keep what I have to say pretty short. I am not really a big fan of, yesterday us saying that we didn't want to raise social services, but now turning around and raising the budget for a police training thing. I think we should be consistent on that, honestly.
Thank you, Mr. Keppel. George Carvel.
There. I would like to interrogate I'm not sure, either the town manager or one of the selectmen, to ask that if a sudden and appropriate training opportunity presented itself, do you think you could find the 13,000 without this motion?
Mr. Elwell is interrogated should he wish to be. There he is.
Thank you. I would give the same answer that I gave yesterday and have consistently given in these meetings over the years. Yesterday, when we were speaking about the inclusion of dependent care reimbursement in the motion regarding select board compensation, and there wasn't a specific number attached to that, I offered to the body that I felt as though within a $19.5 million budget, modest expenses can be absorbed when it's deemed by the select board or the administration to be an appropriate expense. It's, in all other ways appropriate, it's just not explicitly funded in the budget. We're always extra careful about larger issues that come up during the year that are not in the budget because of how that can negatively negatively impact the overall financial condition of the town. But something on the order of $13,000 is the type of decision that is made consistently throughout the year to address needs that arise or opportunities that arise. And that's an insignificant amount of money compared to the overall budget.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. So I would speak against this amendment. If the money's needed, we can find it. And I fear this amendment would seem to repudiate the findings in the safety report. And I know, Mr. Moderator, you say it's not germane, but it's the elephant in the room.
I understand that, and that is a concern, and we really cannot interject this entire topic because it is an important topic, but it requires its own warning, its own forum. And I got to once again remind people the motion that is for consideration right now is simply to raise the amount of the budget by $13,000. Chair would recognize Zach McLaughlin.
Mine's more process question, not question, but point. I'm hesitant to have the budget article. I think an amendment like this is a backdoor to relitigating program choices that are made through other processes in town government. And I don't know that RTM is a place where the level of deep dive into some of those issues can occur at a moment like this. So I'm hesitant to use this particular article to be a vehicle for people's individual interest in different program choices that town government might take. And I think we have to be very, once we start rolling down this hill, I think you can go off in all kinds of directions, which were not the intent for RTM.
Chair recognizes Tim Masil.
Called to question, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, Mr. Masil has moved to call the question. Requires 2/3, but before we get to that, we need a second. Let's clear the queue. Clear the queue. And is there a second to Mr. Masil's motion to conclude debate? Mr. Case.
I will second that motion.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded to cease debate on the Ozer amendment. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please signify by marking your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay. We launch the poll now. Got 30 seconds, and we already have 117 votes cast. And it's a minute. I see no further voting, so we're going to end the poll at this point. Listen to the results of your vote. 94 aye, that's 80%, 24 nay, and you have voted to cease debate on the Ozer motion to amend. So the issue for consideration is the Ozer motion to raise the amount of the budget by $13,000. All those in favor of raising the budget by $13,000, mark your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay, and we will begin the polling now. They were 45 seconds, 119 ballots already. What? And Chair will allow another 5 seconds to complete your balloting. And we'll end the poll. Listen to the results of your vote on the Ozer amendment. 14 in favor, 105 opposed. And you have defeated the motion to amend. We now return to the main question, which is the budget. Is there further debate? All rounds.
Yes. Let me see if I can get to unmute myself.
We can hear you, Mr. Rounds.
Yes, I just a point of information. When
Okay.
you did the vote to cease debate, even those who abstain and don't, it could not have been 80% because you told me there's 119 people. You can't take the number off those who voted. You must take it of the quorums. There has to be 66% of the 119 or 121, however remember members we have in, not just of the number voting. So it wouldn't have been 80% because there was less, some people didn't vote.
It's the number of vote, it's the number voting.
No, it's not when you're going for a quorum to cease debate.
Okay.
Some people can abstain.
Okay, Mr. Rounds, I'm going to, you've been around for a long time and you know as much about parliamentary procedure as anybody. So the chair is going to check with Mr. Fisher and see if the town attorney can shed some light on that. Okay. These are the numbers. Oh, and also I should point out, Mr. Rounds, that the numbers have changed. We have 124 eligible to vote. In other words, the number of members currently signed in are 124. Chair recognizes Mr. Fisher.
Hi there. I believe that the moderator is correct that it is the 2/3 of the people who are present and voting. So it would not be of the entire quorum. I would think that with regard to if the body wishes to have the moderator's decision appealed, the moderator could let that go to the body as a whole. But when we reach that 2/3 of that, I think it's of the people who are present and voting, and that's also consistent with what is stated in the charter. So I hope that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Chair would recognize, I believe it's Richard DeGray. Yes. We can't hear you.
I'm doing this off my phone. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm doing this off my phone today, so my computer is crapped out. I have some questions on the budget, and I would ask everybody to turn to page 86 in their budget book. We're closed. And on page 86, this was what I talked about at the informational meeting, which I think is very important. The solid waste program in the narrative by the town manager talks about transparency and the transfers, which total 307. There is no mention in that narrative of the $590,000 deficit, which you will find when you turn to page 105. But before you turn there, one of the questions for the town manager that I have to start with is on page 158 of the audit. And it talks about the contractual obligation that the town has. And it looks like for 2022, the contractual obligation is $484,915. So now let's go back to page 105 and look at the line items. I can't figure out how the line item that I just said, the 484,915, how we get up to $897,000, $897,825. You'll need to explain that. And I also, in your $307,000 of revenue, I don't think you've taken into account to raise that revenue. You had to spend $30,000 for the purchase of bags. So actually the net would be $270,000. I don't know if there was deep discussion. I didn't hear all the deliberations with the select board and you for the budget process. I don't know if this has been a discussion at a board meeting. I certainly don't watch all of them. I probably would have picked up that this might have been in the paper to start with a $590,000 deficit in the budget. The finance committee on page 2 only references the revenue general fund for the first time. It does not talk about $590,000 deficit, which is quite surprising to me for the finance committee. And so that deficit has a huge impact on the taxpayers. And as I said at the informational meeting, this is being subsidized by commercial property. And if you took the commercial property component out of it, this deficit would be much larger. It is a huge concern of mine. It is probably a larger concern that this hasn't been talked about. And that concerns me greatly. And this should be something that is talked about and should have been highlighted in any discussions about the budget when we were putting it together and also in the informational meeting. So if you can talk a little bit about what's in the audit for the line item, what the intended process is moving forward to, I'm not sure you can eliminate that total deficit, but $590,000 is huge. And if you could tell me what impact that is on the taxpayers, I think that's over 3.5 cents, almost close to 4 cents. That's huge. And just so people realize, if you're a commercial property owner, and I've heard a lot of people from the tenants group that, you're through your rent, you're a taxpayer. I've always said that and believe that, and you are. You're paying for trash pickup for the residential section through your rent. And if you have trash refuge at your apartment building, which are, I believe, 5 or more, you're paying for the trash pickup and everything else that you're getting through your rent for that. So it's almost like you're getting double stamped. So I wish we'd have a little bit of discussion about this. And I thank you for Mr. Moderator for letting me go over my 2 minutes, but this is a huge important issue I believe, facing the town. Thank you.
Mr. Elwell is interrogated should he wish to be, and I would remind folks, Mr. DeGray, you did go quite a bit over 2 minutes. I don't want to interrupt you, but I would like to remind people that we do have this 2-minute rule. Okay, Mr. Elwell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Before I begin answering the series of questions, it will take me longer than 2 minutes and probably a fair amount longer than 2 minutes to address everything that was just asked. So
I think that's fair because he did ask a number of questions.
Okay. So first on the question of transparency and public consideration of the matter, we highlight this change in the town's budget this year. In my budget message that I presented to the select board back in November, it carries over that highlighting of this solid waste matter of the inclusion of all the revenues and all the expenses rather than just the one line item that references the net deficit of the operation, the subsidy from the general fund to the solid waste program. What the change this year in the budget is that all of the revenues are shown as line items and all of the expenditures are shown as line items. And that is highlighted. And it also is the answer. It is the source of the information for the answers I'll provide here in a moment to all the specific questions. But on the first fundamental question of transparency and public consideration, this has been given a significant amount of attention during this particular budget cycle because it is, the significant difference in the structure of the budget and has an over $300,000 impact in the total amount of revenues and total amount of expenditures for reasons that I'll express here in just a moment. So it is the budget message highlighting of this and the explanation behind it is in the town report as the message that sits on the, as cover memo sort of for the select board's proposed budget. And we speak to it explicitly also in the specific revenue line items and the specific expenditure line items. And the select board gave substantial consideration to this during their review of the budget. So I would say there has been lots of transparency around this particular issue. And in fact, that was our motivation. So staff believed and the finance committee of RTM recommended that it would be better to show all of the solid waste revenues and expenses in the general fund budget rather than having those be separately calculated off budget and just have that subsidy figure in as one line item of expenditure. And so that was recommended by the finance committee a year ago. It was incorporated by staff into the budget this past summer or fall for the budget that is before RTM today. And as I've said, we've highlighted why that's been done and what we think it accomplishes. The math is that in last year's budget, and the place to see this clearly, probably most succinctly would be on page 87. In last year's budget, the transfer to solid waste was the one line item within the general fund budget that spoke to the solid waste program. And it was a $555,385 transfer from the general fund to the solid waste fund. That is the amount by which the cost of operating the solid waste program exceeded the revenues that were brought in by the solid waste program. Immediately above that, in that table of expenditures on page 57, you see the $897,000, $897,825 number. That is the total cost of the expenditures in the solid waste program. The line item detail of that is shown on page 12 of the budget document, which is page 105 of the town report. At the top of that page, you see blank cells for all the prior fiscal years where we weren't doing a line item budget within the general fund for solid waste. And then the proposed figures for each one of those different component pieces of operating this program in the FY22 column, the proposed budget. The contractual number that Mr. DeGray pulled out of the town audit is because we have a multi-year contract with Triple T for the curbside collection services. So it was a known obligation of the town entering into, as we look ahead to FY22, we know we have an obligation that is, he cited the figure, I don't know it off the top of my head, but it's well in excess of $400,000, approaching $500,000. That is our contractual obligation to Triple T for the services that they will provide. But as you can see in looking at the line items on page 105, there are other pieces of this that are expenses of the solid waste program that are not part of our contract with Triple T. So the first two items, the refuse collection and the recycling collection, and the town dumpsters, actually, the first three, all of those items are part of the Triple T contract. But as you go down further, for instance, there's a $79,000 assessment that we pay to the solid waste management district. And there are $30,000 worth of expenses in the purchase of the bags that are then sold to bring in the revenue as part of the pay-as-you-throw program. So it is the totality of these different types of expense that total to the $897,825. And our contract with Triple T is a subset of the total expenses. Looking back at the, I think that the better place to go now for me to try to wrap up succinctly would be to say that if we were to have kept the structure of the budget the same this year, that one line item that expresses the net deficit between the total revenues of the solid waste program and the total costs of the solid waste program would have been approximately $580,000 this year. So the 580 would have compared to the 555. We've talked about the fact that the solid waste program is actually having an impact on the budget that is greater than that net deficit because we're putting all the expenditures and all the revenues in. And so instead of that $580,000 figure as one expenditure line item, we have an $897,000 impact to the total budget because we're showing all of the different pieces, not just the net of the one versus the other. And so the $897,825 is the full magnitude of the program. That difference between the 897 and actually it's 590, not 580, I apologize. And that is what Mr. DeGray said as well. 590 is the net difference. So the difference between the 897 and the 590 is the 307 that I mentioned when we're talking about creating this better level of transparency, this fuller, more detailed disclosure in the budget message. When I mentioned that of the overall increase in the budget this year, $307,000 of it is showing in the general fund for the first time, but isn't actually new expense for the town.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. Question is on the budget, and the chair does see that the town attorney has raised his hand, and the chair will recognize Mr. Fisher.
My apologies, I forgot to take my hand down, so
we always love to hear those kinds of legal.
Sorry about that.
Chair would recognize Emmanuel Keppel.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to move the question, please.
Okay, Mr. Keppel has moved the question on the budget. This requires a second. We will clear the queue. And is there a second? Gary Strad, please.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded to cease debate on the budget. All those in favor of ceasing debate, mark your ballot aye. All those opposed to ceasing debate on the budget, mark your ballots nay, and we will launch the ballot now. The question is on ceasing debate on the budget. Requires a 2/3 vote. Those in favor of ceasing debate, aye. Those opposed, nay. And we have 114 votes cast so far. Chair is going to allow another 10 seconds. And the balloting is closed. Listen to the results of your voting. 90 in favor of ceasing debate, 78%. 26 opposed to ceasing debate, 22%. And debate has been ceased on the budget. I'm going to read it one more time so that everyone knows what they're voting on. Shall the select board be authorized to raise, appropriate, and expend the sum not to exceed $18,643,040 in order to defray to that extent all general fund expenses for the period of July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, including all highway and Windham County taxes, and that the select board be authorized to expend, in addition, any sum authorized for special purpose under any article contained in the warning for this meeting or any special representative town meeting. This motion includes $15,674,281 to be collected in property taxes, and the balance to be comprised of all other sources of revenue collected by the town. This motion also provides that the town and school district taxes assessed on the grand list as of April 1, 2021 shall be due and payable in 4 equal installments payable to the town treasurer until overdue, then to the collector of taxes. That such payment of the installments shall be received by the town treasurer's office on or before 5 p.m. on August 16th, 2021, November 15th, 2021, February 15th, 2022, and May 16th, 2022, and that interest at a rate of 1% per month be charged from the due date of payment on any overdue payment of the town tax, installment, or portion thereof, and that a penalty of 8% be charged on any overdue payment that remains due and owing on May 17th, 2022. All those in favor, mark your ballot aye. All opposed, mark your ballot nay. And we will commence the polling now. She can't. Okay, I'll wait till you get back to me. Okay, we've been 45 seconds and we have 118 ballots cast. And Chair is going to allow another 5 seconds to conclude the balloting. And we will end the balloting now. Listen to the results of your vote. 111 aye, 7 nay, and the ayes have it, and you have approved the Article 20. We will now move to Article 21 to see if the town will authorize the expenditure of $36,147 from program income, a revolving loan fund that dispenses proceeds which originated as community development block grants as a contribution to the operation of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SEVEDS. Chair recognizes Daniel Quip.
Good morning. I move that the town authorize the expenditure of $36,147 from program income, a revolving loan fund that disperses proceeds which originated as community development block grants as a contribution to the operation of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SEVEDS.
Thank you. The chair would ask the queue be cleared. And the chair is looking for a second to the motion. The chair would recognize Deb Burns.
I second that motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the town authorize the expenditure of $36,147 from program income, a revolving loan fund that dispenses proceeds which originated as community development block grants as a contribution to the operation of Southern Vermont Economic Development Strategy, SEVEDS. And the chair would ask Mr. Quip if he wishes to speak to the motion or whether he wishes to yield to any specific individual.
I do not wish to speak to it. I would imagine that a representative of SEVEDS is perhaps in the meeting. There are several callers on the line. Maybe one of them could raise their hand.
I see the hand now. Thank you, Mr. Quip. The
You're
chair
welcome.
will recognize the caller. And you hit *9 to unmute yourself. *6, sorry.
Hi, this is Jennifer Stromson, Director of Programs. I think that Adam Grinold, our Executive Director, is on. I'm not sure. I know you can't identify us by our phones. I'm not sure if you would like to speak first.
Well, we will go ahead and switch to him then. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we do see the other hand up. And it's *6 to unmute yourself.
Yes. Hi, Mr. Moderator. Adam Grinold. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. And I'm sorry. I think we kind of dumped you off there when we looked for our second on that motion, but we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Great.
Mr.
Thank you so
Goodall, I
much.
might just point out that we have a rule that limits speech to 2 minutes. So we would ask you to please do your best to honor that.
My reputation precedes me. Thank you. I will do my best. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this today. My name is Adam Grinold. I'm the Executive Director of the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation, which is the affiliate entity and staff for SEVEDS. So first, I just want to thank the Select Board for their support of this article, as well as both the Select Board and town meeting representatives for their support in previous years. SEVID's history includes leading regional economic development and recovery with strategy and insight. And we took a leading role on charting the path for economic response and recovery for both Tropical Storm Irene and the closure of the VY nuclear power plant. During the pandemic, the BDCC adapted our regular SEVIDS and SEDS-driven programming and personnel to the current conditions and to the emerging needs, providing support directly to regional communities, establishments, and entrepreneurs. Our efforts are helping direct resources to the Brattleboro community and its entrepreneurs. Again, thank you today for the consideration of this article. And along with myself, we have Jennifer Stromston, our Director of Programs, and Christy Beatty, our School P3 Coordinator, on the call to field any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grinnell. Is there any debate? Question by Ruth Garbus.
Hi, can I be heard?
Good morning.
Good morning. So one thing I'm curious about, SEVIDS was asked to do one thing, to provide annually an updated set of economic indicators, and they haven't done so. I'm wondering if you could speak to that. Yeah, that would be really helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Grinnell is interrogated, should he choose to be.
Hi, yes. We were asked 2 years ago to provide an economic impact report to the town, which we did and delivered that last year. There was no follow-up inquiry that I'm aware of for that to be an annual ask.
Okay.
Okay, can I follow up?
Sure.
Well, I would just ask that this be something that we see annually. I think there's been a lot of confusion about where this money is actually going, especially seeing that it's coming from grant money raised for community investment. I think that we as a community need to see ongoing proof, basically, of why we continue to subsidize this every year. And this town has so many needs. I think it's really important that we ask ourselves, what are we doing with this money? Where our priorities lie? Is there a better way to use this money? And there's been a lot of division on this year after year. So yeah, I think more clarity every year would be really helpful. Thank you.
Is that something you could
Mr.
do?
Moderator?
Yes.
Hi, while we didn't prepare a report, I do have just a quick list of some data I could share and would be happy to do so.
Okay, as long as you can make it relatively truncated, that would be great.
Sure. So since COVID, and this is specific to the response, we had 183 Brattleboro businesses and nonprofits working directly with the team for business liaisons, and referred to the DBA for many of those for direct technical assistance. We had 351 Brattleboro organizations that employed over 1,800 people receive just under $12 million in PPP loans, many of whom we worked to support on those applications. 8 Brattleboro sole proprietors received CDBG grants administered by the BDCC, totaling $67,000. For the Restart Vermont REVTA program administered by our operations, we gave direct technical assistance to 58 Brattleboro businesses and nonprofits that employed 14 Brattleboro vendors to provide technical assistance with contracts generating over $80,000 in local revenue. I'll pause there. There's additional items, but for brevity's sake, I'll end there.
Thank you. Chair would recognize Michael Hutchinson. We can hear you. I think. Good morning.
I wanted to speak in favor of this motion. Mr. Grinnell just detailed some of the types of work that SEVIDS and BDCC does for the economic benefit of the community. I want to just add from the perspective of a new town meeting rep that I find some of the reports they've produced to be really valuable. The 2019 economic update, it seems to me, provides exactly the kind of information that the various branches of town government need to make good policy decisions and to address some of the social issues that have been so much at the forefront of these meetings the last couple of days. So I encourage the expenditure of these funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Lissa Weinman.
Hi, I wanted to ask about CEVED's any climate emergency programming that you have, or how you're interacting with our town sustainability coordinator regarding it, fusing economic development with climate goals. Thank you.
Mr. Grinold is interrogated, should he wish to be.
Hi, yes, thank you for the question. So the BDCC and CEVEDS created the Ecovation Hub many years ago with a focus on ensuring that our economy could be modeled in a way that embraces and fully incorporates sustainability in its operations, as well as providing a focus on that for economic development purposes. So really a way in which to change the thinking that says economic development should occur, will occur by embracing those. So some examples would include some wood heat initiatives that we've worked through, and then the Ecovation Hub and the lasting impacts. Jennifer Stromston, our Director of Programs, is on the call, who may be able to further explain some of those as well.
And we will, the next caller, okay? Mr. Grinold has yielded to his associate.
Hi, this is Jen Stromston, Director of Programs. Thank you. I'll keep it brief. The way that we engage directly with towns and then sort of help them implement their initiatives is a lot of times through our Southern Vermont Economy Project. So Brattleboro is a partner in that project, and so we do work directly with Sue Fillion and Stephen Dodson, and they're really part of what we do in terms of supporting projects. We're very project driven, and that's a lot of the expertise that we bring. So whether it's doing workshops to help volunteers with sort of building financial structures to implement projects and advance initiatives, or trainings on project management, or helping finance, frankly, volunteers and officials going and doing other trainings around things like sustainable development. That's the project through which your sustainability folks in Brattleboro really engage the most with CEVEDS.
Thank you. The chair is going to jump around a little bit here. Richard Brass.
Hello, Richard Race, District 1. I do recall them, or all of us, asking for a report each year, and I don't know if there was any submitted for this money. So I mean, all the human service agencies have to apply for the money, so I think it's makes sense that we get a report each year. If there's no report that was submitted, can I make an amendment that in the future, CEVEDS has to put in a report to request this money?
You can, but I need, we can do that either informally, or you can, actually, we do have annually, if you look at the annual report on page 20, you'll see that they do put in a report, and my recollection is it is in every year. I'm not certain quite Do you see what I'm what I'm referring to, Mr. Race?
Yeah, I do. I feel silly now, but okay. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I'll look this over, but yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Mr. Ozer, you haven't spoken on this.
Again, I think, excuse me, and good morning again. And I may stop the video to save bandwidth.
Sure.
So a few years ago, maybe more than a few, I think there was a request from the select board to CEVEDS to reach out to other towns to provide donations to CEVEDS as well as Brattleboro. And I think that continues through to today. But I'm wondering this year particularly, do you have an accounting of which towns actually did donations and which didn't?
Mr. Grenold is interrogated, should he desire to be.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for that question. It is, many, many years ago when CEVEDS was formed, Brattleboro was the initial funding sponsor, and then put the challenge to the organization to go out and meet with other communities and make similar requests. This past year, last year, we were approved in 16 communities, representing 84% of Windham County's population. This year, so far, we've been in front of 11 communities, all of whom have approved the $3 per capita request. And today, and then there's, I think, 5 more that have scheduled their meetings for later in May.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Doran Ham.
Hello. Yes, thank you for recognizing me. Yeah, I would love to. It is definitely, even listening to that report, it is confusing because I know it says really some really good stuff, but also it kind of feels a little bit yeah, it's hard to know exactly where that money is going towards within that organization. Is it just marketing? Because especially during this current crisis, $37,000 going directly towards grants for people, for renters or for people that are struggling to keep their homes seems like the best use of that money. And I'm just trying to figure out why then that money going to CEVEDS, will that actually go towards supporting those people that are in need, or just marketing? Because obviously I want to support the greater economic support of Brattleboro, but it's just a little confusing to understand exactly where that money is going towards in CEVEDS. Thank you.
Well, perhaps Mr. Grenold could speak to that for another moment.
Hi, yes. I'd like to yield that question to Director of Programs, Jennifer Stromston, and then our P3 coordinator, Christy Beatty.
Okay, well, we will do that.
Hi, thank you. This is Jen Stromson. So I'll keep it to a high level, but we're not a marketing organization. We're not like the Chamber or DBA. They do that job well, and that's not what we do. We really provide direct programs or services or trainings or workshops. And I recognize that it's confusing because we do a lot of things. We run an internship program. We run trainings for town volunteers. We run small business technical assistance. And it is complex, and I would love to talk directly with anyone who wants a longer explanation. Visit our website, look at our annual report. One of the things I want to clarify is we're also sort of there for general support and services. So as far as that financial report, the economic study we did last year, we did sort of a long study. It's available on your website and on our website. I wouldn't recommend that we spend a lot of time updating it every year because that data doesn't change every year. But I am available, and I work directly sometimes with folks like chairs of different committees like Felicity Rattay, or folks on committees like Millicent Cooley, who are seeking more updated information and understanding about how to look at and analyze your economy. So I think that's something that's hard to quantify, but I just want to lift up. I'm going to cede the rest of my time to Christy, because I would really, I emphasize the money from SEVITS goes to programming and directly to services and programming to help this region. But I want Christy to be able to speak for a moment to one of those programs. To give an example, she's our high school coordinator.
And are you going to hand her the phone?
She's not physically with me. She's on a different call.
Well,
She should have her hand raised for
I don't see her.
All right. Well then, all right. Well then, I will speak to it. I'm sorry. So one of the examples is that we have a person whose job is full time to work in the high schools, all 5 high schools, the four publics, and then the Wyndham Regional Career Center. And what she does all day is work to help kids have more opportunities to access workplace experiences, help them prepare for that, build a resume, learn how to do interviews, and engage directly with employers through panels and the Sophomore Summit, and mock interviews, and then real interviews potentially leading to job experiences. So that's, one person. And SEVITS enabled us to pilot this program through field trips several years ago, and then build it into something where we dedicate a person to helping all of the schools help kids get a better grip on what they want to do with their lives, and then what are the skills to sort of build towards that, whether they are heading off to college. Work with one kid right now who is a star, who's a STEM kid heading off to college, but she doesn't have a resume. She has interviews for scholarships, and we're helping her prep for that. And then we have kids who don't know what they want to do after high school, and we're making sure that they are aware of jobs that they can, frankly, earn a decent living, and be prepared to stay here and thrive, or move on with their lives and go somewhere else for a while, even if they don't feel college ready at this time. So that's just one specific to try to give a little granularity. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair would recognize Bethany Rehnquist.
Got it.
There she is.
Good morning.
Morning.
I would like to propose an amendment to this. And I did not email it, but I can if needed. And
Yes,
that
I do need the amendments in writing, unless it's just 1 or 2 words.
it's not 1 or 2 words. Could I read it and then email it immediately after? Or would you prefer that I email it and then you call on me as soon as I raise my hand again?
Yes, I would be willing to do that. In the meantime, while you're emailing it to me, I'm going to take 1 or 2 other.
Sure, that works. And then when you see my hand again, it means I've emailed it in.
Okay. It's
Thank you.
PM Secretary, TM, Town Meeting, TM Secretary at Brattleboro.org. Chair would take Jacqueline Stromberg. We can't quite hear you yet. We've sent, there you go. Now we should.
I'd like to call the question.
Okay. Well, I think that's appropriate under the circumstances. So question has been called. I have to clear the queue. Let's clear the queue and see if there is a second to ceasing debate. Elizabeth McLaughlin. Do you wish to second the motion?
No, I wish to have, the motion that Bethany proposed heard before we close the question.
Well, we have before us a motion to cease debate. And the rules that the chair has made very clear is that if you wish to amend, you send the amendment to the town meeting secretary. And if you wish to hear that amendment, then vote no on closing debate, would be the chair's ruling. I mean, there's other people that are not going to have a chance to talk either. So that's the nature of ceasing debate. If you feel that we should keep it open, then please vote no to ceasing debate. But I first need to ask, is there a second to the motion to cease debate? Let's clear the queue and find out if there is a second. Mr. Case, do you wish to second the motion to cease debate?
I do. I second the motion.
All right. Bear in mind what has been said, that the previous speaker wished to make an amendment. So all those in favor of ceasing debate signify by marking your ballot aye. Those opposed to ceasing debate, mark your ballot nay, and we will launch the poll now. Chair will give us, we've got 108 votes cast already. The chair will give us another 5 seconds. And we'll end the polling. Listen to the results on your vote to cease debate. Those in favor, 30. Those opposed, 78. And you have voted against ceasing debate. And so the chair will return to Bethany Ranquist and will re-recognize Bethany Ranquist as the chair now does have a proposed amendment.
Thank you. First, I would actually just like to thank all of my fellow representatives for turning down that request to close discussion. I did say that I had an amendment and offered to read it and immediately email it. So I just appreciate everybody giving me the option of discussing this and actually having a chance to say it before we closed conversation. So my amendment that I emailed reads, SEVIDS must provide information specific to any funding received from the town in their yearly impact statement and spending report. That's my amendment, and I will speak briefly to it after a second if folks would like.
Thank you. Clear the queue, please, and let's see if we've got a second to the motion. Emily Megas Russell.
Thank you. Yes, I'd love to second that motion. Thank you, Bethany.
It has been moved and seconded to add to the motion made by Mr. Quip on Article 21 the following language. SEVIDS must provide information specific to any funding received from the town in their yearly impact statement and spending report. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor of the Ranquist motion to amend, please mark your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay. And we're going to launch the ballot now. Okay, we now are approaching the minute and we have 102 votes cast. I'm going to allow another 10 seconds because we've been having greater vote tallies than that. I see no further voting, so we will cease the balloting. Listen to the results of your vote. 90 aye, 12 nay, and you have amended Article 21. We return to the question, which is Article 21, which now reads as follows. Shall the town authorize the expenditure of $36,147 from program income, a revolving loan fund that disperses proceeds which originated at community development block grants, as a contribution to the operation of Southern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SEVEDS, and SEVEDS must provide information specific to any funding received from the town in their yearly impact statement and spending report. Are you ready for that question? Chair recognizes Margaret Atkinson.
Good morning, Mr. Moderator. Just, a point of information to the body. On page 21 and 22 of our packet, there is an extensive statement from SEVEDS with Brattleboro specific information of how their funds were spent last year. So I appreciate the amendment and, asking folks to be accountable for our spending, but I would note that there was some pretty good accountability provided already. And economic development, is very important to the health of everyone in this town. And so I support this motion. Thanks.
Thank you. Chair's going to recognize another new name, Tom Green.
Okay, and you need my camera. Here it comes.
Now we see you. We see you good.
Yeah. I don't know why SEVED's got such a bad rap in this town, and they come up against this pressure all the time, but I'm going to support the last speaker's notion that people are missing a sort of a second side of the equation when you say maybe this money could be better used to do rent abatement or something like that. The money that we use for all the social services comes from tax revenue. And SEVEDS is busy working on supporting and attracting new businesses to this town and building a climate that would induce people to come to this town and open a business here. And that's what provides us the money. In that light, I don't think this amount of money donated to them looks like very much at all. And I think we should continue to support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on Article 21 as amended. Chair recognizes Peter Case. Oh, you can't hear you, Mr. Case.
I would like to move the question.
Okay. Mr. Case has moved the question to cease debate, and we'll clear the queue and ask for a second. Is there a second to ceasing debate? Michael Hutchinson, Chair recognizes.
I second the motion, moderator.
It has been moved and seconded to cease debate. All those in favor of ending debate, please mark your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay. And we will launch the ballot now. People are really getting their ballots marked very quickly, which is great. I'm thinking that we can even reduce the time a little bit. We're approaching only 45 seconds and we already have 109 votes. We're going to allow 10 more seconds. And we will suspend the balloting and listen to the results of your vote. 93 in favor of ceasing debate. That's 85%, 17 opposed, and you have voted to cease debate on Article 21. We now return to the question as amended. Shall the town authorize the expenditure of $36,147 from program income, a revolving loan fund that disperses proceeds which originated as community development block grants as a contribution to the operation of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SEBEDS. And SEBEDS must provide information specific to any funding received from the town in their yearly impact statement and spending report. All those in favor of the motion as amended, please mark your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay, and we will launch the balloting now. We're 30 seconds into this and we already have 108 votes recorded. I'm going to give you another 5 seconds. And we will end balloting now. Listen to the results of your vote. 89 aye, 21 nay. The ayes have it, and you have approved Article 21 as amended. Article 22, to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $223,276.47 through special assessments on property within Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District, as approved by town meeting March 24th, 2007, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Acts to establish and regulate the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment District for the purpose of paying debt service on the capital improvements to the water and sewer lines serving the Mountain Home and Deepwood Mobile Home Parks. This is a recurring motion every year, and the chair recognizes Brandy Starr.
Good morning. Okay. Let me get that open.
Good morning.
Okay. I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $223,276.47 through special assessments on property within the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District, as approved by town meeting March 24th, 2007, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to establish and regulate the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District for the purpose of paying debt service on the capital improvements to the water and sewer lines serving the Mountain Home and Deepwood Mobile Home Parks.
Thank you. We'll clear the queue. Is there a second? Chair would recognize Robert Ozer.
I second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Ozer. It has been moved and seconded as just stated. Is there discussion? Summer Price.
I was just trying to second it.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Is there discussion? Bethany Ranquist.
You're immediately probably going to say this is not germane. I don't have discussion on this particular one. I just wanted to ask if after this we could perhaps have a 5 or 10 minute break for those of us that need more coffee and a bathroom. And I didn't know when to ask for that. Thank you so much.
I'm with you. So after this, we will take a recess. Thanks for making that point of order, to recess for a few minutes. So not seeing any further discussion, we'll put this to the vote. The question is, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $223,276.47 through special assessments on property within the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District as approved by town meeting March 24, 2007, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to establish and regulate the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District for the purpose of paying debt service on the capital improvements to the water and sewer lines serving the Mountain Home and Deepwood mobile home parks. All those in favor, please mark your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay, and we will launch the ballot now. This group is getting very speedy. We're not even 30 seconds into this. We have 101 votes already registered. So the chair is going to allow another 15 seconds. And we will cease the balloting. Listen to the results of your vote. Aye, 105, nay, 2. The ayes have it, and you have approved Article 22. And consistent with Ms. Ranquist's request, we will take a 15-minute break until 10:30. Thank you. Please stay logged in as Patrick Moreland has suggested, and we'll see you all back in 15 minutes. I think Patrick had enough and he wouldn't let me talk. So we are now back on, and the chair would reconvene the meeting with Article 23. To see if the town will approve exemption of the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for Brattleboro Post 5, American Legion Little League Field for a period of 5 years. I would point out that this is something that we agreed 5 years ago would be done on a 5-year term. And so this is also a reoccurring request. All of the next group are reoccurring requests that were agreed upon in past meetings. So at this point, the chair would like to recognize Tim Wessel. Not hearing you, Tim. Now we hear you.
Okay, how is that?
That's great.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town exempt the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for Brattleboro Post 5 American Legion's Little League Field for a period of 5 years.
Is there a second? Gary Stroud.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded that the town exempt the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for Brattleboro Post 5 American Legion Little League Field for a period of 5 years. Is there any discussion? Zach McLaughlin.
This is a point of information question that's really applies to this whole set. The is there a spot, and maybe Mr. Elwell could speak to this. I don't see it in the town assessor's portion of the town report. What I'm trying to see is there a spot where the number of non-statutory exemptions, where there's a accumulated list? I see where I can go on the grand list and keep skimming through the grand list to try to find them. But is there a place in some material where we have the ability to see the compiled list of non-statutory exemptions and where those properties are?
Mr. Elwell is interrogated, should he choose to be.
Other than within the grand list that you mentioned, I don't know of another sort of more accessible location to steer you to. I'm sorry for that. I think you've identified yet another improvement in terms of, you know, transparency and communication. But for today, I don't have a better place I can point you.
Thank you. Chair would recognize Peter Fallion.
No, I just had my hand up to.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Chair recognizes then Gary Stroud.
Yeah, I'd like to yield my 2-minute time, my floor to Kirk Dimes to be interrogated.
Okay, to be interrogated or for him to present on this issue?
I'm sorry, for him to present on this issue. Apologies.
I don't see his hand up. Would he put his hand up, and then we will definitely yield to Mr. Dimes. There he is, Mr. Dimes.
Hello, everyone. Kurt Dimes, District 2. I am not an authority on this subject, but I would like to say that I oppose the tax relief for the Little League field. I think they get probably enough money with their sponsorships. If you recall, having been in there a number of times, the place is lined with advertising. I think they can subsidize themselves with you know, by raising the price on their advertising that they get donated there. And so I oppose giving away tax breaks like this. Brattleboro has lots and lots of nonprofits, and these should be looked at critically. Baseball is not a religion in this country, and religions are not sanctioned by the state. So a lot of people don't play baseball. I don't think that we should be subsidizing it. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Dimes. Chair would call on Mr. Chapman. We can't hear you, Mr. Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I want to speak in favor of this. Brattleboro, in our budget, we've put in a lot of money for quality of life, in addition to the basics of, protection from police, for police and fire and that sort of thing. The Little League is a healthy form of recreation and contributes to the maturity of young people by teamwork and discipline, skill development of several kinds. It's a beloved pastime, long-time tradition. We've given this tax break for years. I think we should continue. It's in the spirit of Brattleboro, which seeks to bring out the best in all people. And frankly, it's the same for all these others on this list. They are all worthy of continued relief from their financial stresses. I take issue with the assertion that's not made from any research that I detected in the comment that the advertising of the ball field actually allows for the activity without additional money. Yes, it's true. Not everybody plays baseball, but this is a community. It's a community that has long supported a very healthy activity. And boy, could we use more healthy activities for our young people. No question about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Chair recognizes Peter Case.
Yes, I would like to move the question.
Okay, Mr. Case has moved to cease debate. We're going to clear the queue. And is there a second to Mr. Case's motion to cease debate? Mr. Maciel.
I second the motion.
Okay, it's been. I definitely think that Mr. Moreland is looking to get rid of me. I apologize. All those in favor of ceasing debate signify by marking their ballot aye. Those opposed, nay. And we will launch the poll now. Less than 30 seconds. We have 101, 103 votes already cast. (108) votes cast. And allow 5 more seconds. And polls are closed on ceasing debate. Listen to the results of your vote. 89 aye, that's 82%. 19 nay, that's 18%, and you have voted to cease debate. The question is on Article 23, shall the town exempt the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for Brattleboro Post 5 American Legion Little League Field for a period of 5 years? All those in favor, mark your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay. And the poll is launched now. goes underneath. Okay, it has now been 40 seconds and we have 108 votes cast, 110 now. Going to allow another 10 seconds to get your ballot marked. And we will close the polling now. Listen to the results of your vote. Those in favor, 98. Those opposed, 12. And the ayes have it, and you have approved Article 23. Article 24, to see if the town will approve exemption of the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for Camp Wampanoag, Inc. for a period of 5 years. Chair recognizes Ian Goodnow.
Good morning, Mr. Moderator.
Good morning.
I move that the town exempt the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for Camp Wampanoag Incorporated for a period of 5 years.
And we'll clear the queue to see if we have a second. Is there a second? Richard Race.
This might be out of point of order, or but I was wondering if we could merge Article 24 to 27 to have one vote.
Well, let's see, 24, 27.
24, 25, 26, and 27.
No, we really should I appreciate that these are somewhat redundant, but they are separate, and I think it would be inappropriate. I think it's better that we pass each one because each one is treated as a separate request.
Okay, then I'll just second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Race. It has been moved and seconded that the town exempt the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for Camp Wampanoag, Inc. for a period of 5 years. Are you ready for that question? Peter Fallion.
I simply want to second the. Motion.
Oh, sorry. So, all right, thank you. Millicent Cooley.
Morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for recognizing me. I want to ask for this question, as well as the ones similar to this article that are coming up, is what's the money that's involved in the exemption that will cost the town? Because when there's an exemption, that means then that money has to be made up. So just want to know what that is.
Okay. Not sure who to pose that to, but I will start with Mr. Elwell.
Mr. Moderator, I'd be happy to provide an answer. It's going to take me a minute to locate it. I don't know if you want to take some additional discussion in the meantime.
Yes, we can do that. I think I don't like to jump from one issue to another, but in the interest of trying to move things along, raise your hand when you do have it, okay? And then we will come back and respond to that question. Chair would recognize Bob Everingham. Mr. Everingham.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd just like to speak briefly in favor of the motion. Our son has been involved in Camp Wampanoag for years. It's an amazing program. A lot of families have kids there. You can learn more about it at campw.org. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for the information. Chair recognizes Andy Davis.
Thank you. This might be just another question, though, for Peter Elwell, who's already busy. So I was just curious if all of our elder housing and assisted living are on a tax similar abatement program. I just would like a better overview of our relationship with nonprofits, particularly with assisted living and medical. I know some of our facilities for the elderly are both medical and housing. And if there's a policy there, or it's pretty much at the discretion of who asks for the abatement, are some of those facilities, like the hospital, by statute that they don't pay taxes? Is it possible to give an overview so that we're making this decision? It's sort of related to the last questioner who interrogated Peter Elwell about the money side of it. Just a better understanding for us as a representative town meeting on the impact and the policy. And I just focus on the issue of the elderly housing and assisted living. And thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if Mr. Elwell can respond to that. And maybe Mr. Fisher has his hand up. He might be able to help us.
Yes, that's a good question. And there are different tax exemptions for different organizations, and a lot of it depends on the tax statute. So, for instance, hospitals are exempt under particular statutes. Some civic or charitable organizations are exempt. Some of these exemptions are complete exemptions by law, and others require the town to vote on them. These 5 are ones that require a vote to have the exemption. And I want to say 5 or 10 years ago, representative town meeting opted to put them all on a 5-year rotation, such that we weren't having a couple come up each year. So they come now in every 5 years. There had been, and I actually was looking for it, but can't seem to put my fingers on it right at this moment, a memorandum that the then Listers Department, but now Assessors Department, had put together outlining the basis for each of these exemptions. But the ones that are here today are ones that by law have to be voted upon by representative town meeting. And they are also for the town portion of the taxes, not the state education tax part of it. So I hope that helps. It's a great question, and perhaps for next year or the next time these come up, we could have more of a of background for it in the annual report. So we'll work on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Chair sees Mr. Elwell in the picture, so let's go back and see if he's in a position to give us a response to the question raised earlier.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, thank you for the time for me to go locate this data. So the total amount of the 5 altogether is $38,160, excuse me, and 86 cents of tax relief. And the breakout among the 5 goes like this. For the Little League field, $1,282.37. For Camp Wabanong, $2,326.89. For Fulton Home, $9,206.03. For Bradley House, $21,954.50. And for Family Garden, $3,391.08.
Thank you. It's very helpful. All right, Chair would like to now recognize, looking for new speakers, Peter Fallion.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't have my camera going. I just wanted to echo what Bob just said about Camp Wampanoag. My children went there and enjoyed it. We enjoyed it on a family level as well. And I encourage supporting this, as I do all four of them on the ballot here. And also, I just wanted to second what Chris said about this is a really time to support the youth, as well as the elderly, especially at this time. So that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair would recognize Dr. Tortolani.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. District 2, Bob Tortolani. I'd like to move the question.
Dr. Tortolani moves to cease debate on Article 24. We'll clear the queue. Is there a second to cease debate? Mr. Case.
I second.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded to cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please mark your ballot aye. Those opposed to ceasing debate, nay. And we will launch the ballot now. "30 seconds and 100 votes registered. Getting fewer votes registered. Hang in there, folks. We were at 105 voting at this point. And it is 1 minute, and so we will allow 5 more seconds to register your vote. And we will end the voting there. Listen to the results of your vote. Since this is first ceasing debate, I'll announce the percentage first. 86%, 98 votes. Aye. The nays, 14% or 15 votes. And you've captured the 2/3 percent, and we will return to the motion. Shall the town exempt the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for Camp Wampanoag for a period of 5 years? All those in favor, mark your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay. "38 seconds. We have 104 votes registered. And we're going to give it another 10 seconds. close the balloting now. Listen to the results of your vote. 102 aye, 4 nay. The ayes have it, and you have approved Article 24. Article 25, to see if the town will approve exemption of the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for garden path, elder living, Holton home for a period of 5 years. Chair recognizes Elizabeth McLaughlin.
I am. Okay. I move that the town exempt the municipal portion of real estate taxes for Garden Path Elder Living's Holton home for a period of 5 years.
Okay, thank you. We'll clear the queue and see if we've got a second. Do we have a second? Charles Curry Smithson. Do you wish to? Can you hear us?
I'm sorry, I had to unmute.
Okay, well, you're unmuted now, so you're good. So are you prepared to second the motion for us?
Yes, very much.
Thank you.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to exempt the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for Garden Path Elder Living's Holton home for a period of 5 years. Are you ready for that question? Okay, let's see. I want to try to get different people who haven't yet spoken. Well, they're most, let me ask Dr. Tortolani.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bob Tortolani, District 2. A conflict of interest because I have a mother who's living at Holton Home. I just wanted to echo what was said about helping our elders. Holton Home is absolutely an amazing institution whose staff and administration provide this incredible care. And I can tell you it is a home. It's a place that has been providing a home atmosphere for our elders for 126 or 7 years. I strongly support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair would call on Maya Hasagawa.
I just wanted to say about all of these that we're talking about. We spent a lot of time yesterday talking about human services and supporting our nonprofit agencies that provide various kinds of assistance and services to residents of Brattleboro. And exempting people from taxes is just another way, in my mind, to help support nonprofits in town. It's a little different than giving direct money, but I believe it amounts to something similar. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Tom Green.
Is it true what Maya just said? I'm going to ask this article and the next one. Are Holton Home and Bradley House nonprofit organizations, or are they for-profit? I have some memory that the exemption was granted 5 years ago, possibly due to their expansions, and we wanted to support that. So I just would like to know if they truly are nonprofit.
I think the chair can confirm that they are not for profit, but is there someone there that can double, Mr. Elwell?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I can confirm unequivocally that they are both not-for-profit. In fact, they are two separate facilities operated by the same nonprofit organization.
Thank you. Chair would recognize Mary Emery.
I move to close the question.
Okay, it has been moved to cease debate. We'll clear the queue. Is there a second? Peter Case.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to call the question to cease debate. All those in favor of ending debate, please mark your ballot aye. Those opposed to ending debate, no. And we will launch the ballot now. That close, I'm getting hard. It's I don't have my right glasses, which is a problem. I'm having a hard time seeing it, but I can still see it. Maybe you may just. Sure. Okay. That's okay. I'm okay if I. Okay. I see that. Well, I got my wrong glasses. That's it's 1 minute now. We've had 105 votes cast. I'm going to give it 5 seconds. There's 2 more votes just cast. Total of 107. And we will close polling now. Listen to the results of your vote. 98 aye and 9 no. And the ayes have it, and you have approved Article 25. Article 26, to see if the town will approve exemption of the municipal tax portion of real. Oh, we closed debate. Sorry, I jumped too fast. I'm getting anxious again. We closed debate, so we're going to go back to 25 and move. The question that I'm going to ask you to put up is, shall the town exempt the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for Garden Path Elder Living's Holton Home for a period of 5 years? That's Garden Path's Elder Living Home, 5 years, Article 25. My apologies for jumping the gun on that. Vote yes if you're in favor, no if not, and we'll launch the poll on the basic question now. Thank you, Madam Town Clerk, for keeping me in order. 30 seconds, and we have registered 98 votes. And we'll allow 10 more seconds to get in your vote. Yeah, thank you. And we will then balloting, listen to the results of your vote. 105 yay and 3 nay, and you have approved now Article number 25. Now we can jump to Article 26 to see if the town will approve exemption of the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for Garden Path Elder Living's Bradley House for a period of 5 years. Chair recognizes Daniel Quip.
Good morning. I move that the town exempt the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for Garden Path Elder Living's Bradley House for a period of 5 years.
Thank you. Is there a second? Gary Strad.
I second.
Moved and seconded that the town exempt the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for Garden Path Elder Living's Bradley House for a period of 5 years. Chair recognizes Zach McLaughlin.
Again, just as a class of these questions, I really agree with what Ms. Hasagawa was saying before. This is just as much so as giving direct cash payments to organizations. This is it's a discretionary value-based endorsement by the town of certain organizations over others. So I think what would help in the future is I like all these organizations, but I don't have a context of to what extent we are giving other exemptions away to other people. So it's hard for me to put a judgment about a particular organization into context to make a choice as to maybe down the road at some point, enough is enough for and where that cutoff line is. So I would encourage in the future that we would have as much transparency around kind of the ecosystem of exemptions that we are providing right now, so we can make judgments about those types of things with just as much scrutiny as we would about money that we are giving in direct payments to people. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. I don't think that requires a motion. I think that the administration has heard you loud and clear and others loud and clear, and therefore it's not necessarily necessary to formalize it. But nevertheless, thank you for your comments. The chair recognizes Peter Case.
I'd like to call the question.
Mr. Case has called the question. Is there a second to his motion to cease debate? Yes, clear the queue, please. Chair recognizes Rick Morton.
I second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. It has been moved and seconded to cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate mark their ballot aye. Those opposed nay, and we'll launch the ballot now. Yeah. 25 seconds and we have 101 votes cast. And 4 votes. Oh, it's a point of order now. Is this 4? Oh. Okay, we will cease polling. Listen to your results of your ballot on ceasing debate. 96 in favor, that's 90%, 11 opposed, and that is clearly 2/3, and you have voted to cease debate. I received the motion from, a communication from Bethany Rehnquist that she does have a point of order or point of information that takes priority. We will definitely get to the final vote on 20 6, but the chair does wish to recognize Ms. Rehnquist for the purpose of her point of information.
Hi, thank you. I've had this about the last several questions. So I emailed just because I wasn't having a chance to ask it. I just want to know, we're doing these 5 this year. I just wanted to know that if there are several others every year that are on that 5-year rotation, and if so, if we had a basic number about how many are we doing each year, just because I want to have that information.
Okay,
That I just wanted to know. That was it.
Point of information.
Point of information.
Point of information for Mr. Elwell.
These are the only 5 that come to representative town meeting. It's theoretically possible that others might apply, but there's several different routes to tax exemption. So certain kinds of properties are just granted tax exemption under state statute. And then there are others that have received tax exemption approval through the appeal process in the process by which properties are assessed. And then there can be appeals through the listers and the Board of Civil Authority and actually onto state court. So, so there's about 20% of the overall grand list in Brattleboro is tax exempt, and these 5 properties are a very small portion of that overall 20%. But the only ones that have come before representative town meeting in the last, well, the 6 years that I've been here, and I believe it's for quite a lot longer than that, are these 5 properties.
Thank you. Again, debate has been ceased, and so the question is, shall a town exempt the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for Garden Path Elder Living's Bradley House for a period of 5 years? All those in favor, mark your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay. And we'll launch the ballot now. Okay, we've got 104 votes cast so far. Give it another 5 seconds. And we'll end balloting. Listen to the results of your vote. 108 aye. 103 aye and 5 nay. The ayes have it, and you have approved Article 26. Article 27, to see if the town will approve exemption of the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for the Family Garden, Inc. for a period of 5 years. The chair calls on Brandy Starr. If she's there, yes. Yes.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes. We didn't know.
I know, I wasn't sure either, but I'm going to leave my video off because I don't trust the connection.
Okay.
Okay, so Article 27. Oh, I move.
Did she drop the connection? Okay. All right. So we know that Brandy Starr is in her vehicle, and we know how that can be in Vermont. So the chair will recognize Tim Wessel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Happy to be back up. Brandy's. I move that the town exempt the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for the Family Garden Inc. for a period of 5 years.
Thank you. Clear the queue. Is there a second? Chair recognizes Gary Strad. Oh, Gary dropped. No, the chair recognizes Mary Emery.
I second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded to exempt the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for the Family Garden Inc. for a period of 5 years. Are you ready for that question? Seeing no questions, all those in favor of approving Article 27 indicate by saying aye or marking your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay. And we'll launch the ballot now. .40 and we have 102 votes recorded. And the chair will end the balloting in 5 seconds. And we'll end the balloting now. Listen to the results of your vote. Aye, 99. Nay, 5. Nays have it, and you have approved Article 77. Article 77 feels like that. Article 27. And you have concluded the warrant portion of the meeting. We now go to Article 28, which is the transaction of any other business that may lawfully come before the meeting. And as the chair mentioned before, this is all non-binding, advisory, but you can present resolutions, motions, or just plain announcements. And in that realm, what the chair has done is collected a variety of motions that have been coming in, and we'll start just with one that is not a motion at all, but just an announcement so that you can see the different ways in which Article 28 can be used. So the chair would first recognize in Article 28 Tim Wessel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Liz McLaughlin and I have 4 quick recognitions. This year, we're going to be dispensing with the long whereases and very formalized recognitions that we've done in the past. But just bear with us because these are very important to our town. So I'd like to first recognize Brandy Starr, who is stepping down from the Select Board. Brandy has served on the Select Board for 4 years, including 1 year as Vice Chair and 1 year as Chair, and has served with distinction and no one can deny incredible personal style. Brandy and I campaigned together and were elected together. When Brandy became Chair, I became Vice Chair, and from that mutual position of leadership on the Select Board, I have watched her navigate some very difficult topics with her characteristic intelligence and compassion, never shying away from controversy if that's what was required to speak her voice. and to speak up for others who did not have the influence of a sitting select board member. Brandy's ability to listen to ideas, debate the nuances, then argue capably for her beliefs is most admirable. And I have great faith that whatever she chooses to do next in service to our town will continue to be foremost in service to our most vulnerable populations. Please join me in thanking outgoing Select Board member Brandy Starr.
Here, here. Thank you.
Can't hear everyone else's claps, of course, but I'm sure they're out there. If I beg the patience, I just want to move on to another very important recognition. Mike Bukasi has served our community in the Brattleboro Fire Department for literally his entire adult life. Chief Bukasi became a call firefighter in 1975 during his senior year at BUHS and became a full-time firefighter 2 years later. He was promoted to lieutenant in 1984, to captain in 1985, and then years later to assistant fire chief in 2000. He became fire chief of Brattleboro Fire Department and emergency management coordinator in July of 2007 upon the retirement of Fire Chief David Emery. Chief Bukasi was the incident commander at the Wilder Block Fire on December 4, 2004. I'm sure we all remember. And at the Brooks House Block Fire on April 17, 2011. He was also operations officer during the massive flooding that caused by Tropical Storm Irene on August 28, 2011. I've had many personal interactions and discussions with Mike Bukasi over the years, and I have to say that the one thing that always impressed me about Mike was his ability, through his leadership, to always lift up the actions of those around him. I can't remember a time when, during praise for his own leadership, he didn't also take that moment to recognize many members of his team around him and to celebrate their excellence. Please join me in wishing Chief Bukasi the very best in the future and extend our entire town's gratitude for his 43 years of service to Brattleboro.
Here, here. Thank you, Chief.
And if you don't mind, if it pleases the moderator, Liz McLaughlin, I believe, has her hand up as well. So
sure, we'll allow you to complete your roster.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear me?
Yes,
okay.
Thank you.
I'd like to say a few words of thanks to our recently retired police chief, Mike Fitzgerald. Mike, as many of us know, is a local boy born and raised in Brattleboro. And after 20 years of military service in the Marines, returned and joined the Brattleboro Police Department as an entry-level police officer in the year 2000. He rose quickly to the top, becoming chief in 2014. Chief Fitzgerald's tenure was noteworthy for steady, progressive leadership inside the department, but it has also been said that Mike's leadership also shone as a teammate among town employees and, most importantly, as a working partner with community leaders. Mike should be proud, as we are all proud, of his work towards broader community engagement, working together in partnership on community policing, and therefore he was involved in a wide range of projects that extended beyond traditional police work into matters of equity and community well-being. Mike has stated that he's grateful to town manager Peter Elwell for his enduring support. And he also stated that he gives thanks to the Brattleboro Police Department officers, that it is impossible for him to quantify the many acts of bravery, kindness, and concern that our officers perform each day. He's also stated that he gives thanks to the people of Brattleboro who have given support to his work and to whom he was privileged to serve for 21 years. Please join me in thanking Mike Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mike.
And last, but certainly not least, I'd like to say a few words of thanks to retiring Town Manager Secretary Jan Anderson. Jan Anderson's first day as Executive Secretary in the Town Manager's office was June 1st, 2010. She brought legal secretary experience and many other valuable talents to the town team. She also brought a pleasant, no-nonsense presence that I'm sure many of us have felt. She brought a commitment to serving our community and an unrivaled attention to detail. For almost 11 years, Jan has been what Peter Elwell has called the rock-solid center of our town administration. She has served with 18 select board members and 3 town managers. All of us have been better at our jobs because of how outstanding Jan has been at hers. Jan will retire on March 31st. We will all miss her greatly at the office, but we are happy for her and look forward to seeing her around town, enjoying her less demanding schedule. Thank you, Jan.
I think that it's, thank you for that, Ms. McLaughlin. The chair should also express thanks to the town meeting team who really made this whole process possible. And Jan Anderson was certainly one of the ones that has been sitting here keeping me as moderator straight. In fact, she has just delivered to me a stack of resolutions, motions, and things to discuss in other business. But I want to also thank the person who I call our chief technology guru, the man who really made this happen, and that's Patrick Moreland, our assistant town manager. He's done a fabulous job putting this together under very difficult circumstances, and it's worked on an enormous amount of overtime to make this happen. I also want to thank our town clerk, Hillary Francis. She has straightened out the chair when the chair took a left turn here or there. And our new administrative assistant also is here as part of the team, Jessica Strickler. In addition, we should take time to acknowledge the superb job that the ASL interpreters do. And it's hard for us to remember that we have to speak slowly from time to time because they have quite a challenge. In addition, I would like to also thank the BCTV for their continuing annual coverage of this event. With that, I will like to explain to you how I think it's going to be the fairest to deal with other business. But you can see that other business doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be debate or voting or amendments or anything of that sort. It can be just announcements if you have announcements that are of relation to town business. Well, what I'm going to do is go through the people who would like to speak in the order in which I received their written requests, their written motions or their written documents. And I've sort of itemized them by time. And so I'm going to start off by looking at the participation board and recognizing George Carvel, because he actually was the first. Mr. Carvel. No, but he's came in first. Yeah, please.
There, am I unmuted now?
Now you're unmuted. Now we've got you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Okay.
Actually, I cannot stay. I did not actually expect to be here this morning due to other commitments. And I'd like to yield to Bethany, who has the motion I was going to present. Thank
Okay,
you.
Bethany Ranquist. I think we're talking Bethany Ranquist, so the chair will yield to Bethany Ranquist, or will recognize Bethany Ranquist.
Hi, we are talking Bethany Ranquist.
Okay. Right, go ahead.
District 1. Thank you. George had said that he might not be available, so he passed this on to me. So I would like to put forward this motion, given that Article 11 is a $12 million bond for a replacement water treatment plant, and given that it will likely pass, Representative Town Meeting strongly urges the Select Board to so draft any requests for proposal or other project bid documents and evaluate proposals so as to try to maximize the employment of Brattleboro area residents in the construction project, even if it means a slight reasonable increase in the total cost. And I would speak to the motion after it is seconded, if it is seconded.
Okay, then Chair would ask the queue be momentarily cleared. Is there a second to Bethany Ranquist and George Carvel's motion? Mr. Strad.
I second the motion.
Okay, then it's been moved and seconded as stated by Bethany Ranquist. And so the floor is yours, Ms. Ranquist.
Thank you, Mr. Stroud and Mr. Chair. The purpose of this motion is that the town's project manager confirmed at our informational meeting that the project is going to be complying with the Davis-Bacon Act, which requires that the contractor pay prevailing union rates to the workers on the job. So these are expected to be well-paying jobs. And the idea is to spend Brattleboro money in the Brattleboro area instead of sending it to workers from out of state. If the result is that the project costs just a little bit more, we need to remember that the money is going to be staying in the Brattleboro area and paying for things like food, clothing, rent, sales tax, property tax, and activities through the recreation department and supporting families. And so important to keep our local money local and support our local residents, as we've been discussing throughout the majority of this entire process. Thank you so much for hearing the motion and my speaking. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Further discussion with regard to the Carvel-Ranquist motion. Kathy Erfer.
Good morning, everyone. One question, in some cases, my understanding is that the bid process and the expertise required, I'm supportive of this motion, and the expertise required, we may not have companies in the Brattleboro area with that expertise. So in those situations, what I'm wondering, and this is maybe a question for Peter or Steve Barrett if he's on, is there a way to contract, to include in the contract with whoever the contractor may be, a requirement to hire people from Brattleboro to help execute the work?
And please also bear in mind, this is a non-binding recommendation. And it does say so as to try to maximize the employment of Brattleboro area residents. But nevertheless, I think it's a good question. And so Mr. Elwell is interrogated should he wish to be.
Certainly. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate both the motion and the comment that Kathy Arthur just made about it. there will be some of the disciplines involved, particularly in such a highly technical project. We're not just building a building, but the inner workings of the building require some special expertise in many cases. So it's not going to be possible to hire local labor for every bit of work that's going to be done here, but we fully understand and support the intention of the motion that we make as much use of local labor as possible as we work with the contractors who receive the bid awards for this work. So I hope that helps. It's going to depend to a great degree. Individual decisions about who does which pieces of work are going to depend to a great degree on the special expertise that's required for those particular pieces of work.
The question is on the Carville-Rehnquist motion to maximize the employment of Brattleboro area residents in the construction project. Is there further debate? Lisa Weinman.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had my hand up to discuss my motion, which is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
sorry.
Okay. Ralph Mima. Just a second. We need to unmute you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just wanted to make sure that a distinction was included in the way that this resolution is worded to make sure that there's a reference to Brattleboro area and not Brattleboro, because there are contractors in this area, excavators, contractors that can build roads and do site work and that type of thing, that aren't physically located or legally located in Brattleboro, but might be in Guilford, for example, or Dummerston or Vernon, but they're part of our local economy. So I want to make sure that that distinction is reflected.
It actually, the way that it reads is maximize the employment of Brattleboro area residents. So it does cover
Thank
your
you.
concern. Great.
Great. Thank you for that, Claire.
Mr. Bosworth.
Yeah, Michael Bosworth, District 1. Just a question. And in this other business, do motions have to be seconded? Because I don't think this one got seconded unless Stephanie did.
Yes, I believe we did. Yes, we did. I believe it did.
Well, if it didn't, I will second it, but that's fine. Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you for that backup and keeping track of the chair. I appreciate that, and we'll consider it if we didn't have a second. Okay, thank you. Let's see, Gary Stroud.
I just want to say I highly support this proposal. I believe if we buy locally, we should hire locally. Just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. And the chair will recognize the town manager, Mr. Elwell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I wanted just to supplement the comments I made a few minutes ago. I've received a text from Steve Barrett that's important to add, I think, for the broader context of how we do try to support the local economy with these projects, that beyond the hiring of labor, there's also a tremendous amount of supplies that will be needed. And so things like concrete and gravel and hot mix and other supplies that will be used in the construction at the site will be obtained from local suppliers, from businesses that provide those kinds of materials. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Elwell. Chair recognizes the sponsor of the motion, Bethany Rehnquist.
Me again, Bethany Rehnquist, District 1. Thank you to Mr. Elwell for that information. I wonder if I could, I'm not sure if it's modify or amend my motion to include after Brattleboro area residents in the construction process project. Sorry, give me like just 3 seconds. To maximize the employment of Brattleboro area residents in the construction project, as well as local suppliers for like I'm sorry, as well as local
See, this is
purchasing
why,
supplies locally. Purchasing supplies locally. That's it. I just want to add that in so that it's in there.
all
So
right, so,
Brattleboro area residents in the construction project, as well as purchasing supplies locally, and I can send that in if you want to.
okay, please do. I really don't want to, we've got a lot of other people that would like to speak. And again, I'd like to have these in writing. So are you sending it in for me now, Ms. Franklin?
I'm going to send it in right now. The only change is that after it says construction project, it will add as well as purchasing supplies locally.
As well as purchasing supplies locally. Yes.
And I will email that amended one.
So is it what all it's going to say then is maximize the employment of Brattleboro area residents in the construction process, a project, insert as well as purchasing supplies locally, even if it means a slight reasonable increase in total cost. Is that correct?
Correct. It's just adding those 6 words.
All right, so it's actually, yes. All right. Unless the chair sees an objection to this amendment by the maker of the motion in the form of a hand up in the next 5 seconds, the chair will consider this as an accepted amendment to the motion. Anyone objects to this minor amendment? Seeing none, then the chair will approve the amendment without objection. And the motion will now read, given that Article 11 is a $12 million bond for a replacement water treatment plant, and given that it will likely pass, representative town meeting strongly urges the select board to so draft any request for proposals or other project bid documents and to evaluate proposals so as to try to maximize the employment of Brattleboro area residents in the construction project, as well as purchasing supplies locally, even if it means a slight reasonable increase in total cost.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate your flexibility on that.
All those, unless there's further debate, Mr. Rounds.
I just moved the question.
Okay. I think we were there, Mr. Rounds, but let's do it. I like to do it that way. Is there a second to closing debate? Gary Strad, are you voting to close debate? Okay, it's been moved and seconded to close debate on the Carvel-Rehnquist motion. All those in favor of closing debate on that matter, please signify by stating aye. All those nay, mark no, and the vote has been launched. And the chair will cease voting at this point. It's pretty overwhelming. 84 votes in favor of ceasing debate. That's 98%, only 2 against ceasing debate. And debate has ceased with regard to the Carvel-Rehnquist resolution. Given that Article 11 is a $12 million bond for the replacement water treatment plant, and given that it will likely pass, Representative Town Meeting strongly urges the Select Board to so draft any request for proposals or other project bid documents and to evaluate proposals so as to try to maximize the employment of Brattleboro area residents in the construction project, as well as purchasing supplies locally, even if it means a slight reasonable increase in total cost. All those in favor signify by marking aye. All those opposed, nay. And we will launch the poll now. And we've got 93 voting with approaching the minute. Give you 5 more seconds. And we'll end voting. Listen to the results of your vote. 95 in favor, 2 against, and the ayes have it, and you have approved the Carvel-Rehnquist motion. Let's see, we may have a couple of questions here that are points of order. What the chair had stated is I'll go through these in order in which they are proposed, but Ricky Rosati may have a point of order. So the chair will recognize Ricky Rosati.
I motion that I have several motions I would like to make as recommendations.
Okay, and the chair is happy to entertain those. What I'd like you to do is just email them to tmsecretary@brattleboro.org, and we will include you in the list. We have quite a few already. Okay?
I yield my time.
Thank you. The next person that the chair will recognize the motion coming in the order next is Mr. Ozer, Robert Ozer. Would you raise your hand? It just is easier for us to find you. There he is. Mr. Ozer, you asked to be recognized for the purpose of presenting a resolution. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. And I'll keep the video off just to help with that.
Yeah, it's much better.
So thank you. This is in the form, I guess, of a resolution, obviously non-binding.
Right.
But I will read it, and then if there is a second, I'll ask to just say a word or two about it.
Okay.
Resolved that the town of Brattleboro, assembled at its annual meeting on March 21st, 2021, strongly urges the Select Board and the town manager to transmit a copy of the Community Safety Review Report to the Secretary of the Vermont Agency of Human Services, the Commissioner of the Department of Children and Families, and the Brattleboro AHS District Field Director to highlight the numerous instances in that report where witnesses have stated that their experience with DCF has been less than helpful and in fact harmful to children and families. It is strongly urged that a process be started to change statutes or to take other appropriate action and reallocate resources to provide more accountability and community oversight in the department, and use the department's resources to better support families for whom poverty is the primary driver of danger.
Okay, is there a second? Mr. Levenbach, do you wish to second the motion?
I do, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then we will now recognize Mr. Ozer to be heard on his motion.
So just very briefly, for anyone who has read the Community Safety Review Report, which is over 200 pages, there are probably 100 references to the Department of Children and Families. And there are some compelling quotations from anonymous witnesses who presented their testimony to that committee. And I don't want those to be lost to history. And that perhaps if the select board and the town manager put some emphasis behind this and sent this to the leadership in the state, that they would get some recognition. There's also a bill pending in the Assembly to establish an Office of Child Advocate. So it might be a timely way to also underline that. And I think some people in this town are involved in testifying regarding that bill. So I'll leave it there. And thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion with regard to Mr. Ozer's motion? Hearing none. All those in favor of his resolution as read, kindly signify. Well, wait a minute, hold on, I've got a couple of hands up. Ricky Rosati.
I'm just curious, why do we have to send in the motions that we want to read first? Because we didn't have to do that when we were meeting in person.
Well, the reason for that, you're right. And when we were meeting in person, it's still, I do require or request people to make their motions in writing, and people would just hand them up to the podium. And it was very easy to do. This is more complicated because we have to do it by email and it has to be printed and the chair has to look at them and so on.
Well, that doesn't seem like an official rule, and I would encourage people to just speak their motions as they're called on and email them if that's helpful afterwards. But I think that to screen people, what they're going to say before calling them presents a bias of interest and who will be called on when.
No, it doesn't, because what I'm doing in an effort to avoid that, or try to avoid it to the extent that I can, is we know the date and the time that these motions came in. So I'm in a position to classify them by the time they came in, and I'm just taking them one at a time as they came in. I don't know of any other fairer way to do it for today's purposes. Again, when we're in open session, I can call for hands, it's easier. I prefer that to have these in writing, and most of these motions are fairly lengthy in any event. So that's the reason.
I yield my time.
Thank you. Wendy Collins has her hand up also, either a point of order or with regard to this matter.
Yeah, it's a little, yes, thank you. I just want a little clarification. I understand we're trying to get this to the powers that be, but the bureaucracy isn't the real powers that be. It's the legislature and the governor. And so I'm asking you, were they included in your motion as recipients of this information? And if not, would you consider including them? Thank you.
The motion says transmit a copy of the community safety report to the Secretary of the Vermont Agency of Human Services, the Commissioner of the Department of Children and Families, and the Brattleboro AHS District Field Director. Mr. Ozer, do you want to further elaborate on that question? Could you raise your hand, Mr. Ozer? Again, it's easier for us to find you. Thank you.
I have no objection if you wish to add the 3 state representatives and the senators for Windham County to that. As I did mention, there is a bill pending in the Assembly with respect to an Office of Child Advocate, but that's the only legislative action right now that I'm aware of.
Well, again, here's where we get into problems. When the chair is asked to make changes on the fly, I don't want to, you've done a very detailed job of putting your motion together. You would have to tell me exactly what you want and where you want it. I prefer this, as I said, in writing if it's more than a couple of words. Can you tell me where you would want it, Mr. Ozer?
I guess what I would say is that there would be no objection to sending a copy of that report to the state representatives for the 3 districts in Brattleboro and the 2 senators.
Okay, hold on a second. Yeah. All right. No objection to what?
To sending a copy of that report, the Community Safety Review Report, to the state representatives.
Hold on, I'm a very slow writer here.
Well,
no objection to, yeah, I'm going to have you.
I could send you an email.
This is why it's very important, folks, that you send in any amendments or have your motions in order. We are holding up other people while we're trying to craft the motion. My thought would be, let's leave it as is, and why don't you just send it to these people?
I could withdraw that.
Okay, and let's just send it to these people. All right. With that, and I'm sorry, but we have a lot of people that would like to be heard. It's a beautiful day out. There's a lot of folks that are going to want to get out. Our quorum is going to shrink, and I want everyone to have an opportunity to be heard. And I would like to be able to take up all of these motions. And unless we have these in order when you send them in, it makes it very difficult. So once again, the question is on Mr. Ozer's resolution that I will read one more time. Resolved that the town of Brattleboro assembled at its annual meeting on March 21st, 2021, strongly urged the select board and town manager to transmit a copy of the Community Safety Review Report to Secretary of the Vermont Agency of Human Services, the Commissioner of the Department of Children and Families, DCF, and the Brattleboro AHS District Field Director to highlight the numerous instances in that report where witnesses have stated that their experience with DCF has been less than helpful and in fact harmful to children and families. It is strongly urged that a process be started to change statutes and take other appropriate action and allocate resources to provide more accountability and community oversight in the department and use department resources to better support families for whom poverty is the primary driver of dangers. And I think we've informally agreed that this would also be sent to state representatives. Are you ready for this vote? Bethany Rehnquist.
Hi, Lauren. Hello, Mr. Chair.
That's
I'm
okay.
not trying to confuse you or complicate at all. I know that you just said informally agreed. I'm just wondering, and I'll make it very, very brief for you, and I can email it. I'm wondering if the original sponsor would accept a friendly amendment of, after it says and Brattleboro Agency of Human Services, we just added as well as state representatives and Governor Scott. I'm hoping that that covers the conversation that we just had without making it too confusing. And if it's welcomed as a friendly amendment, then there you go. And if not, that's okay too.
Okay, Bethany, you are, excuse me, Ms. Rehnquist, you are
that's okay too.
You are an artist at this. Again, I would remind everyone to send this in. Where would you put that language? I did get it down.
Immediately following where it says it's listing the Vermont Agency of Human Services, Commissioner DCF, and Brattleboro Agency of Human Services. Right after that list, I would just put a comma as well as all state representatives and Governor Scott.
Okay. Now, I don't like, and I've had a lot of objections to friendly amendments, but we're going to do this. If the chair does not hear an objection to this amendment, which has been expressed as a further refinement of this motion in an effort to try to save time, within the next 5 seconds, if nobody objects within the next 5 seconds, the chair will go ahead without objection and make this change. Again, in the interest of trying to save time. So
my hope is that it also covers that conversation that Mr. Osher was trying to consolidate to.
I see, I hear you.
Thank you so much.
I'm not seeing any objections. So the chair will make that change. Okay. Now, further discussion on the Osher motion. This is on the Osher motion, and I have Dr. Kopans.
Hello?
Hi, Doctor.
I'm not having trouble unmuting my video, but I think you can hear me.
We can hear you fine.
And I have not read the report. The motion seems to me to be a motion that criticizes DCF. Is that correct? I'd like to interrogate Mr. Osher.
Mr. Osher is interrogated, should he desire to be. Please raise your hand, Mr. Osher. Thank you.
Yes. In a word, I guess that the best way of answering that is to actually read the comments in the report. So I don't know much more I can say at this point.
Thank you for your response. Further debate? Mr. Copans?
Yeah, you know, and I haven't read those reports. I know that DCF makes me unhappy very often, but they are in the difficult position of trying to protect children. And when you try to protect children, you make difficult decisions. And you're going to sometimes make decisions that aren't right in either direction. And you're certainly going to make decisions that upset people. But I think, in fact, they have a very difficult job, and to just criticize them because sometimes what they do gets people upset isn't something that we as a body should do without really looking in more detail at just what the complaints are and what the cases involved.
Thank you. The chair would recognize Robin Morgan.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to say that all of the questions that the last speaker was bringing up are actually in the report. And if anybody wants more detail about that, they should simply read the report, which has been available to this community for several months. And I strongly support this, this motion. It is simply to send a copy of the report to the organizations that were named in it as doing harm and let them know exactly what is the experience of people who have been served by their organization. So I don't think this is something that needs to be controversial. If you have read the report, then nothing in the motion is news or opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes David Levenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have read the report, and the report does raise serious questions about DCF, as well as the retreat, Brattleboro Memorial Hospital, HCRS, and so I think it's appropriate that all of these organizations be brought into conversation with the town to investigate further and to make remedies as necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is on the Ozer proposed resolution. Is there further debate? Elizabeth McLaughlin.
Good afternoon. I would think, and I would interrogate Peter Elwell on this matter, that the plan that was unanimously approved by the select board in going forward with the community safety report has a plan for engaging with these stakeholders that are mentioned in the report in probably a more meaningful way than sending them a copy of the document and having the document sit there. So I would suggest that we hear from Mr. Elwell and see what the long-term plan is for this type of interaction about DCF and see how that would better serve the intent of this kind motion.
Mr. Elwell is interrogated.
Thank you. Some of the institutions that have been mentioned are folks not only that we will be having additional communication with, but have already had some communication with around the recommendations contained in the report. DCF isn't actually one of those, and I think that the scope of the what's on the floor goes beyond the scope of what the town is, and I think will be in the near term engaged in regarding the implementation actions that are more within our control, or at least partially within our control. So there's a body of work that's embedded in the report that goes beyond the town's control. And at least specific to the DCF reference in this action, that would extend beyond what we are currently working on and what I'm expecting to be working on, although certainly the body of work, the scope of the work is going to evolve as we get on with the body of work.
For the debate on the Ozer resolution. Chair recognizes Representative Kornheiser.
Good afternoon. It's not even good morning anymore.
I know.
Thank you. I would like to say on behalf of the 3 state representatives from Brattleboro, myself, Molly Burke, and Tristan Tolino, as well as the 2 state senators, Jeanette White and Becca Ballant, that all 5 of us have received the report. These are issues we take really seriously. It's an incredible report. And the specific issue of the Department of Children and Families is something that all 5 of us discuss regularly and are working hard on. Mr. Ozier mentioned the Office of Child Advocate, which is a bill that we are all paying a lot of attention to and focused on. And I'm sorry that folks were not able to read our usual town meeting reports that we put on everyone's chairs when we're here in the real life, but we are all working hard and happy to discuss any of these issues further outside of town meeting at any time. And finally, thank you. I do actually support the motion to send this report to the Department of Children and Families. I think it's really helpful for them to hear directly from communities on some of these difficult issues. Thank you.
For the debate on the Ozer resolution. Chair recognizes Richard Race.
Hey, Rich Race, District 1. I was hoping to call the vote, cease debate,
Okay.
call the vote.
All right. Mr. Race has called the question on the Ozer resolution. This requires a second. Let's clear the queue. Is there a second? Gary Stroud.
I second.
Okay. Has been moved and seconded to cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate, mark your ballot aye. Those opposed to ceasing debate, nay, and we'll launch the ballot now. Oh boy. It's over here for now. .30 seconds, and we have 84 votes cast so far. And it's now been a minute. So we will suspend voting now and listen to the results of your vote on ceasing debate. 82, that's 95%. Aye. Nay is 4, and you have voted the 2/3 necessary to end debate. So we return to the question. Oh boy. These papers straight here. Resolved that the town of Brattleboro assemble at the annual meeting on March 21st, 2021, strongly urge the Select Board and the Town Manager to transmit a copy of the Community Safety Review Report to Secretary of the Vermont Agency of Human Services, the Commissioner of the Department of Children and Families, DCF, and the Brattleboro AHS District Field Director, as well as state representatives and Governor Scott, to highlight the numerous instances in that report where witnesses have stated that their experience with DCF has been less than helpful and in fact harmful to their children and families. It is strongly urged that a process be started to change statutes or take other appropriate action and reallocate resources to provide more accountability and community oversight in the department, and use department resources to better support families for whom poverty is the primary driver of danger. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. We have 85 votes so far. And it's now been almost a minute. I'll give it 5 more seconds. And we will cease debating on the issue, cease the poll on the issue, listen to the results of your vote. Aye, 81, nay, 5, and you have approved the OSER resolution. Now we go to the next one that we're in receipt of, and the chair would recognize Millicent Cooley. Please raise your hand. It's going to be easier for us to find you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, thank you. Let me bring up my text. Hello.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Thank you.
Okay. So I would like to make a motion to create an ad hoc RTM steering committee to review the rules, procedures, and structure of representative town meeting for the purpose of enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of the body. The steering committee shall consist only of elected members of RTM, and it should automatically dissolve in 3 years unless action is taken for its continuation or other status. Committee will distribute a summary, electronically summary of its work every 4 months to the membership of the larger body. Interested names should submit, interested people, members should submit their names to the moderator, who will convene the first meeting within 30 days of this meeting. The additional members, then at that first meeting, there'll be the people who come will elect a chair, and additional members can be appointed, as needed at RTM or at other times. So it's really to create an ad hoc steering committee meeting to review the rules, procedures, and structures.
Okay.
Starting right away.
I do have the motion, thank you, in writing. but I also received something that was an addendum. Were you part of that, or was that
Is that from Spoon?
Yes.
I think he should try to, I think he would be calling in.
Okay, very
He
good.
just called me about that. So
Okay.
I don't know if he can call in. He's having a little trouble with his Zoom.
Okay. So what we'll do then is seek a second. Is there a second to Ms. Cooley's motion? Gary Stroud.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded, and I'm going to read it again. To create an ad hoc RTM steering committee to review the rules, procedures, and structure of representative town meeting for the purpose of enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of the body. The steering committee shall consist only of elected members of this body. The committee shall automatically dissolve in 3 years unless action is taken for its continuation or other status. The committee will distribute electronically a summary of its work every 4 months to the membership of the body. Interested members shall submit their names to the moderator, who shall convene the first meeting within 30 days of this meeting. Additional members may be appointed by the newly elected chair following each representative town meeting or other times as necessary. It has been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? And the chair recognizes Mr. Dimes.
Hello, everyone. For Dimes District 2.
Hi, Mr. Dimes.
I would only briefly note, for a matter of information for everybody, that the use of the word elected in the phrase elected members indicates that the constable, the assessor, the lister, and the town board, the town select board members would not be included because they are members emeritus of the body, not elected members of the body. Just wanted to point that out for clarity.
Thank you. Chair would recognize Dr. Tortolani.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. I'd like to interrogate you as to whether you are available to convene this meeting in 1 month and what happens thereafter in terms of your involvement. Thank you.
That's kind of a loaded question, Dr. Totolani, because I try to maintain my neutrality in my role as moderator. However, I do have thoughts and ideas on how the process could be improved. And I do believe that within a very short period of time, we are going to be compelled by the charter to reinitiate the Charter Review Committee. Every 10 years under our charter, we are to undergo a charter revision committee, has to be appointed. And there are many things in the town charter and the way in which we organize ourselves that as chair, I believe could be improved or modified. I've talked to a number of folks in town about this. And so to the short answer to your question is, yes, I would love to be involved in the process. Other discussion, Marilyn Fiorillo.
Yes, hi. I applaud the idea of having more contact with RTM members through the course of the year and not just this one time a year. This is my 2nd year and I've never met in person, so I'm only seeing images on a screen. I was wondering, it sounded like this proposal or this motion only includes procedural kind of matters. What about matters of importance that we would like to present as articles perhaps for the next town meeting or something to present directly to the select board. Would that be items of discussion? And I guess that's something Millicent should, was it Millicent who presented this?
Yes.
Who should answer that?
Thank you. Millicent Cooley is interrogated, should she choose to be. Could you raise your hand, please? Again, it helps Mr. Moreland find you. Thank you.
Hi, I am not quite sure how to answer that. I've sort of envisioned it as a way to improve the way we represent people and the process that we use, not a place where we necessarily decide on issues, but we want to make it, or vet issues, like another town meeting. I see it as a way to get better so that when we come to town meeting, we're, for example, doing a better job of representing people, maybe learning how people can bring their issues forward, as opposed to discussing the issues themselves. And I'd like to also comment on, I think, something that the moderator said, where I would see, I think your role in just getting us to convene to the next meeting. At that meeting, we would elect a chair. Right?
Yes, that's correct.
Right?
That's the way it reads.
Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
Just to kind of, we have a way to gather to do that work, to elect the officers.
Okay.
Yep.
Is there further discussion with regard to the Cooley motion? Marta Gossage.
I would like to speak strongly in favor of this amendment. One of the things that a number of folks have talked about, and I've seen go between RTM members, is the fact that there's a lack of understanding for new RTM members specifically about what leadership means and what our charge in the town charter contains. And I think that a committee like this could be a really wonderful vehicle to meet more often, discuss a place for new members to perhaps learn procedure more, so that we don't spend as many hours and minutes as we have, I believe, this weekend discussing procedure. I think it could really not only streamline the RTM annual meeting, but also empower RTM members to fulfill the RTM charge in the town charter better.
Further discussion on the Cooley motion? Okay, hearing none, we'll vote on it, but let me read it to you again. It's moved to create an ad hoc representative town meeting steering committee to review the rules, procedures, and structures of representative town meeting for the purpose of enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of the body. The steering committee shall consist only of elected members of this body. The committee shall automatically dissolve in 3 years unless action is taken for its consideration or other status. The committee will distribute electronically a summary of the work every 4 months to the membership of the body. Interested members shall submit their names to the moderator, who shall convene the first meeting within 30 days of this meeting. Additional members may be appointed by the newly elected chair following each annual representative town meeting or other times as necessary. All those in favor of the Millicent Cooley resolution, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. Okay, we have 10 seconds and we'll close the voting. And we'll close the voting now. Listen to the results of your vote. 73 in favor, aye, and 15 nay. And you have approved the representative town meeting a motion of Millicent Cooley. Chair now will take up and call on Mr. Dimes, is the next person in the queue. Mr. Dimes, if you could put your hand up, please. And the motion that I received from you, Mr. Dimes, I would propose a pamphlet on basic town finance. Would you read your motion as it relates to this?
I would be glad to.
Okay, thank you.
I would propose the creation of a pamphlet on basic town finance for RTM members to be drafted by the Finance Committee. And I would like to speak briefly on this proposal.
Okay. The one I received, so I just put a period after Finance Committee that you had also put in here. And you want me to take out and former Finance Director John O'Connor, who volunteers his guidance?
Yeah, I don't know if that should really be part of a proposal, but it was
okay. I will take it out. I hear your motion. The motion is to propose a pamphlet on basic town finance for representative town meeting members to be drafted by the Finance Committee. Is there a second to Mr. Dimes's motion? Chair would call on Michael Bosworth. Wait a minute, Michael, we can't hear you, sorry.
I second the motion.
Thank you. So it has been moved and seconded to propose a pamphlet on basic town finance for representative town meeting members to be drafted by the Finance Committee. Is there discussion? And the chair will first give the mover an opportunity to speak on it. Mr. Dimes.
Thank you. I'm sure many people, except for the savviest few in this body, find times frequently enough during town meeting when we really can't understand the intricacies of municipal finance. I find with myself, I find that very often that I don't understand the documents. And so some years ago, my group, Brattleboro Common Sense, conceived of, we had meetings with the town people about how we could improve town meeting, representative town meeting. And one of the proposals was that we educate ourselves with some kind of pamphlet. And I brought up the idea to our town finance director, John O'Connor, and he approved the idea. Now Mr. Heller thinks it's okay. And so does Peter Elwell, I believe, in email dating back to that time. This morning, I refreshed Mr. O'Connor's commitment to the idea. He is still ready to volunteer with the committee, the Finance Committee, to help writing this pamphlet. So it will really help us with our financial matters, our understanding of the financial matters, and I hope you all agree.
Thank you. Chair would recognize Millicent Cooley.
Hi, I think this is a great idea. I totally support it. In my first year on the Finance Committee, I've learned so much, and much of what's in the report are things that we learned are things that would be permanent knowledge and appropriate for that kind of a pamphlet. So I'm completely in support of this.
Question is on the Dimes motion for a pamphlet on basic town finance for representative town meetings to be drafted by the Finance Committee. Are you ready for that vote? If so, all those in favor? Oh, do I have, I'm sorry. Sorry? Okay. All those in favor of the Dimes proposal for a pamphlet on representative town of town finance for representative town meeting members, please signify by marking your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay. This is a pamphlet that would be created by the Finance Committee. All right, we are almost at a minute. We are losing people, which is unfortunate. We have 83 votes at this point. I'll give it another 10 seconds. And remember, we have a quorum requirement of 75, so we've got to be careful here. All right, we're going to suspend the voting on the Dimes motion and listen to the results of your vote. Aye 74, nay 10, and you have approved the Dimes motion to create a pamphlet on basic town finance for representative town members to be drafted by the Finance Committee. We now move on, and the chair would like to recognize Alex Fisher. Hi.
Hi.
Yours?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We're getting there.
We are. We've got a lot of good things this afternoon.
So I'd like to propose a non-binding resolution.
Please.
And it reads, do you want to read it or do I read it?
No, you read it.
Great. The town of Brattleboro recommends to the select board that any increases to spending throughout the fiscal year not be in conflict with the Community Safety Review Committee's findings and recommendations.
Okay.
And I'm happy to speak to it.
Okay, let me get a
second
first, and then we'll get back to you. Is there a second to the Alex Fisher motion? Gary Stroud.
I second.
Gary Stroud has seconded it. Oh, that's a good point. Thank you. The way that this, and maybe you could speak to this, and we just want to clarify, the way that I have the motion written is it says the representative town meeting of Brattleboro recommends. Is that correct?
Yeah, but
Okay.
yes.
Recommends to
I
the
realize we
select-
can't, yeah, I realize after my initial draft, we
Okay.
cannot speak for the whole town, but
Right.
only this
Oh,
body.
Okay. Very good. So the way that the motion reads as follows. The representative town meeting of Brattleboro recommends to the select board that any increase of spending throughout the fiscal year not be in conflict with the Community Safety Review Committee's findings and recommendations. You may speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I will be very short. There's a lot of reasons why supporting the Community Safety Review report is important. And the reason for this motion specifically is the turnover in select board members. And so passing this resolution is carrying forward the work that the select board passed in accepting and moving forward the findings. And so it's simply carrying it forward with a financial support for the next fiscal year. So thank you to the select board members who passed this. Thank you to Town Manager Elwell and Patrick Moreland and Police Chief for accepting and moving this work forward. And so this is the town representative's way of supporting that work. Thank you so much.
Okay. Is there further debate with regard to the Fisher motion? Alyssa Weinman.
I would like to call the question. I believe we all support this.
Okay, it's been moved to call the question on the Fisher motion. Is there a second to calling the question? Chair recognizes Bethany Ranquist.
I second that. I agree.
Okay, all those in favor of ceasing any debate on the Fisher motion, please signify by marking your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay. Thirty seconds. We had 78 ballots cast. Now we have 80 ballots cast. Chair is going to give you another 10 seconds to get in your voting. And we will end voting now. Listen to the results of your vote. 68 in favor of ceasing debate. That's 82%, 15%, 15 against, and that's 18%. So you voted to cease debate. So we go to the question on the Fisher motion, and I'm going to read it one more time. The representative town meeting of Brattleboro recommends to the select board that any increase to spending throughout the fiscal year not be in conflict with the Community Safety Review Committee's findings and recommendations. All those in favor signify by marking your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay. And we launch the ballot now. Right, we have 80 votes in. And we'll cease debate. Cease the balloting. Listen to the results of your vote. 59 aye, 21 no, and you have approved the Fisher resolution. The chair now will recognize Far Meese for resolution. Would you please raise your hand, please, so that Mr. Moreland can find you?
Hi there.
You are recognized for your resolution, Mr. Meese. You want to go ahead and read it?
Sure. Thank you, Farm East District 3. I apologize. This is a little long, but it's rather important considering the. Okay. Whereas the proceedings of the representative town meeting of Saturday, March 20th, 2021 were disrupted by news of white nationalist rally in downtown Brattleboro. And whereas this rally caused members of this body to become concerned both for their own immediate safety and that of their Black, Brown, Asian, Indigenous, Jewish, queer, and politically active friends and family. And whereas the RTM as a public body believes that while the freedom to express those views is respected, it also requires a direct and timely response from this body in order to clearly articulate this body's opposition to those views. Now, therefore, be it hereby resolved that the RTM members reiterate the acknowledgement of harm to those communities referenced above, the harm acknowledged and made, and the acknowledgement made by a town manager in the select board meeting on March 2nd, 2021, namely, we acknowledge that centuries of white people holding power in our country, including here in Vermont and in Brattleboro, has perpetuated systemic racism that has caused and still causes harm to people of color throughout our country, including here in Vermont and in Brattleboro. We acknowledge that this harm is caused not only by overt acts of personal and systemic racism, but also more insidiously by the unintentional impacts of unconscious bias. We acknowledge that the harm caused by systemic oppression, both intended and unintended, extends beyond people of color to include LGBTQIA plus people living with disabilities, psychiatrically labeled people, and other individuals and groups who carry historically marginalized identities. We acknowledge that, as documented in the CSRT's report, people here in our community, that's the Community Safety Review Committee report, people here in our community have experienced harm from the existing systems in our community. Finally, we acknowledge that as people in positions of authority, today we have an obligation to develop a more complete understanding of the harm that is being experienced and to take action to reduce and prevent such harm as we move forward from this time. Therefore, we commit ourselves to an ongoing process of reckoning with the harm caused by existing systems in Brattleboro and with our roles and actions within those systems. We further commit ourselves to approaching this work and future corrective actions with humility and reflection in collaboration with individuals and groups who have been negatively impacted by these systems. And be it further resolved that the RTM members do hereby condemn white supremacist and fascist views expressed by those neo-Nazis and express solidarity and support for all threatened, marginalized, and oppressed communities in Brattleboro who stand opposed to those views. And be it further resolved that the RTM actively seeks to address these harms and supports the work of the Community Safety Review Committee and the town's implementation of the recommendations that will make Brattleboro safer and more welcoming to all. Thank you.
Thank you. With your permission, I'm not going to read the entire thing over again.
That's fine.
We're looking, first I want to clear the queue and look for a second. Do we have a second to Mr. Meese's motion? The chair would recognize Jessica Gelter. Top, right on the top.
Hi there, I'm Jessica Gelter from District 2, and I would definitely love to second this motion.
Okay, thank you. It has been moved and seconded as just stated by Mr. Meese. Is there debate? Oh yes, Mr. Meese, do you wish to speak to this? Do you wish to speak to your motion further?
I can defer, yield my time, I think, to, it looks like Robin maybe was going to speak to this.
Okay, sure. Robin Morgan.
Thank you. I want to speak in support of this motion, and I think this body would be extremely remiss if we let this meeting complete without an acknowledgement of the harm done, not just yesterday with the Nazi demonstration, but I also appreciate that this resolution puts that in the context of the larger conversation that's happening around the white supremacist structures, culture, and systems that are at play in our town, in our state, and in our country. So I'm going to vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, see some different hands. Lisa Ray.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for hearing my comments. I'm in strong support of this resolution. I think given what happened yesterday while we were all convened, it is really important to have a very strong and clear articulation of our support for the folks in our community that have been working so hard over the past year to prepare this report and to gift us with the knowledge in it that will allow us to move forward as a town and a community. So I want to speak strongly in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ricky Rosati.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I understand what FAR had written as being kind of a declaration to reflect the representative's point of view on Nazism. And I just wanted to reflect that if we, as a majority, were anti-racist, then we would have voted in favor of changing the community marketing initiative slogan from Love Brattleboro to Love Wentescok in recognition of the indigenous names, because there's this same structural racism and hierarchy in the perpetuating the legacy of colonialism here, as is a genocide which is promoted by Nazism. I yield my time.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Christopher Kane.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Christopher Kane, District 3. I would like to speak about what Ricky just said. They had a very good point. Anti-racism does not start by kicking Nazis out. Anti-racism starts by changing things. And we are the body and we can change things. That's what we need to do. We need to do that now and not yesterday. I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. King. Chair recognizes Abigail Minukin.
Hi, thank you. Abigail Minukin, District 2. I'd like to call to question.
Okay. It has been moved to call a question. We'll clear the queue and ask for a second. Is there a second to cease debate? Tim Masil.
I second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded to call the question on the Mies resolution. All those in favor of ending debate signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. We'll launch the poll now. It's getting low. Yeah, keep it, thank you. Okay, going to allow another 10 seconds. and we'll close the voting. Listen to the results of your vote. On ceasing debate, expressed as a percentage, 92% in favor, which exceeds the 2/3, 71 votes, and 6 opposed. So you have voted to cease debate on the Meese resolution. Since it was just read by Mr. Meese a few moments ago, the chair will beg your indulgence by not rereading it again unless I see someone who wishes. I'm going to clear the queue here. Unless someone has a point of order or a. Oh, we do have points of order. Okay, good. Chair recognizes Paul Rounds.
I just have a question about the count. And are we at a quorum or under a quorum now with the number of people that have been leaving? I'm not sure if the select board counts towards the quorum. And if they have been voting, that would make this a very close count if we do have a quorum still available.
Thank you for your inquiry. We are monitoring this, Mr. Rounds, because that's very important. And we still have 94 eligible voters of a representative town meeting that are in the meeting as of literally 3 minutes ago. So yes, we are monitoring it very carefully, but I appreciate the inquiry. Another point of order by Christopher Kane. Wait just a second, we can't hear you.
It's come to my knowledge that a few people have lost power just now.
That hasn't come to our knowledge, but thank you for alerting us to that. I can't ask them to put their hands up because
right,
they wouldn't have the power.
Also, has anyone congratulated you for doing an amazing job? Because I would like to do that right now.
Well, thank you very much.
You've done an amazing job, and you've consistently done that for years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Let's see if anyone else raises it. We have some other points of order. Marta Gossage.
Yeah, I've noticed that we seem to lose quorum, and I can't remember if it was last year or 3 years ago or something like that. There seemed to be motions that still wanted to be on the table, but we couldn't because of lack of quorum. Has there ever been a reconvene due to lack of quorum, or just by everybody dropping off, can they then stop all new business from, all new resolutions from being heard?
To my recollection, in my years, a member of representative town meeting, I've never seen a reconvene meeting when we ran out of quorum in the other business section. That's something, again, that the steering committee could certainly look at and address and would be definitely appropriate for discussion.
Okay, and what was the email address for new resolutions again?
Sorry?
What was that email address to submit resolutions to again?
You send it to TM Secretary. That's his town meeting secretary, TM Secretary at brattleboro.org.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Chair recognizes Michael Hoffman, but these are for all privileged motions because we have ceased debate. We still need to get back to Mr. Meese's voting on Mr. Meese's resolution. So chair recognizes Mr. Hoffman.
Okay, can I be heard right now?
Sure can. What is your, is it
Okay.
point of order, point of information, Mr. Hoffman?
Thank you for hearing. I'm raising one of the 3 points that I put into the queue because it relates to the current proposal. The Meese. Please.
Okay, here's the problem. We have just voted to cease debate on the Mies resolution, so that we have to now submit for vote. Now, if you've got another resolution coming along,
It is part it's in harmony with this, with the Mies promote position.
All right, but you see,
I could save it if that makes sense.
I think it would be best if it
Okay.
was, if we raise it up, if we raise it in order, it would be
Okay.
better, because I have it, I do have it, I see it here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, all I'm addressing right now, for folks that are on the phone, are privileged motions, point of order, point of information. So let's see, Dick DeGray.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
Yeah, I was looking to speak not to any of the motions, but to make a statement. So-
But, okay, no, but we've got a pending.
Let me lower my hand.
Okay, thanks. And Patrick keeps trying to get rid of me. All right, I again will only accept right now anything that you believe might be a privileged motion, because we have a motion pending for vote. So with that, the chair will recognize Bethany Rehnquist.
I believe it's a privilege motion. I want to say that because people have lost power, I know that there are a couple of people who have not, who are trying to get back into the Zoom, and I just want to make sure that the technical folks are making sure to check the waiting room and allow people back in.
We have been informed of losing power. Do you know where that occurred?
I only know of 2 people that it's impacted, so I don't know if it's just a single building or a small neighborhood, but I just want to make sure that if anybody gets kicked out, that they're able to get back in if they wanted to. That was it.
Thank you. Well, we are monitoring this on a real-time basis, so thank you. Chair recognizes Ricky Rosati.
Hello, I would like to motion a recess for 1 hour lunch.
All right, that is a privileged motion. So the question is, first of all, I'm going to clear the queue and see if there's a second to the motion to recess for 1 hour's lunch. The concern that I have is right now we're down to 88 eligible voters. One of the concerns I have is if we recess for an hour, we may come back here and not have a quorum. With that understanding, do you sure you want to move to recess for an hour lunch?
Hello?
Yes.
There is also the option for us to adjourn to a date certain, either next week or next month, whenever is a proper warning period, because there are so few people available now.
Well, we still have a quorum, and I still think we could get through the list if we continue on at this point. It would be a shame if we had to assemble all of this.
It's not a shame to reassemble for us to wait until more people are available.
Okay.
I mean, that would be an effective way for us to govern.
Okay. I tell you what, you raise a fair motion. The motion is, shall we suspend or recess for a 1 hour lunch? Is there a second to the Rosati motion to recess for a 1 hour lunch?
If there's no second to that, will you follow it up with the other option to adjourn?
Yes, can we at least get, I will recognize you again in a few moments, but I would like to get the Mies resolution dealt with. Is that acceptable?
It looks like no one is stepping up to second it, so I would move to adjourn to when we can meet again.
Well, I think, all right, is there anyone willing to second that motion? Seeing none, that motion fails. And we will return to the question currently pending before us, and that is the Mies resolution, where we ceased debate some time ago. And the chair hesitates to read the whole thing. It is a lengthy resolution condemning racism, and unless there is objection, I am going to put this to a vote now without rereading it. All those in favor of Far Mies's resolution, please indicate by saying or marking your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay. Okay, the chair is going to allow another 10 seconds. And we'll close the voting. Those in favor of the Mies resolution, 70. Those opposed, 8. The ayes have it, and you have adopted the Mies resolution. Now, the chair does want to just alert folks to one consideration. There will be a specific vote made to recess as opposed to adjourn this meeting at the conclusion of the meeting, because it's necessary to keep the meeting open until a half an hour before the conclusion of voting on the bond issue. So that would be 4:30 on Friday the 26th. So please bear with us. If you wish to make a motion at some point to recess this meeting, I would like to defer to Tim Wessel on that, because he has the specific language that we need in order to keep it open so that we can properly count the bond votes. Chair now moves to recognize Lissa Weinman. Please raise your hand, please. That again helps Mr. Moreland.
Thank you for recognizing me.
Okay.
I am
I
the appointee, one citizen appointee on the Vermont Yankee Nuclear Decommissioning Panel. And we've also just created a federal nuclear waste subcommittee that I'm chairing. I am not speaking to this resolution in my capacity in either of those bodies today, but I wanted to read the following motion.
Okay, thank you. And is this the one that you have provided me, which is revision 2?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
So this motion would recognize Brattleboro as a supporting host community for the Vermont Yankee Independent Spent Fuel Storage Installation. That's the ISFSI of the nuclear waste in Vernon, which maintains and safeguards 1.2 million kilograms of nuclear waste, which was generated over 40 years by the VY reactor. Recognizing this motion would include Brattleboro in an estimated $18.5 million annual federal compensation plan that has been proposed by U.S. Representative Peter Welch for the host community. But that bill does not define exactly what that host community is. Welch's Stranded Nuclear Waste Accountability Act, this bill, will be reintroduced in this session of Congress. The provision of that bill that contemplates such compensation should be supported by Brattleboro.
Okay.
I propose that the town publicly support these provisions in the Stranded Nuclear Waste Accountability Act that calls for such federal compensation, and that the community defines Brattleboro as part of that host community.
I'd like to get a second, and then I can ask you to speak to it further. Is there a second to Lissa Weinman's motion? Chair recognizes Andy Davis.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My video is not on, but I would like to second this motion. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Weinman, would you like to speak further to your motion?
Yes.
Please.
Briefly.
Please.
Brattleboro's always been the hub town for emergency planning for Vermont Yankee when it was operating, despite the presence physically in Vernon. Our first responders will be the ones rushing in if something takes place at that facility. And the presence of the waste negatively impacts property values throughout the region. Brattleboro residents bore the brunt of lost jobs and substantial nonprofit funding when the plant was closed. For most of its lifespan, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission listed Brattleboro as the location of the plant. Vernon receives a huge tax benefit annually from having the waste on site, but Brattleboro receives nothing. So what this resolution will do is basically recognize that Brattleboro is part of the host community, the wider host community that is impacted by the continued presence of nuclear waste on that site. Waste that will be there potentially forever, because there is no federal policy right now for dealing with that waste. That's what we're trying to grapple with in the committee that I just mentioned. So I think it's important that people recognize that Brattleboro has a role to play, and that if federal compensation comes down to the tune of 18.5 million for us having it in our midst and no federal plan otherwise, that the Brattleboro community should be part of receiving part of that compensation. That's what this motion would say.
Thank you very much. The chair would also ask that those members that are still with us, hang with us, because I think we're getting very close to getting done. We've only got a few more resolutions to adopt. And so it would be best if we would just hang with us here for as long as we can. And then we're going to do a quorum count as well, just to make sure that we have a quorum still with us. So the first thing that I want to do is, since Ms. Wyman's motion is on the floor, is there any debate on this? And the court, the chair would call on Kurt Dimes. Oh, and I guess he's, oh, there you are.
Hello, everyone. Mr. Moderator, as a point of order, I just wanted to clarify, because you keep on mentioning with a sense of alarm that we might not have a quorum. We're passing now, or considering now, only non-binding resolutions. we can stay and debate and discuss and come up with proposals, but they won't be binding, but they can be there. That's our job. The charter says we're supposed to be a source of ideas, proposals, and comments. So it would be fine by the charter if we stay here and discuss these things, even if we don't have a quorum. Thank you.
My understanding in the past and with Roberts is we can stay and conclude the item that we are working on, but we cannot take any votes. And so if you want to vote, which many of these things you want to register approval by representative town meeting, whether it's binding or not, it still nevertheless carries some weight because it has the weight of the people that approved it. And if you cannot allow that vote, which is what I am understanding, and we can confirm that, Mr. Dimes, if you'd like, with Mr. Fisher, is that we cannot do that once we don't have a quorum. So I'd like to keep going if we can while we have a quorum. Yes, Mr. Dimes.
I'd be glad to hear Bob's comments about it.
Okay.
And I'm emphasizing we don't have to vote. We can discuss with each other because we are an assembly and we care about the ideas that we can come up with.
Okay. Mr. Fisher is interrogated should he wish to be.
Hi there. Just taking a look at Robert's rules, it states in the absence of a quorum, any business transacted is null and void. And as a result of that, in years past, when we've reached the point of no quorum, even though anything under other business is non-binding, it's null and void. So if it's null and void, the purpose of proceeding with it is questionable. So the only thing that you can do when you lose the quorum is to have the motion to adjourn, or in this case, to recess to March 26th for the sole purpose of closing the meeting for the purpose of the polls to end 30 minutes thereafter. Thank you.
Okay. I would like to deal with this motion, but I've got another privileged motion by Ricky Rosati. Yes. Oh, yes. Chair recognizes Ricky Rosati for privileged motion or point of order.
No, neither. I unraised my hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, great, thanks. Okay, so the question is on the Weinman motion. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor of the Weinman motion to recognize Brattleboro as a supporting host community for the Vermont Yankee Independent Spent Fuel Storage installation located in Vernon, which maintains and safeguards 1.2 kilograms of nuclear waste, 1.2, I have 1.2 kilograms of, it says kilograms. Oh, 1.2 million. Let's do this, let's get this correct. 1.2 million kilograms of nuclear waste generated over 40 years by Vermont Yankee Nuclear Reactor. Doing so would include Brattleboro and an estimated 18.5 million annual federal compensation plan proposed by U.S. Representative Peter Welch for a host community to be defined. Representative Welch, Stranded Nuclear Waste Accountability Act, formerly introduced as H.R. 3929, will be introduced into this session of Congress. The provisions of that bill that contemplate such compensation should be supported. All those in favor of the Weinman motion, please signify by saying or marking your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay. We've got 40 seconds and only 56 votes. The chair has a concern about the quorum. We're going to do a hand hold up here in a moment to make sure we've got a quorum. Going to allow 15 more seconds to register your vote. They're still coming in. The vote is on the Weinman motion as just read by the chair. And we are now 1.5 minutes into the vote. And the chair will close the polling. Listen to the results of your vote: 59 in favor, 4 against, and you've approved the resolution. Hold on 1 second. No, we don't have enough. So let's do something here. Everybody put their hand down for a moment, and let's determine if we have actually here. Some of you could actually be listening, but sitting on your lounge chair. So I wouldn't accuse anybody of that, but what I'd like to do is ask at this point everyone who is present to please raise your hand. And we're all just eligible voters, raise your hand. Eligible voters, not people that are here by special permission. Eligible voters, raise your hand so we can do a quick count to make sure we have a quorum. We don't have a quorum. We're gonna give. Yes, I am eligible. Please raise your hand if you're an eligible voter. We want to make sure that we have a quorum. It is looking very close. Question is, do we have a quorum, which is 75, in order to transact business? And we're counting right now to determine the number of people that have their hands up. Leave your hands up until we've got a clear count on the number of people that are currently with us. That's 60. It's going to take us just another couple minutes, and we hopefully will know whether we have a quorum. Oh, boy. Wow. Not good news. I have 3 verifying counts, all indicating we have 74. What? Well, we do. 74. 74. It's 74. We do not have a quorum. Oh, so. No, it's not no, unfortunately, that's not a valid voter. That's not the way we set the meeting up. So right now, the count is 74, so we cannot transact any further business today. The chair still has two or three that I wasn't able to get to. Now, what I would propose, let me just please just give the chair 30 seconds while I just consult with the town attorney, and I'll be right back. And if I asked Mr. Fisher for clarification on this, as the chair, Mr. Dimes has raised the issue of whether we could continue and just not do any official business. And it's somewhat intriguing, except that the chair is concerned that that conflicts with the charter and Robert's rules. What I've done is I've consulted with Mr. Fisher, and I would recognize Mr. Fisher at this time. Since you can put down your hands, thank you. We'll clear the hands up tool at this point. We do not have a quorum. So the chair would recognize Mr. Fisher for a recommendation based on what his view is on Roberts and our current status.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm reading right from Robert's rules, and it states that the prohibition against transacting business in the absence of a quorum cannot be waived even by unanimous consent. So based on that and our charter, we're left with the only thing that can happen here is to adjourn to or recess to the specific date of the 26th, which is what you mentioned previously. So I think that's the only motion that we can entertain based on Robert's rules at this point.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Then under those circumstances, the chair is going to accept that advice and recognize Mr. Wessel. Yes. Yeah, okay, but I'm recognizing Mr. Wessel now. If Tim Wessel could raise his hand up. Oh, Liz McLaughlin. Oh, there he is. Tim is there.
Hello, you should be able to hear me. I'm not sure.
I do hear you. We do.
I'm unable to start my video. So, okay, I'm sorry. I had to rush back in and I have, Liz, do you have it? Okay, never mind. I have it. The language I was provided. I move to recess this meeting to March 26th at 4:30 for the sole purpose of adjourning the meeting at that time and coordinating the closure of polls at 5 p.m. on March 26th.
And this is what is required in order to satisfy the bond issue. Is that correct, Mr. Wessel?
Correct. This is so that the meeting is only technically, there's my video. The meeting is only technically recessed and we can have that bond vote successfully completed.
Okay, so the chair will clear the queue and see if there is a second. And chair recognizes Kathy Erfer.
I would second that motion.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to recess the meeting to March 26th at 4:30 p.m. for the sole purpose of adjourning the meeting and coordinating the closure of the polls at 5 p.m. on March 26th. Okay, chair's got some questions. Kurt Dimes.
Didn't we just hear, Kurt Dimes, District 2, didn't we just hear Bob Fisher, the town attorney, say that in the absence of a quorum, we can't take any votes? And now we're voting on something. I don't understand this.
I'm not sure that he said that we had to vote to recess. Hold on a second. Let's get Mr. Fisher back on to clarify that. Actually, that's a good point, Mr. Dimes. Can those remaining in the meeting vote this one thing to recess to a later time?
Yes, Mr. Moderator. According to Robert's rules, the only action that can be legally taken in the absence of a quorum is to fix the time to which to adjourn, or in this case, to recess because of the bond issue. So the adjourn and recess are both referenced in Robert's rules. So that's the only motion that is proper before the body at this point, and it can be taken. It's the only one that can be taken.
Thank you. Then the chair assumes that all of these hands up are for points of order or on this motion. So the chair will just call on different people here. Let's see. How about somebody who we haven't heard from, Marta Gossage?
Why would we not adjourn to a later date to conduct business? Why is this proposal for the sole purpose of dismissing? Like, why wouldn't we continue business?
This is, I understand, is that it's for the purpose of reconvening to close the meeting consistent with the statute concerning Australian ballot votes, which says that you keep the ballot voting open for 30 minutes after the meeting is closed. So the meeting would be closed at 4:30 on Friday.
Right, but that's my question. Why is that proposal only that? Why wouldn't we reconvene and attempt a quorum to continue business? Again, this seems like a really, really poor way of doing business, because if someone wants, and apparently a number of members of our town meeting committee do want to be obstructionist and simply by removing themselves, disallow all the rest of our business from being conducted.
Well, I don't know if they wanted to remove themselves, but a lot of people are tired. You know, it is a beautiful day, and
Right,
not
but that
not
gets
everyone's here.
Is why would we resume just to dismiss? Why wouldn't we resume to continue business?
Well, we can't continue business beyond 5 because it doesn't work with the bond. And I'm going to, again, this is a legal matter and I should stay out of legal matters. So I'm going to, on that question, turn that over to Mr. Fisher again. And Mr. Fisher, essentially what the question is, why can't we just reconvene to take up business, not just to deal with this bond?
Right. With regard, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, sure.
With regard to the March 26th date, you had mentioned that that had to do with the bond statute. That's actually in our charter that requires that the polls will be closed 30 minutes after the adjournment of town meeting. So that's a charter provision in the town of Brattleboro.
Thank you.
Because we have the deadline set for the 26th due to the mailing of the ballots and doing this meeting virtually as compared to in person, everyone thought it made the most sense to give people the opportunity to get their ballots in at a date later than today. So that's where the 26th came from. As far as moving to recess, I believe legally it would be possible to recess to another date or to adjourn to another date. I'm not sure of the pragmatic part of that, given all of the Zoom and virtualness of that. So I leave that to more technical minds than myself. But I think from a legal standpoint, given that the only proper motion to be made when there's no quorum is to adjourn or to recess, it could be to another date from a legal standpoint.
Okay. It's too bad because we've only got about 3 motions left. And to go through all of this technological effort with ASL folks and people from BCTV and everybody's effort here to, when we've only got 3 more items. Now, I've just been handed a note that we may have 2 or 3 people that have just returned from getting a sandwich, and that we may actually have a quorum at this point. We could try doing our hands up again and see if we've got more than 75. We're very close, folks, and to reconvene this entire meeting and go through all the administrative efforts to put this again, for example, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. We could do it at 8:30 tomorrow morning, I suppose. But are we going to have the 75 people on Monday morning or tomorrow night at 7:30?
Well, it certainly again seems as if that we should at least try to continue business as this body was charged in the charter with doing the business.
Right. I agree with you. Unfortunately, I am stuck with the rules. And the rules say that if we don't have a quorum, we can't conduct business. So what I would like to do one more time is, would everyone, if people would just stay in the meeting, we could get this done. It's already 1:40. So let's just have everyone please put up their hand one more time. Let's see if we don't have a quorum, because we're very close. And we're going to start counting these again real quick to see if we have a quorum. We don't have a quorum. We clearly don't have a quorum. While the counting is going on, I'll be right back, but we're counting to make sure, to see if we've got a few extra people that have joined the meeting. Yep. Good counting. I've been out consulting with a town attorney because we have very little business to do remaining. There's very little left. There is a motion on the floor, however, and the motion on the floor is to recess until Friday at 4:30, but for the sole purpose of closing the meeting. Since we have counted again, and we're getting fewer and fewer people as time goes by. And so our count actually came in less this time at only 72. It's close, but and again, we don't have a quorum. What my concern is, we could agree to a time in which to reschedule this. We could, for example, we'll schedule it first thing tomorrow morning at 8:30 or tomorrow night at 8:30 and try to complete the meeting tomorrow night. However, the concern I have is we may not have the quorum then. But if you want to try, we can try. So I'm going to ask everyone that is hung in here with us, graciously have hung in here with us, to, we're going to remove the hand up tool. And I think what I'd like to do is call for the motion has been made and seconded to recess until 4:30 on Friday. And I'd like to get a vote on that unless there are any points of order. And I do see some here. So Tony Duncan.
Hi, I just counted on my screen over 80 when you had everyone's hand up. Just as they're being, 25 on each screen. I went through 4 screens and there were 73 for the first screens. And then there were 6 or 7 on the fourth screen.
I think that's probably just about an accurate count. And the reason for that is, don't forget, Tony, we deduct and we have an ongoing count, which includes those members who are in the meeting who are not eligible to vote. And they're not members. They're people such as the ASL people, the people, the technical people and the assistants that are in this room helping me, but are clearly not entitled to vote.
I was just counting the ones that had their hands up.
Oh, the total number that had their hands up, you said was 80?
Yeah, it looked like the first 2 screens were full, which would be 50. And then the second screen had all but 2. And then the fourth screen had 5 or 6, which would be over 80.
Okay. Well, we double checked this. What we did is we had, first of all, we have an automated count, okay, at the bottom. You can look at the bottom and see the automated count. Oh, only the host can see the automated count. I'm sorry. So Patrick Moreland can see the automated count, and the automated count is showing what? I can't be. Oh, because that's right, because no one's there. So we only have 6 hands up right now, but Patrick can see the number because he's got the automated amount. And then Jan actually does a count of everyone on the screen, and that's how we verify it. But there are ASL interpreters. There are the other people who are in the meeting who are not eligible to vote. And that's the reason, Tony. Let's see, Chair would recognize Marilyn Chirillo.
If we were to pass the motion that's on the floor right now and reconvene on Friday, and what if we still don't have a quorum, then what?
We don't need a quorum for the purpose of reconvening on Friday because nothing's going to happen on Friday. It's just going to be close the meeting. That's it.
But what if there's not enough to close the meeting?
You don't need any. The way that it works, you can just open and close. There's nothing to do. It's just the formality of the meeting actually closing as of that date. It's effectively closing now. So if you want to, it's just something that has to be done under the charter with Australian ballots. Okay. Further, wow, a lot of point of orders. Let's see. Andy Davis. Higher. Lower. There you go. Point
Thank
of
you,
order.
moderator. Thank you, moderator. I would simply say that we have accomplished a great deal. In my years of being on the representative town meeting, I'd never recall an expectation that all non-binding resolutions and business be completed. We've accomplished a great deal, and I think that the glass is well over half full, and that I know that I don't have a project on the table at this point, but I feel like we've accomplished a great deal. We're very tired. We don't usually do a day and a half of this, and I think that I would be in favor of just holding the vote to adjourn.
Okay, thank you. Chair would recognize Michael Hoffman. Can't hear you. Hold on one sec. 1 second. There we go.
Okay.
Yes.
Unfortunately, my Zoom went down the last
10 minutes it sounds like nothing eventful happened. I'm new at this process, and since I was following the rules, it seems that my proposals will be left unmentioned. Do I just write something in the newspaper? Do I forget about it? Do I wait until?
Well, we're still debating that. There's a number of things you could do. You could send a copy of your proposals out to all of the members, or by email, or we may still be talking about another meeting at another time to conclude
That
this.
sounds like the next meeting is only to close this one without
Yes.
going further. So nothing further will be mentioned, and then the focus is on the bond. So there is no opportunity window to add things.
That is true, Mr. Hoffman. Regrettably, I have to say that is true. We just don't have a quorum. We are stymied under the rules and under the charter.
Okay. Admittedly, this is a very long meeting, and I empathize for the people who left, but does that get unmentioned that we are okay if you feel like leaving?
No, we try to get people and encourage people to stay. But I got to tell you that over the years, people get tired and have other commitments, and they think the meeting is going to take so long, and it takes much longer, drags on. And what does happen is traditionally we do lose quorum. And when that happens, we have to close the meeting. Unfortunately, and there could be, and there's sometimes is still a discussion to be had. And unfortunately, it has happened more times than we would like.
Okay, it seems like the best solution then is to go to the public media and write whatever concerns we have in the newspaper, because that way it reaches the most people with the greatest amount of impact, rather than the labor sending out emails to 110 people.
I agree with that, except that, don't forget, the emails could be sent out to the whole group at once. It could be one email. So that you could do. But I apologize. There's nothing we can do. We don't have.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll
Let's
live.
see.
I agree with what Andy says about it. Mostly, the cup is largely full, and some of it's been drunk. So I'm good.
Okay. Chair would call on again, Lissa Weinman.
I would just like to thank everyone for the support of that resolution. And when you say send the motion to the whole group of town members, what will be accomplished with that? Simply making them aware that there's this issue? Or I do plan to perhaps come to the select board meeting and pursue some form of town support for what I've put forward in another way. Is that appropriate?
Sure. Sure, you can do that. Or we can discuss, I mean, if you want to reconvene on tomorrow night, or I don't know what logistically is involved, because there's a lot of folks that are involved in doing this. And so it's not totally up to the chair to say that we will recess until tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, or tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, or whatever. But you could do that if you chose to. And I suppose you could vote no on the motion to recess, and instead vote to recess until Wednesday night or whenever. But it has to be before Friday, because that the bond is all dependent upon recessing that technicality on Friday at 4:30. Okay?
Well, I appreciate the support that was achieved in the vote, and I would not want to put anyone out to do anything further. So thank you.
Thank you. Chair would recognize Christopher Kane.
Hello.
Yes, Mr.
Hello
Kane.
again. Good afternoon.
Welcome.
I have a few concerns. My first concern is the white hand situation that we dealt with yesterday.
Right.
My second is that I think that some people just showed up.
We could do one more. We did.
Can we please?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
I tell you what, I will. We will immediately do another hands up.
I have actually, if this would make more sense, can we? I actually don't know. Can I propose to the body right now whether or not we should do the hands up thing that we've been doing, or can we do a vote? Because the voting always works. Right?
Yeah, that's sort of, well, it doesn't always, because a lot of people don't vote, but we could use the voting.
Because you can
tool.
abstain, I guess.
Yes,
right?
but I guess we could use the voting tool instead of the hands up tool if you prefer.
But I wanna pose that to the body. Propose that to the body.
You mean,
I'm not sure if that's the right way to do this or not.
I think the hands up tool gives us, we know if someone is there, if they're required to raise their hand. And if you think some additional people have joined, my sense is let's try one more time.
I'm just worried that like some people might have the white hand on, you know?
Oh, you're worried about the white hand problem.
Yeah. And I think the voting thing is more accurate, but I could be wrong. Like I don't know. Like this is all new, right?
Yeah, one of the things, you're right. One of the things, Mr. Kane, that Patrick Moylan points out to me is that as the host, he has on his computer a list of the total number of people who are in the room.
Okay.
The total number raising their hand, regardless of the color of their hand. So he can very swiftly determine how many. I mean, we're not double checking. We are just relying on what this says, but it should be accurate. Why don't we just test it against one more time against Mr. Moreland's calculator that is embedded in Zoom. All those who are present, please raise your hand now. So only voting members so that we can get a total.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
May we do the second thing that I suggested after this, if this doesn't work?
You mean do the
The vote.
ballots? Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, we can see, but I think this is everybody's hand up, please, that is here. Okay, the answer is we've only got 69. So I tell you what, let's try. Do you want to try the ballot approach? I'm willing to do it. I think.
I propose that we try to do that.
Okay, I think we can beat it to death, but we'll give it a try. So we're going to just, we're just going to throw up a ballot just to ask everyone to vote. We're going to launch this poll just to ask everyone, please vote. That are eligible to vote, please vote. And let's see if this comes up with a different number. Everyone vote, please, that is eligible to vote. Yay or nay doesn't make any difference. Just vote because we can get a total number. Please vote. And okay, one more. Okay. The next fluctuates. Okay, we're 45 minutes into the vote. Are there any more votes? Doesn't look like it. And so the answer is we have 68. We don't have a quorum. I'm going to take another poll. This is a suggestion that Bethany Ranquist has sent to me, and I think it's a great one. And what she basically says is, let's take an informal poll to see if the majority here wants to reconvene for more business. In other words, let's take a poll, all those in favor of reconvening on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. It would be on whatever the notice requirements are, reconvene some point this week. All those in favor of reconvening signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. Right, it's just a poll. This is not a vote. These are all in favor of reconvening at some later date this week, not on Friday. Aye for reconvening, nay for concluding the meeting now. And we're 40 seconds in and we're up to the 67 votes. I think that was a good suggestion, Ms. Ranquist, because there's the 68 votes and we have 36 voting not to reconvene, 32 voting to reconvene. So the majority is not to reconvene. And we have a motion on the floor to recess, and the chair is going to now ask you to all vote on the motion that is on the floor, and that is with Mr. Wessel's motion, whether we recess until 4:30 on Friday, March 26th. All in favor of the motion to recess to March 26th at 4:30, please indicate by voting aye. Those opposed, for the sole purpose of adjourning. All opposed, nay. So this is the original motion to adjourn this meeting as expressed by Mr. Wessel. To the 26th at 4:30. And 45 seconds have gone by. Still waiting for a couple of votes to come in. And we'll give you 10 more seconds. And we will cease the voting. Listen to the results of your vote. 54 vote to recess as proposed by Mr. Wessel until Friday at 4:30 for the sole purpose of adjourning the meeting. 11 vote nay, and you have voted to recess this meeting until Friday at 4:30. Again, thank you all for your kind attention, and I look forward to seeing what we can do to improve the system, but hopefully that in the future, this will be the last time that we have to engage in the electronic media, which definitely has posed a challenge. Thank you all for attending.
It is now 4:30 on my computer. We're here for the purpose of concluding representative town meeting this afternoon. On Sunday, it was voted to recess this meeting to March 26th at 4:30 for the sole purpose of adjourning the meeting at that time and coordinating the closure of the polls at 5 p.m. It is now March 26th and the time is 4:30 p.m. And since the prescribed time has arrived, the moderator declares this meeting adjourned. Thank you all.